Section 36 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 8, Chapter 106 through 120. Chapter 106. Peace between the Earls and King Olaf. Earl Thorfinn heard that Brusi, his brother, was gone east to meet King Olaf and to seek avail of him, but for this reason, that Thorfinn had been before to see King Olaf and had gotten himself into friendship with him, he thought he had there a safe enough place, and he wotted, moreover, that there would be many furtherers of his case, but more would they be if he himself came thereto. So Earl Thorfinn took that rede, that he got him ready at his swiftest, and went east to Norway, and was minded that betwixt his coming and Brusi's should be as short a space as might be, and that Brusi's errand should not come to an end before Thorfinn met the king. But this came otherwise to pass than the earl was minded, for when Earl Thorfinn came to see King Olaf, then was ended and done the covenant between the king and Earl Brusi. And Earl Thorfinn wotted not that Earl Brusi had given up his dominion until he was already come to King Olaf. Now when they met, Earl Thorfinn and King Olaf, then hove up King Olaf the very same claim to the dominion over Orkney which he had set forth to Earl Brusi. And he bade Thorfinn the same thing, to wit, that he should will away to the king that deal of the islands, which was the earl's already. The earl gave a good and a quiet answer to the words of the king, and said that he set a right great store by the friendship of the king. And if thou, Lord, deem thyself in need of my aid against other chieftains, thou hast fully earned it already. But it is not handy for me to give thee homage, because I am already an earl of the Scottish king and his liegeman. But when the king found that the earl hung back in his answers to these claims of his, which he had already set forth, then spake the king, If thou, earl, wilt not become my man, then is the choice open to me to set what man I will over Orkney. But I will that thou make me oath not to lay claim to those lands, and to leave them in peace whom I set thereover. But if thou wilt take neither choice, then he who rules the lands will deem that unpeace shall be looked for of thee, nor mayest thou deem it wonderful then, though dale meet knoll. The earl answers and prayed the king for respite to think the matter over. The king did so, and allowed the earl a while to take counsel on this choice with his men. Then he prayed the king to give him time until next summer, that he might first go west over sea, because his counselors were at home, but he was but a child of years. But the king bade him make his choice there and then. Now Thorkel foster father was at that time with King Olaf. He sent a man privily to Earl Thorfinn, and bade him, whatsoever were in his heart, not to set his mind on parting, as at this time, from King Olaf without coming to peace, seeing that he had gotten into the hands of the king. By this reminder the earl thought he saw the only choice of good hap was to let the king have his will as then. But this seemed to him nowise choice worthy, to wit, that himself should have no hope of his heritage, and withal that he swear oath that they should hold his dominion in peace, who had no birthright thereto. But whereas he misdoubted him as to his getting away, he chose to come under the hand of the king and become his man, even as Brusi had done. The king found that Thorfinn was a man much more high mettled than Brusi, and could away worse with this penalty, wherefore he trusted in Thorfinn worse than in Brusi, for the king saw through it that Thorfinn would deem that he might look for the backing of the Scottish king if he should break this covenant. The king wotted this of his wisdom, that Brusi came loth into all the peace covenant, but that he said that only which he was minded to hold. But as to Thorfinn, when he had made up his mind as to what to agree to, he came cheerfully into all the terms, and hung back in naught which the king was the first to settle. But this the king misdoubted, that the earl would be minded to throw over some of the covenant. Chapter 107. The departure of Thorfinn, and his peace with Thorkel. When King Olaf had thought out all this matter, he let blow to a thronged assembly, and called thither the earls. Then said the king, Now will I make clear the covenant between me and the earls of Orkney unto all people. They have now yea said my being the owner of Orkney and Shetland, and have become my men, both of them, and have bound all this with sworn oaths. And now I give the dominion to them as a fief, 1/3 of the lands to Brusi, another third to Thorfinn, even as they had had before. But that third which Einar Wrongmouth had, I claim to have fallen into my court, in return for his having slain Eyvind Uraxhorn, my courtman and fellow and dear friend. To that deal of the islands I will look in the manner that seemeth good to me. This also do I crave of your brethren, my earls, that I will ye take peace of Thorkel Amundson for the slaying of your brother Einar, and I will that doom thereof be under me, if ye will say yea thereto. As in other matters, so also in this, the earls yea said all that the king spake. Then came forth Thorkel, and handselled the king's doom in this case, and so the thing broke up. King Olaf awarded Weirgild for Earl Einar equal to Weirgild for 3 landed men, but because of his guilt 1/3 of the guild should fall through. Then Earl Thorfinn prayed the king for leave to go away, and when he had got it, the earl got ready at his swiftest. Now when he was all bound, and was drinking on board his ship, on a day Thorkel Amundson came before him all of a sudden, and laid his head on the earl's knees, and bade him do with him what he would. The earl asked why he fared thus. We be men already at peace by the king's doom, so stand up, Thorkel. Thorkel did so, and said, The peace that the king has made I shall abide by, as concerning the matter between me and Brusi, but the part therein that concerneth thee thou shalt rule alone. For though the king has awarded me lands and land dwelling in Orkney, yet can I of thy temper so well, that I have no business to those islands, unless I go under thy given troth earl. Therefore will I, says he, bind myself to thee in this, never to come into Orkney, whatever the king may say. The earl held his peace, and was slow to fall to speech. Then he said, If thou wilt, Thorkel, that I doom in our matter, rather than we abide by the king's doom, Then this shall be the beginning of our peacemaking, that thou shalt fare with me to Orkney, and be with me, nor ever sunder from me, but with my leave and freedom thereto. Thou shalt be bound to ward my land, and to do all such works as I will let do while we are both alive." Thorkel answers, "This shall rest in thy power, Earl, as all else wherein I may have my say." Then Thorkel stood forth and handselled all this to the Earl as he had quothed. The Earl said that as to Weregild he would set forth that matter later on, and then he took sworn oath of Thorkel hereto. Now Thorkel betook himself forthwith to the journey with the Earl, who went away as soon as he was ready, and he and King Olaf never saw each other again. Chapter 108. Earl Brucy's departure. Earl Brucy tarried behind there, and got ready more at his leisure. But before he went away, King Olaf had certain parleys with him, and spoke on this wise: "I am minded to think, Earl, that I shall have in thee the man to trust and trow in Westover Sea yonder, and my mind is that thou have 2/3 of the lands to rule over, even as thou hast had before. For my will it is that thou be in no way a lesser or a less mighty man, now that thou art my liege man, than thou wert before. But I will make fast thy troth to me, in that I will that Ragnvald thy son shall be left behind here with me. I see then that when thou hast both my backing and 2/3 of the islands, thou mayest well hold thine own against Thorfinn thy brother." Brucy took that with thanks, the having 2/3 rather than 1/3 of the islands, and after this he tarried but a little while, or ever he went away, and he came in the harvest tide to Orkney. Ragnvald, Brucy's son, was left behind in the east with King Olaf. He was the goodliest of all men to look upon, his hair thick and yellow as silk. He was of early days big and strong, and of all men was he the likeliest, both by reason of his wits and his courteous manners. He was for a long time thereafter with King Olaf. Hereof telleth Ottar the Swart in that drapa which he wrought on King Olaf: "The Shetlanders, grown leal now, to thee for thanes are counted. Now keep thou ward on the power, on the good ones of the folk kings. Ne'er yet was seen an Yngling in Eastland, who beneath him brake down the isles of Westland. Ere thee we gat, O fight swift." Chapter 109. Of Earls Brucy and Thorfinn. When the brethren Thorfinn and Brucy came west to Orkney, Brucy took 2/3 of the islands to rule over, and Thorfinn 1/3. He was ever in Caithness and in Scotland, and set his men over the islands. So now Brucy alone had the warding of the islands, which at that time lay much open to war, in that Northmen and Danes harried much in western Viking, and oft came on the Orkneys as they fared to and fro the west, and nest liftings they made. Brucy wighted his brother Thorfinn, whereas he had no folk out of the warding of Orkney and Shetland, but yet took scat and dues therefrom as appertained to his share. Then Thorfinn bade him the choice to have 1/3 of the land, and that Thorfinn should have the other 2, and uphold the land warding on behalf of both of them. Now although this shifting did not speedily befall then, yet it is so told in the Earl tales that it came to pass, and that Thorfinn had 2/3 and Brucy 1/3, whenas Canute the Rich had laid Norway under him, and King Olaf was gone out of the land. Earl Thorfinn, the son of Sigurd, was the noblest of all earls of the islands, and had more dominion than other Orkney earls. He gat to him Shetland and Orkney and the South Isles, and had withal a great dominion in Scotland and Ireland. Thereto quoth Arnor, the Earl's Skald: "Folk hearkened to Ringhater. From the Giant Isles to Dublin, each man was counted Thorfinn's. Truth tell I to the people." Thorfinn was the greatest of warriors. He took the earldom when he was but 5 winters old, and ruled for more than 60 winters, and died of sickness in the latter days of Harold Sigurdsson. But Brusi died in the days of Canute the Rich, a little after the fall of King Olaf the Holy. Chapter 110 of Hæric of Thyotta. Now fare forth 2 stories. And now shall we take up the matter where we left it afore, whereas it was told how King Olaf Haraldsson had made peace with Olaf the Swede king, and how he had gone that same summer north to Thrandheim. At that time he had been king for 5 winters. That autumn he made all things ready for a winter dwelling in Nidois, and there he abode the winter through. That winter abode with King Olaf, Thorkel foster father, the son of Aemund, as was written before. King Olaf set himself much to asking how Christ's faith might be holden in the land, and what he learnt thereof came to this, that Christian faith would not be holden to when one came north into Halogaland, and yet it fell far short of being well done both throughout Naumdale and Upper Thrandheim. Now there was a man named Hæric, son of Eyvind the Skald Spiller, who dwelt in the island called Thyotta, which lies in Halogaland. Eyvind had been a man not of great wealth, but of high kin and mickle manhood. In Thyotta there lived at this time small bonders, not a few. Hæric bought him a stead first, not right great, and moved his household thither. But after a few seasons he had cleared off all the other bonders who had dwelt there before, so that now he alone owned all the island, and reared for himself there a right great manor. Hæric speedily became right wealthy. He was of mickle wisdom, and a man of great ado. He had long been held in great honor by men of high degree. He was in the tale of kindred with the kings of Norway, so for that sake Hæric had much worship of the lords of the land. For Gunhild, the mother of Hæric's father, was the daughter of Earl Halfdan, and Ingibiorg, the daughter of Harald Hairfair. By the time that these things befell, Hæric was somewhat stricken in years. Hæric was the man most accounted of in all Halogaland. He had for a long while held the Finn cheaping and the king's bailiwick over the mark, whiles he had it alone, whiles in fellowship with others. As yet he had not come to meet King Olaf, but words and messengers had gone between them, and all in loving wise. And the same winter that King Olaf sat in Nidois, men went yet again between him and Hæric of Thyotta. And then the king made it known that in the following summer he was minded to fare north into Halogaland, and all the way north to the land's end. But of this journey the Halogalanders had right many misgivings. Chapter 111 of the Halogalanders. Now King Olaf gat him ready in spring with 5 ships, and had 300 men. And when he was all bound, he dight his journey north along the land. And when he came into Naumdale folk, he summoned a thing with the bonders, and at every thing he was taken for king. There, as elsewhere, he let be read out the laws, whereby he bade the folk of the land to hold to the Christian faith at the peril of life and limb, or forfeiture of all goods for every man who would not go under Christ's law. There On many a man the king laid heavy penalties, and let them go alike over rich and unrich. In such a way he left things in every part, that all folk avowed they would hold to the holy faith. But most of the mightier men and many great bonders made banquets against the king's coming, and in this wise he went on all the way north to Halogaland. Ærik of Thyoda made a feast for the king, and there was right mickle throng, and the feast of the bravest. Therewithal Ærik became King Olaf's landed man, and King Olaf gave him the same grants as he had held of the former lords of the land. Chapter 112 of Asmund, the son of Grankell. A man is named Grankell or Grankittel, a wealthy bonder, and now somewhat on in years. But while he was in his young days he had been in Viking and a mickle warrior. He was a man of great prowess in most things concerning manly deeds. Asmund was the name of his son, and was in all things like to his father, or somewhat further he went. It was the say of many men that by goodliness, strength, and prowess he was the third best endowed man in Norway. But named the first therein were King Hakon, Ethelstan's foster son, and Olaf Tryggvason. Now Grankell bade King Olaf to a banquet, and the feast there was full noble, and Grankell saw the king off with great gifts. The king prayed that Asmund came with him, and laid many words thereto. Asmund deemed he might not thrust his own honor away from him, so he betook himself to the journey with the king, and thereafter became his man, and came into the greatest good liking with the king. King Olaf tarried in Halogaland for the most part of the summer, and went into every thing round, and christened there all the people. In those days there dwelt in Burchisel Thorir Hound, the mightiest man north there, and he now became King Olaf's landed man. Then many sons of mighty bonders betook themselves into King Olaf's company out of Halogaland. But when the summer wore on, the king came from the north, and turned inward up Thrandheim unto Nidois, and sat there through the winter after. And that winter Thorkel foster father came west away from Orkney, when as he had slain Earl Einar Wrongmouth. That autumn there was dearth of corn in Thrandheim, but before for a long while had been plenteous years. But now the dearth was over all the north country, and was the greater the further northward one was. But east in the land the corn was good, and all over the uplands withal. But this helped the Thrandheim folk, that they had mickle old corn. Chapter 113 of the blood offerings of Thrandheim folk. That harvest were the tidings told to King Olaf from inner Thrandheim, that the bonders there had had thronged feasts at winter nights, and that there were great drinkings. The king was told that all cups there were signed to the Æsir after ancient wont. This followed the tale withal, that neat were slaughtered there, and horses, and the stalls reddened with blood, and blood offering was done, with this word set forth, that that was for the booting of the year. This followed, moreover, that all folk deemed it was clearly to be seen that the gods had gotten wroth, whereas the Halogalanders had turned to Christ's faith. Now when the king heard these tidings, he sent men up into Thrandheim, and summoned to him the bonders whom he thought good to name. There was a man named Alver of Egja, known by the name of the stead whereat he dwelt. He was a mighty man, and of high kindred, and was at the head of those who went on this journey to the king on behalf of the bonders. And when they met the king, he laid against them these charges. But Olver answered on behalf of the bonders, and said that they had had no feasts that autumn, out taken their own gills, or drinkings turn and turn about. and some but biddings of friends. But as to what has been told thee, said he, concerning the ways of talk of us Thrandheim folk when we are a drinking, thou wot all wise men to beware of such talk. But I may not answer for men foolish and men ale wood what they may say. Olaf was a man deft of speech and bold spoken, and warded all these guilts from off the Bonders. And at last the king said that the Up-Thrandheimers would bear witness to themselves as to how well they stood in their faith. Then the Bonders got leave to go home again, and forthwith when they had arrayed them, they departed. Chapter 114 of the blood of offerings of the Up-Thrandheim folk. Later on in the winter the king was told that the Up-Thrandheimers were gathered together in multitudes at Mere, and that great blood offerings had been there at midwinter, and that there they had made blood offerings for peace and a good winter season. And when the king deemed he knew for sure the truth of this, he sent men and messengers up into Thrandheim, and summoned the Bonders down to the town, still naming by name such men as he deemed the wisest among them. So now the Bonders had a parley, and talked over this message between them. And they were all the least willing to go this journey who had fared the winter before. But at the prayer of all the Bonders, Olaf undertook the journey. And when he came down to the town, he went straightway to see the king, and then fell to talk. The king laid it on hand to the Bonders that they had had a midwinter blood offering. Olaf answered and said that the Bonders were sackless of that guilt. We had, said he, Yule biddings and drinking bouts far and wide about the country sides. The Bonders are not minded so to pinch them in their cheer for the Yule feast, as that a good deal be not left over. And this it was, Lord, that men were a drinking of long after. At Mere there is a great chiefstead, and big houses, and mickle dwelling round about, and there folk deem it good glee to drink together a many. The king answered little, and was rather cross-grained, deeming that he wotted that other things were truer than that which was now set forth. The king bade the Bonders go back. But yet, says he, I shall get to know the truth, to wit, that ye hide the matter, and do not face it. But however things have gone hitherto, do no such things again. So the Bonders fared home again, and told of their journey, that it had been none of the smoothest, and that the king was somewhat wroth. Chapter 115. The slaying of Olaf of Egge. King Olaf had a great feast at Easter, and had many men of the town bidden, and many Bonders withal. But after Easter the king let run out his ships, and bear thereto rigging and oars. He let deck the ships, and tilt them, and bedight them. He let the ships float, thus arrayed by the gangways. King Olaf sent men into Verdale forthwith after Easter. Now a man is named Thorald, a king's steward. He warded the king's manor at Howe, and the king sent him word to come to him at his speediest. Thorald did not put the journey under his head, but went forthwith out to the town, together with the king's messengers. The king called him for a privy talk, and asked after it. What truth is in that which is told me about the ways of the Up-Thrandheimers, whether it be so that they are turning them to blood offerings? I will, says the king, that thou tell me things as they are, and as thou knowest them most truthfully. This is thy bounden duty, for thou art my man. Thorald answers, Lord, this will I tell thee first, that I flitted hither to the town, my 2 sons and my wife, and of my chattels, all that I might bring with me. Now if thou wilt have a true story of me, that shall be at thy will. But if I tell thee things as they are, then must thou look after mine affairs. The king said, Tell thou the truth of what I ask thee, but I shall so look after thine affairs that thou shalt take no hurt. Thorald answered, This is the truth to tell, king, if I am to tell things as they are, that throughout Upper Thrandheim Well nigh all the folk are all heathen in their faith, though some men be there who are christened. Now it is their wont to have a blood offering in autumn to welcome the winter, and another at midwinter, and the third at summer for the welcoming of summer. These are the ways of the Isle folk, the Spare biters, the Verdale folk, and the Scone folk. There are 12 men who take upon themselves to carry out the blood feasts. And now next spring it is Olaf's turn to uphold the feast, and now he is in much ado at Mere, and thither have been brought all the goods which are needed for the feast. Now when the king knew the truth, he let blow together his host, and let tell men to go aboard ship. The king named captains of ships and leaders of companies withal, and the ship on which each company should go. The arrayal was speedy. The king had 5 ships and 300 men, and therewith stood up the Firth. The wind was fair, and the cutters made no long way of it before the wind, but no man was ware that the king would so speedily come up thither. The king came by night to Mere, and there a man ring was straightway cast about the houses. There was Over laid hand on, and the king let slay him, together with very many other men. The king seized all the goods of the feast, and let bring them aboard his ships, and all that wealth withal, both house decking and garments and dear bought things, which folk had flitted thither, and let share them as war getting amongst his men. The king also let set upon those men in their houses who he deemed had the most share in these doings, some of whom were laid hands upon and laid in irons, and others some got away by running off, but of many were their goods seized. Then the king summoned a thing with the bonders, and whereas he had by then laid hands on many of the mighty men, and had them in his power, their kinsmen and friends were minded to yeasay obedience to the king, so that as at this time there was no uprising against the king in Thrandheim, all the folk there he turned to the right faith, and set their teachers, and let make churches and hallow them. The king laid down that Over was not to be atoned for, and laid hand on all the wealth which he had owned. But as to other men whom he deemed to be the most guilt bitten, some of them he let slay, and some maim, others some he drove out of the land, and from others again he took fines. Thereafter the king fared back again down to Nidois. Chapter 106 of the Sons of Arni. A man is named Arni, son of Arnmod. He had for wife Thora, the daughter of Thorstein Gallows. These were their children: Kalf, Finn, Thorberg, Amundi, Kolbjorn, Arnbjorn, Arni. Their daughter was Ragnahild, and Häric of Theoda had her to wife. Arni was a landed man, mighty and well renowned, a great friend of King Olaf. At this time his sons Kalf and Finn were of King Olaf's company, and were held there in great honor. The woman whom Over of Egja had had to wife was young and fair, of high kin and wealthy. She was deemed an exceeding good match, but her warding was then in the hands of the king. She and Over had 2 sons, both young. Kalf, son of Arni, prayed the king to give him in wedlock the wife that Over had had, and for the sake of friendship the king granted him this, and therewithal the wealth that Over had owned. Then the king made him a landed man, and the king gave him his stewardship about up Thrandheim. So now Kalf became a great lord, and an exceeding wise man was he. Chapter 117. King Olaf's journey to the uplands. And now had Olaf been for 7 winters king in Norway. That summer came to him the Earls of Orkney, Thorfinn, and Brusi. Those lands King Olaf had made his own, as is aforewrit. That summer King Olaf went over either Mere, and in harvest he went into Ramsdale, where he went aland from his ships, and fared on to the uplands, and came forth unto Leciar. There he let hands be laid on all the best men, both about Leciar and Dofrar, and they must needs either take to Christ's faith, or else suffer death, or flee away if they could bring that about. But they who took to Christ's faith gave their sons into King Olaf's hands as hostages of their troth. The king abode the night over at the place called the Steads in Leciar, and set a priest thereover. Then he went across Lorredale, and came down to a place called Staffbrent. Along that valley there runs a river called Ota, and fair built it is on either side of that river, and is called Lower. And the king might see all the dwelt country endlong. Scathed is it, says the king, that we needs must burn so fair a dwelling. Therewith he made his way with his company down into the dale, and took night quarters at a homestead hight Ness. And there the king chose his chamber in a certain loft, where he slept himself, which stands yet to day, and naught hath been done to it since. There the king tarried for 5 nights, and sheared up a thing bidding, summoning to him both the folk of Vagi, and of Lore, and of Hedale, and let the message go with the summons that they should either fight with him and abide fire at his hands, or take christening and bring him their sons for hostages. So they came to the king, and gave themselves up to him, but some fled south to the dales. Chapter 118. The story of Gudbrand a Dales. There was a man hight Gudbrand a Dales, who was as a king over the Dales, though he were but herser by title. Sighvat the Scald accounted him as even with Erling Skeolg's son for might and wide lands. And thus Sighvat sang about Erling: One other Jalkbord's waster have I wotted like unto thee, herder of men, hight Gudbrand. Wide over lands he ruled. O loather of the worm's land, I call ye twain deemed even. That bower of snake seat lieth, who deems himself the mightier. Gudbrand had one son, who is here told of. Now when Gudbrand heard of these tidings, that King Olaf had come to Lore, and drave men against their will to take christening, he sheared up the war arrow, and summoned all the Dale folk to the stead, which is called Houndthorpe, to meet him there. Thither they all came, and a countless host was there, whereas anigh thereto is the water called the Low, so that folk could come together by ship as well as by land. So Gudbrand had a thing with them, and said that into Lore was come a man hight Olaf, who will bid us another faith than that which we have already, and will break asunder all our gods, and saith that he hath a God much greater and mightier. It is a marvel that the earth doth not burst asunder under him, whereas he dareth to say such things, and that our gods suffer him to walk about any longer. And meseemeth if we bear Thor out of our God's house, when he standeth here at this homestead, and he hath ever been our avail, that when he seeth Olaf and his men, then will his God melt away, and he and his men come to naught. Thereat they lifted a whoop all together, and said that Olaf should never come away thence, if he came to meet them. And he will not dare, they say, to go farther south through the dales. Then they set apart 700 men to go a spying north to Broad, and the leader of that company was the son of Gudbrand, then 18 winters old, and many renowned men with him. And they came to the stead which is hight Hof, where they tarried 3 nights, and where many folk flocked to them, and such as had fled from Leciar and Lore and Vagi, they to wit, who would not go under christening. But King Olaf and Bishop Sigurd set up clerks behind them in Lore and Vagi. Thereupon they crossed the Vagi roost, and came down to Sill. and were there for the night, and learnt the tidings that a great host was there before them. Therewithal heard the Bonders who were at the broad, and arrayed them for a battle with the king. And so when the king was arisen, he did on his war gear, and went south along the sill walls, and stayed him not till he was within the broad, and saw there a great host before him, arrayed for battle. Then the king arrayed his folk, and rode himself at their head, and cast word at the Bonders, and bade them to take their christening. They answered, "Today thou wilt have to be about something else than mocking us." And therewithal they whooped the war whoop, and smote their weapons on their shields. Thereat the king's men leaped forward, and shot their spears. And forthwith the Bonders turned to flight, so that but few men held their ground. The son of Gudbrand was laid hand on, and the king gave him peace, and kept him with him. The king tarried there 4 nights. Then spake the king to the son of Gudbrand, "Go thou now back to thy father, and tell him that speedily shall I come thither." So he went home again, and tells his father hard tidings, how they had met with the king, and fallen to a fight with him. But all our host broke into flight forthwith at the first. But I was laid hands upon, says he, and the king gave me my life, and bade me go tell thee that he cometh hither speedily. Now we have no more here than 200 of all that host which we then had to meet him withal. Therefore I counsel thee, father, not to fight with that man. That is easily heard, says Gudbrand, that all the pith hath been knocked out of thee. On an evil day thou wentest away from home, and for a long while will that journey be told against thee, for thou trowest already that madness wherewith that man goeth about, and who hath done a right evil shame to thee and to thy company. But in the night after, Gudbrand dreamed that a man came to him, bright shining, and great awe there went out from him. And he spake to Gudbrand, "No journey of victory was it that thy son went on against King Olaf, but much less wilt thou have if thou art minded to give battle to the king, for thou wilt fall thyself and all thy company, and wolves will drag thee and all of you, and ravens will tear you." At this terror he was exceeding adread, and telleth it to Thord Bigbelly, who was a lord over the dales. He answers and says, "The selfsame thing came before me," says he. But on the morrow's morn they let blow for a thing, and said that they deemed it good rede to have a parley with the man who came from the north with a new word of bidding, and to wot with what truth he fareth. Then spake Gudbrand to his son, "Now thou shalt go, and 12 men with thee, to see the king that gave thee thy life." And so it was done. And to the meeting of the king they came, and told him their errand, that the Bonders would have a thing with him, and make truce between the king and the Bonders. The king was well enough pleased at this, and they settled this with him on their word of honor, as long as the meeting should last. And this done, they went back and told Gudbrand and Thord that truce was made. Then fared the king to the stead which was called Lidstead, and tarried there for 5 nights, whereupon he fared to meet the Bonders, and held a thing with them, but much wet was there day long. So soon as the thing was set, the king stood up and said that the folk of Lesiar, and of Lor, and of Vagi had been christened, and had broken down their houses of blood offerings, and now believe in the true God, who shaped heaven and earth, and who knoweth all things. Thereupon the king sat down, and Gudbrand answers, "We know not of whom thou art speaking. Thou callest him a God whom neither thou seest nor any other man. But we have a God who can be seen every day, but who is not abroad to day because the weather is wet. And awful will he seem to you, and mighty enough to look on. And I ween, if he come to the thing, that fear will shoot through the breasts of you. But inasmuch as thou sayest that thy God is so mighty, then let him do so much as that to morrow the weather be cloudy, but no rain, and then we shall meet here again." Thereafter the king went home to his chamber, and with him went the son of Gudbrand in hostage. But the king gave them another man in his stead. In the evening the king asked the son of Gudbrand what like their god was made. He says that he was marked after the likeness of Thor, and had a hammer in his hand, great of growth and hollow within. Under him there is it done as it were a stall, and thereon he stands when he is without doors. On him there is no lack of gold and silver, 4 loaves of bread are brought to him every day, and flesh meat withal. Thereafter they went to bed, but the king waked all the night through, and was at his prayers. But when it was day again, the king went to mass, and then to meat, and thereafter to the Thing. But the weather had gone even so as Gudbrand had bespoken. Then stood the bishop up in his choir cope, with a mitre on his head and a staff in his hand, and set forth the faith to the Bonders, and told them many tokens which God had done, and made goodly end of his speech. Then answers Thord Bigbelly, "Much saith he, the horned one yonder, who hath a staff in hand, the upper end whereof is crooked, after the fashion of a wether's horn. Now inasmuch as thou, fellow, claimest that thy God doeth so many marvelous things, then say thou to him to morrow, before the sun rises, that he let it be clear and sunshine. Then let us meet and do one of 2 things, either be of one mind on this matter, or give battle." And so for that time they parted. Chapter 119. Gudbrandadale's christened. There was with King Olaf a man hight Kolbein the Strong, a man of Firth folk kin. He was always so arrayed that he was girt with a sword, and had in his hand a great stake of wood, which some men call a club. The king said to Kolbein that he should stand next to him in the morning. Thereafter he spake to his men, "Go ye this night to where the ships of the Bonders are, and bore holes in them all, and ride ye their yoke beasts away from the homesteads whereas they are abiding." And so was it done. All that night the king was at his prayers, and prayed God to loosen this trouble by his grace and mercy. But when hours were done, towards the dawn of day, he went to the Thing. And when he came to the Thing, there were come some of the Bonders. And therewith they saw a great throng of Bonders faring to the Thing, bearing between them a mickle man shape, all gleaming with gold and silver. Now when the Bonders who were at the Thing already saw this, they all leaped up and bowed to the monster. And sithence was he placed in the midst of the Thing mead. On one side sat the Bonders, on the other the king and his company. Then Gudbrandadale stood up and spake, "Where is now thy God, King? I am minded to think now that somewhat low he beareth his chin beard, and it seemeth to me that less now is the swagger of thee and of the horned one yonder, whom thou callest a bishop, and that sitteth there beside thee, than yesterday it was, for that now our God is come, he who ruleth all things, and looketh on you with keen eyes. And I see that now ye are full of fear, and scarce dare to lift up your eyes. Now drop your folly, and trow in our God, who hath all your ways in his hand." And thus he closed his speech. The king spake to Kolbein the Strong, without the Bonders wotting thereof, "If so it befell the while of my speech, that they look away from their God, then give him that stroke the most that thou mayest with thy club." Then the king stood up and said, "Many things hast thou said to us this morning. Thou deemest it a wonder that thou mayest not see our God, but we hope he will soon come to us. Thou threatenest us with thy God, who is blind and deaf, and may neither help himself nor others, and may get him no whither away from his place, save he be born. And now I look for it that he will be but a little way from ill. Lo, look ye now, and gaze eastward, there now fareth our God with a great light." Then ran up the sun, and all the Bonders looked towards him. And in that same nick of time laid on Kolbein so well on their God, that it burst all asunder, and out of it leaped mice as big as cats, and adders and worms. But the Bonders were so afeard that they fled away, some to the ships, but when as they ran out their craft, the water rushed in and filled them, so they might not go aboard them. But they that ran to the yoke beasts found them nowhere. Thereafter the king let call the Bonders, saying that he wished to have a talk with them, and thereat they turned back and held a thing. Thereon stood up the king and spake. I know not, says he, what betokeneth this hubbub and running about which ye are making. But now ye may see what might your God hath, on whom ye laid gold and silver, meat and victuals, and e'en now ye saw who the wights were that enjoyed this, mice, to wit, worms, adders, and paddocks. And in a sorry case are they who trow in such things, and will not forsake their folly. Now take ye back your gold and precious things which are scattered here over the meat, and give them to your wives, but no more bedeck therewith stocks and stones. But now two choices lie between you and me, either that ye take christening now and here, or else give me battle now to day, and let him this day bear the victory from the other, unto whom that God willeth it, in whom we trow. Then stood up Gudbrand Adales and said, Mickle scathe have we now fared about our God, and yet, seeing that he had not the might to help us, we will now trow in the God in whom thou trowest. And they all took Christ's faith, and the bishop christened Gudbrand and his son. King Olaf and Bishop Sigurd left teachers there behind them, and as friends they parted who before were unfriends, and Gudbrand let make a church there in the dales. Chapter 120. Heathmark christened. King Olaf fared thereafter down to Heathmark, and christened folk there. For whereas he had laid hands on the kings there, he did not venture to go far afield over the country with little folk, after such a mighty deed, whereas Heathmark was not widely christened. But in this journey the king did not hold his hand till all Heathmark was christened, and churches were hallowed, and teachers appointed thereto. Then he fared down to Thotton and Hathaland, and there righted the faith of the folk, and left it so that there was all christened. Thence he fared into Ring realm, and there all folk were christened. Thereafter heard the Round realm folk that King Olaf got ready for a journey up thither, and called out a mickle gathering, and said amongst themselves that it was ever in their minds concerning that progress when Olaf fared afore over the land, and said that never again should he so fare thereover. But the king arrayed himself for the journey none the less. But when King Olaf fared up into Round realm with his host, a gathering of Bonders came against him at the river called Nitya, and a whole host had the Bonders. But when they met, the Bonders fell to battle forthwith, but speedily it grew too hot for them, and aback they shrunk forthwith, and were beat to their bettering, for they all took christening then and there. The king fared over that folkland, and did not depart therefrom, till all men had taken to Christ's faith. Thence he went east to Sole Isles, and christened that dwelling. There came to him the skald Otter the Swart, and prayed to go under the hand of King Olaf. The winter before Olaf the Swede king had died, and now was Onund, son of Olaf, king in Sweden. Thence King Olaf turned back to Round realm, and by that time the winter was all but past. Then King Olaf summoned together a thronged thing in the place where ever since the Hyde-Sivis thing has been holden, and he set up the law that to this thing all Uplanders should seek, and that the law of Hyde-Sivi should prevail throughout all the folks of the uplands, and as far afield elsewhere as they have done since. But when it was spring, he made down towards the sea, and let array his ships, and went in the spring down to Tunsberg, and sat there through the spring, when it was most thronged there, and ladings were being brought to the town from other countries. The year's increase was good as then all about the Wick, and likewise of good avail all the way north to Stad, but to the north thereof there was mickle dearth. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 8, Chapter 106 through 120. Section 37 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 9, Chapter 121 through 135. Chapter 121. Peace between King Olaf and Einar Thambar-Skelfer. In the spring, King Olaf sent word west through Agdir and all the way north through Rogaland and through Hordland that he would have neither corn nor malt nor meal brought away thence nor sold. And let this go therewith that he would be coming thither with his company, and would be faring about feasting according to old custom. Now this message went throughout all these folklands, but the king tarried in the wick through the summer, and went all the way east to the land's end. Einar Thambar-Skelfer had been with Olaf the Swede king all the time since the death of Earl Svein, his brother-in-law, and had become Olaf the Swede king's man, and got great grants from him. But when the king was dead, Einar yearned to seek him peace with King Olaf the Thick, and to that end messages had gone between them in the spring. But whenas King Olaf was lying in the Elf, Einar Thambar-Skelfer came there with certain men, and he and the king talked over their peacemaking, and it was settled between them that Einar should go north to Thrandheim and have all his lands, and also those estates that had gone to Bergliot's dowry. So Einar went on his way to the north, but the king tarried in the wick, and was for a long time at Berg through the harvest and the first part of the winter. Chapter 122. Peace between King Olaf and Erling Skjalgsson. Erling Skjalgsson held his dominion such wise that all the way from the north, from Sagensea and east to Lindesnes, he had his will in all things with the bonders, but of kingly grants he had much less than before. Then people stood in such awe of him that no one put his lot into another scale than he willed. The king deemed that the mastery of Erling was exceeding. A man was hight Aslak, skull o Fitjar, a man of high kin and mighty. Skjalg, the father of Erling, and Askell, the father of Aslak, were brothers' sons. Aslak was a great friend of King Olaf, and the king set him down in South Hordland, and gave him there a large fief and great grants. And the king bade him hold his own to the full against Erling. But naught was it that wise so soon as the king was no longer anigh, for Erling must have it all his way between them, according to his will alone, and nowise meeker did he show himself, though Aslak would draw up with him. So fared their dealings that Aslak might not hold it out in his bailiffry. So he fared to see King Olaf, and told him of his dealings with Erling. The king bade Aslak be with him until I and Erling shall meet. Then the king sent word to Erling that he should come to Tunsberg in the spring to meet him. And when they met, they had parleys together, and the king said, "So it is told me of thy dominion, Erling, that there is no man from the north downward from Sagensea unto Lindesnes who may hold his freedom for thee. Yet many men are there who deem them odel-born to even rights with men of like birth with themselves. Lo, here is now Aslak, thy kinsman, who deemeth that he verily hath enough and to spare of thy cold shoulder in your dealings. Now I know not which of the two it may be, whether he hath any guilt thereto, or whether he must needs pay for my having appointed him to look after my affairs there. And though I name him herein, yet many others bewail themselves in likewise before me. both those who sit in bailiffries and stewards withal, who look after our manors, and who have to array manor feasts for us in our company." Erling says speedily, "Shall I answer this, that I nay say that I witted with guilt either Aslak or any other man, because they be in thy service. But this shall I yea say, that it is now, as it has long been, that each one of us kinsmen will be greater than the other. This other thing shall I yea say to thee, I bow the neck of a good will to thee, King Olaf. But this shall I deem a troublous matter, to lout before Seal Thorir, who is thrall born through all his kin, although he be now thy steward, or to bow to other such as are his peers of kindred, although thou lay honor on them." Then the friends of both sides took up the speech, praying that they should come to peace. They said that in no man could the king have such strengthening as in Erling, if he may be thy full friend. On the other hand, they said to Erling that he should be yielding with the king, saying that if he hold him in friendship with the king, then it would be an easy matter for him to bring about whatso he would with any other man. So ended this parley, that Erling was to have the same grants as he had had before, and all charges which the king had against Erling came to naught. Moreover, Skjalg, the son of Erling, should go to the king and be with him. Then Aslak went back to his manors, and they were at peace, so to say. Erling also went home to his manors, and held to his wont as to his masterfulness. Chapter 123. The beginnings of Asbjørn Sealsbane. There was a man hight Sigurd, son of Thorir, and brother of Thorir Hound of Birch Isle. Sigurd had to wife Sigrid, the daughter of Skjalg, and sister to Erling. Their son was Asbjørn, who was deemed to have in him much of the makings of a man when he was growing up. Sigurd abode at Thrandness in Amt, and was a man of mighty wealth, a man of mickle worship. He had not done homage to the king, and Thorir was the more accounted of the brothers in that he was the king's landed man. But at home, at his house, Sigurd was in no way a man of lesser state. While heathendom was, he was wont to have 3 blood offerings every year, one at winter nights, another at midwinter, and the third against summer. And when he took christening, he held to the same wont in the matter of the feasts. In autumn, then, he had mickle bidding of friends, and in winter a Yule bidding, and bade yet again many men to him. And a third feast he had at Easter, and had then also a multitude. And to this wont he held as long as he lived. Sigurd died of sickness. Then was Asbjørn of 18 winters. He took the heritage after his father, and he too held to the old wont, and had 3 feasts every year, even as his father had had. Now it was but a short while after Asbjørn took the heritage of his father, that the year's increase took to worsening, and the sowings of folk failed. But Asbjørn held to the same wont as to his feasts, and in good stead it stood him then that there was old corn and other old stores that were needed. But when this season wore, and the next came round, the corn was no whit better than it had been afore. Then would Sigrid have the feast done away with, some or all of them. But this Asbjørn would not have. So in harvest time he went to see his friends, and bought corn whereso he might, and got it as gift from some. And so it came to pass that year that he upheld all his feasts. But the next spring but little sowing was to be got done, for no one could buy any seed corn. Wherefore Sigrid counselled that the house carles should be minished. But this Asbjørn would not, and in all matters he kept to the same wont as before. That summer the corn looked like to be scarce, and on the top of that came the tale told from the south of the land that King Olaf banned the flitting of corn and malt and meal from the south up into the north country. Then Asbjørn deemed that the gathering in of household stuff was growing a troublous matter. So then that was his rede, that he let run out a ship of burden which he owned, a ship seaworthy for the main, as for its growth the ship was good, and all its rigging was of the very best, and there went with it a sail striped with a bend. Asbjörn fell to his journey, and 20 men with him. They fared away from the north in the summer tide, and of their journey naught is told until they hove into Kormstad at eve of day, and lay to at Agvaldsnes. A great stead there stands a little way up on the island of Kormt, and is called Agvaldsnes. A king's manor it was, a noble stead, and the steward thereof was Thorir Seal. He was the steward of the king there. Thorir was a man of small kin, but had been well brought up. He was a good craftsman, deft of speech, showy of array, froward and stubborn, and all this stood him in stead after he had gotten him the backing of the king. Swift he was of speech, and ready thereto. Asbjörn, he and his, lay here overnight. But in the morning, when it was full daylight, Thorir went down to the ship, and certain men with him. He asked who was the master of that brave craft, and Asbjörn told of himself, and named his father. Thorir speers what was the furthest he was minded to go, and what was his errand. Asbjörn says he will buy him corn and malt, and says as sooth was that mickle dearth there was north in the land. But it is told us that good is the season here. So wilt thou, good man, sell us some corn? I see that here be big ricks and an easement. It were to us if we need go no further afield. Thorir answers, I shall do thee the easement that thou needest not fare any further corn cheaping or whiter about Rogaland. I can tell thee this, that thou mayest well turn back hence and fare no further, whereas thou wilt get no corn here nor otherwhere. For the king banneth the selling of corn hence into the Northland, so fare thou back, Hallgolander, that will be best for thee. Asbjörn answers, if it be so as thou sayest, good man, that we shall get here no corn cheaping, then my errand will be naught less than to go kin-seeking to Soli, and see the abode of my kinsman Erling. Thorir answers, how mickle kinship hast thou with Erling? He answers, my mother is his sister. Thorir says, maybe then that I have not spoken warily, if thou art the sister's son of the king of the Rogalanders. Then Asbjörn and his men cast off the tilt, and turned the ship seaward. Thorir called after them, and said, fare ye now well, and come here as ye fare back. Asbjörn says that so it should be. So they fare on their journey, and come to the Jadar one day at eve. Fared Asbjörn up a land with 10 men, and 10 gave heed to the ship. So when Asbjörn came to the stead, he got there a good welcome, and Erling was as merry as might be to him. Erling seated him next to himself, and asked many tidings from the north country. Asbjörn told him of his errands all clearly. Erling answered that it had not well befallen them, that the king had banned the selling of corn. I know no men hereabouts, says he, of whom it may be hoped that they will dare to break the word of the king, and I've trouble enough in heeding the king's temper, for there be many who try to undo our friendship. Asbjörn says, late may truth be learned. In my youth I was taught that my mother was freeborn on every half, and this, moreover, that Erling of Soli was now the noblest of all her kindred. But now I hear thee say that thou hast not so much freedom for the king's thralls on Jadar here, as that thou mayest do with thy corn whatso pleaseth thee. Erling looked on him, and grinned till his teeth showed, and said, less wot ye Heligolanders of the king's might than we Rogalanders, but rash of word thou wilt be at home, and no long descent hast thou to tell up hereunto. Drink we now first, kinsman. Let us see tomorrow how thine errand shall speed. So did they, and were merry that night. Next day they talked together, Erling and Asbjörn, and Erling said, I have somewhat thought over thy corn cheaping, Asbjörn. Now how hard to please wilt thou be about thy sellers? He said he cared never a whit from whom he bought the corn, if it were fairly sold him. Said Erling, it seemeth to me most like that my thralls own so much corn as that thou wilt have a full cheaping, and they be not within laws or lands right with other men. Asbjørn says he will take this." Then the thralls were told about the bargain, and they gave forth corn and malt, and sold it to Asbjørn, who loaded his ship even as he would. And when he was ready to go away, Erling saw him off with friendly gifts, and in love they parted. Asbjørn had a good wind at will, and hove into Corm Sound, and lay to off Agvalsnes in the evening, and there they tarried for the night. Now Thorir Seal had already tidings of the journey of Asbjørn. Of this withal, that his ship was deep laden. Thorir summoned folk to him in the night tide, so that before day he had over 60 men, and went to meet Asbjørn in the first of the dawn. They fared straightway aboard the ship. Asbjørn and his were clad by then, and Asbjørn greeted Thorir. Thorir asked what sort of lading Asbjørn had on board ship. He said that corn and malt it was. Thorir says, "Then will Erling be at his old wont to take for fooling all words of the king. Forsooth, he wearieth not of that to withstand him in all wise, and a marvel it is that the king letteth him have his way in all." Thorir was mad of speech for a while, but when he held his peace, Asbjørn said that this corn had been owned by Erling's thralls. Thorir answered snappishly that he heeded no whit any tricks of Erling and his folk. "But it is either this or that, Asbjørn. Either ye go aland, or we put you all outboard, for we will not have you thronging us while we are clearing out the ship." Asbjørn saw that he had no strength of men against Thorir, and he and his men went up aland, and Thorir let clear all the lading out of the ship. But when the ship was cleared, Thorir walked along it, and said, "A mighty good sail have these Halogalanders. Go ye, fetch that old sail of my ship of burden, and give it to them. It is quite good enough for them, whereas they be sailing with a loose keel." And so it was done that the sails were shifted. In this plight Asbjørn with his men went their ways, and made for the north along the land, and ledded not till he came home early in winter, and great was the fame of that journey. So now all the toil of feast dighting was taken off Asbjørn's shoulders for that winter. Thorir Hound bade Asbjørn to a Yule feast, and his mother and such of their men as they would take with them. Asbjørn had no will to go, and sat at home. That was found that Thorir deemed that Asbjørn had dealt uncourteously with the bidding in that he would not go. So Thorir jeered about Asbjørn's journey. Says he, "There is both great diversity of honor between us, the kinsmen of Asbjørn, and he moreover so maketh it. Such toil as he was at last summer to go and seek out a meeting with Erling, all the way to Jadar, but now will not fare here to me, unto the next house. I wot not but he may deem that Seal Thorir is waylaying him in every home." Such words heard Asbjørn of Thorir, and other such like. Asbjørn was mightily ill content with his journey, all the worse when he heard it held at such laughter and mocking. So this winter he abode at home, and went no whither to any biddings. Chapter 124. The Slaying of Seal Thorir. Asbjørn had a long ship, a 20-bench cutter, which stood in a great boat house. After Candlemas, Asbjørn let the ship be launched, and its gear borne down thereto, and let array the ship. Then he summoned to him his friends, and had well nigh 90 men, all well weaponed. But when he was ready, and a wind at will befell, he sailed south along the land. And they fare on their ways, going somewhat slow. But when they got south along the land, they kept to the outer road rather than the highway, when they might. Naught is told of their faring till they hove in to Cormt from the west in the evening of the 5th day after Easter. But the land goes suchwise there, that it is a great isle, and long, and for the most part naught broad, and lies on the highway on the western side thereof. There is mickle dwelling, but on the side that turneth towards the main sea, the island is widely undwelt. Asbjørn and his men landed on the western side of the island, where it was undwelt. And when they had tilted them, Asbjørn said, "Now shall ye be left here behind, and abide me, but I shall go into the island to spy what is toward, for we have heard no tidings as yet." Asbjørn had but evil raiment, and a slouch hat. He had a fork in hand, and was girt with a sword under his garment. He went up a land and across the island. And as he came upon a certain heath, whence he might look on the stead of Agvaldsnes, and further out over Kormsound, he saw mickle faring of men both by sea and by land, and all those crowds were making for the homestead of Agvaldsnes. He deemed this wondrous. So he went home to the stead, and there, whereas serving men were dighting meat. And straightway he heard and understood from their talk that King Olaf had come there to a feast, and this withal, that the king had gone to table. So Asbjørn turned to the hall, and as he came into the porch, one man went out and another in, and no man gave any heed to him. The hall door was open, and he saw that Thorir seal stood before the board of the high seat. By now the evening was far spent. Asbjørn hearkened and heard how men were asking Thorir about his dealings with Asbjørn, and also that Thorir told a long story thereof, and Asbjørn deemed he clearly told an unfair tale. Then he heard how a man said, "How did Asbjørn take it when ye were clearing the ship?" Thorir says he bore up in a way, but not right well, while we were a clearing the ship. But when we took the sail from him, he wept. But when Asbjørn heard this, he drew his sword hard and swift, and sprang into the hall, and straightway hewed at Thorir. And the stroke came on the outward of his neck, and the head fell on the board before the king, but the trunk on his feet, and the tablecloths were all bloody up and down. The king spake and bade take him and lead him out. And even so it was done, and Asbjørn was laid hands on, and led out of the hall. But the table array and the cloths were taken and brought away, and Thorir's body was carried off withal, and all was cleansed on which blood had fallen. The king was mighty wroth, yet kept his words well in, as his wont ever was. Chapter 125 of Skjalg Erlingsson. Skjalg Erlingsson stood up and went before the king, and spoke thus: "Now it will be, as oft before, king, that one must look to thee for making good what has fallen amiss. I will offer money for this man, that he may hold his life and limbs. But thou, king, shape ye and shear all the rest." The king says, "Is it not a guilt unto death, Skjalg, if a man break the Easter peace? And is it not another, that he slew a man within the king's hall? And the third one, which thou and thy father will deem of little account, that he had my feet for hewing block?" Skjalg answers, "Ill it is, king, that it misliketh thee, for otherwise had the work been done at the best. But, king, if thou take this deed amiss, and deem it a great matter, yet I have hope that I shall have of thee something great for my service, and many will say that thou mayest well so do." The king answers, "However much thou be worth, Skjalg, I shall not for thy sake break the law or cast down kingly honor." Then Skjalg turned away and went out of the hall. With Skjalg there had been 12 men, and they all followed him, and many others went away with him. Skjalg spoke to Thorarin Nefjolfsson: "If thou wilt have my friendship, then lay thine whole mind hereto, that the man be not slain before Sunday." Thereupon fared Skjalg and his men, and took a rowing cutter which he owned, and rowed south as hard as they might make it, and came at the kindling of day to Jadar, and went straightway up to the stead, and into the loft wherein slept Erling. Skjalg ran against the door so that it broke off the nails, whereat awoke Erling, and those others who were there within. He was the quickest on foot, and caught up his shield and sword, and sprang to the door, and asked who fared so fiercely. Skjalg named himself, and bade open the door. Erling says, "That was likeliest, that thou wouldst be the man, if a fool were astir, or fare any men after thee." Then the door was opened, and Skjalg said, "This I ween, that though thou think that I am faring madly, Asbjørn thy kinsman deems that I fare none too speedily, now that he sits in fetters north at Agvaldsnes, and that were manlier to fare now and avail him." Then father and son had a talk together, and Skjalg told Erling all the tidings at the slaying of Seal Thorir. Chapter 126 of Thorarin Nifjolfsson. King Olaf sat him down in his seat when things had been put straight in the hall, and exceeding wroth he was. He asked what were the tidings of the slayer. He was told that he was out in the porch, and was watched there. The king says, "Why is he not slain?" Answers Thorarinn Nefjolfsson, "Lord, callest thou not that a deed of murder, to slay men by night?" Then said the king, "Put him in fetters, and slay him the morrow's morn." Then was Asbjorn fettered and locked up in a house through the night. Next day the king hearkened matins, and then went to council, where he sat till high mass. Then he went to the mass, and when he came from the service, he spoke to Thorarinn: "Will the sun perchance be high enough now, so that Asbjorn thy friend may hang?" Thorarinn answered and lauded to the king: "Lord, that said the bishop last Friday, that the king, who hath might over all, both bore with them that grieved his heart, and blessed is he who may rather liken himself to him than to them who then doomed the man to death, or them who had his death fulfilled. Now it is no long while to wait for the morrow, and that is a working day." The king looked around at him and said, "Thou shalt have thy will herein, that he shall not be slain to day. So now shalt thou take him to thyself and guard him. And know this for sure, that thereon lies thy life if he get away, no matter how." Thereupon the king went his ways, and Thorarinn thither where Asbjorn sat in irons. Then Thorarinn did off him the fetters, and brought him into a certain little chamber, and let fetch him meat and drink, and told him what the king had laid upon himself in case Asbjorn should run away. Asbjorn says that Thorarinn had no need to fear of that. So Thorarinn sat with him long through that day, and slept there the next night withal. On the Saturday the king arose and went to matins, and then he went to the council, and a multitude of bonders was come there, and they had many plaints to set forth. There the king sat for a long while of the day, and went somewhat late to the high mass, whereupon he went to meat, and when he had partaken thereof, he drank for a while with the table still standing. Now Thorarinn went to the priest who looked after the church, and gave him 2 ounces of silver to ring in the holy tide, so soon as the king's tables were taken up. Now when the king had drunk for as long as he deemed seemly, then was the board taken up. Then spoke the king, saying that now it was meet that the thrall should take the manslayer and slay him. But at that nick of time the holy tide was rung in. So Thorarinn went before the king, and said, "That man will belike have respite the holy day over, though he have done evil." The king says, "Heed him, Thorarinn, that he may not get away." So the king went to church to Nons, and Thorarinn sat still that day with Asbjorn. On the Sunday the bishop went to Asbjorn and shrived him, and gave him leave to go and hearken high mass. Then Thorarinn went to the king, and bade him get men to guard the manslayer. "I will now," says he, "be quit of his matter." The king bade him have thanks for what he had done, and got men to guard Asbjorn, and then he was put into fetters. But when folk went to high mass, Asbjorn was led to the church, and outside the church he stood together with those who warded him. The king and all the people stood at the mass. Chapter 127. Peace between Erling and King Olaf. Now must we take up the tale, whereas afore we turned from it, that Erling and Skjalg his son took counsel together on this troublous matter, and through the wedding of Skjalg and other of the sons of Erling, it was settled to gather an host together, and to shear up the war arrow. And soon there came together a great company, and went aboard ship. And when the score of the tale of the folk was told, there were well nigh 1500 men. With this company they fared, and came on Sunday to Ogvalsness in Kormt, and went with all the host up to the stead, and came there at the time when the gospel was done. They went forthwith up to the church, and took Asbjorn, and broke the fetters away from him. But at this din and crash of weapons rushed all into the church, who had erst stood without. But they who were in the church looked all out, save the king alone, who stood and looked not about. Erling and his sons arrayed their host on either side of the street that led from the church to the hall, and Erling and his sons stood next to the hall. Now when all the hours had been sung, then straightway the king went forth out of the church. He went forth the first into the fold, and then his men, one after the other. Straightway when he came home to the door, Then went Erling before the door, and lauded before the king, and greeted him. The king answered, and bade God help him. Then Erling took up the word. So is it told me that a great folly hath overtaken Asbjørn my kinsman. And ill is it, king, if so it hath been brought about that thou art ill content thereat. For this therefore have I now come to offer for him peace, and such like boot as thou thyself wilt have done, and to take in return his life and limbs and land dwelling. The king answers, So meseemeth, Erling, as if thou and thine deem ye now to have the might in the matter of Asbjørn. And I know not why thou so givest it out that thou wouldst bid peace for him, for I am minded to think that for this cause hast thou drawn together an host of men, that thou meanest now to rule matters between us. Erling says, Thou shalt rule, king, and rule so that we part appeased. The king says, Dost thou mean to put me to fear, Erling? And hast thou this mickle company to that end? Nay, says he, but if there be aught else in it, I shall not flee now. Erling answereth, Thou needest not mind me of that, that our meetings have hitherto gone in such wise that I have had but a little might of folk against thee. But now I will not hide it from thee what is in my mind, to wit that I will we part in peace. Otherwise I look for it that I shall not risk our meeting any more. And Erling was red as blood in the face of him. Then came forth Sigurd the bishop, and said to the king, Lord, I command thee in obedience to God's cause to make peace with Erling, even according to his bidding, to wit that this man have peace of life and limb, but that thou alone frame the peace covenant. The king answered, Thou shalt rule. Then spoke the bishop, Thou, Erling, give the king such surety as liketh him, and let Asbjørn then take his truce, and go into the power of the king. Erling got the sureties, and the king took them. Then Asbjørn went to take truce, and gave himself up to the king, and kissed him on the hand. Whereupon Erling turned away with his company, but no greetings there were. The king went into the hall, and Asbjørn with him, whereupon the king laid open the peace award. This shall be the beginning of our peace, Asbjørn, that thou shalt undergo this law of the land, that whoso slayeth a servant of the king, he shall undertake that same service, if it be the king's will. Now will I that thou take on thee this same stewardship that Seal Thorir had, and to rule over my manor here at Agvaldsnes. Asbjørn said that so it should be as the king would. But first would I fare home to my house, and set it in order. The king said he was well content therewith, and he went thence to another feast which had been arrayed for him thereby. But Asbjørn gat him away to meet his fellows. They had lain in hiding bights all the while that Asbjørn was away. They had had news of all that had betid him over his matters, and would not go away until they knew what might be the upshot thereof. Chapter 128 of Thorir Hound and Asbjørn Sealsbane. Then Asbjørn turns to his journey, and letteth not the spring through until he comes north to his stead. Ever thereafter he was called Asbjørn Sealsbane. But when Asbjørn had been home no long while, the two kinsmen met, he and Thorir, and talked together. Thorir asked him carefully about his journey, and all the things that had betid therein, and Asbjørn told the tale as it had come to pass. Said Thorir, Then belike thou deemest thou hast wreaked the shame that was done to thee when thou wast robbed last autumn. So is it, said Asbjørn, or what deemest thou thereof, kinsman? That is soon said, quoth Thorir. Thy first journey, whereas thou faredst south into the land, was of the shamefullest, yet one that stood to some booting. But this journey is the shame both of thee and thy kinsman, if that come to pass that thou be made a king's thrall, and peer of Thorir Seal, the worst of men. Now do thou so manly that thou rather sit here on thine own lands, and we, thy kinsmen, shall give thee strength so much that thou shalt come never again into such a jeopardy. Asbjørn deemed this seemly, and before he and Thorir parted, this counsel was settled upon, that Asbjørn should sit at home, and not go to the king or into his service. And so did he, and sat at home at his steads. Chapter 129. How King Olaf christens Vors and Valdres. After that King Olaf and Erling Skjalgsson had met at Agvaldsnes, ill will arose anew betwixt them, and waxed hereto that it came to utter enmity betwixt them. In the spring King Olaf fared manor eating about Hordland, and thence fared up to Vors, whereas he had heard that the folk there were but little in the faith. He held a thing with the Bonders at a place called Vang. Thither came the Bonders thronging all armed. The king bade them take christening, but the Bonders bade them battle in return. And it came to this, that either side drew up the battle in array. But this befell the Bonders, that fear shot through their breasts, and no one would stand the foremost. So that was the end of it, which served them better, that they gave themselves up to the king, and took christening. Nor did the king depart from thence till all folk were christened there. On a day it befell that the king was writing his ways and singing his psalms, but when he came over against the house, he took his stand and said, Now let man tell man these words of mine, that it be my counsel that never again a king of Norway fare betwixt these houses. And men say that most kings have taken heed thereto ever since. Then fared King Olaf out into Osterfirth, and there met his ships, and then went north into Sagen, and there went feasting the summer through. But when harvest tide set in, he turned up into the firth, and fared thence up to Valdres, where the folk were yet heathen. The king went as fast as he might drive up to the water, and came there unawares upon the Bonders, and took all their ships, and went aboard with all his host. Then he sheared a thing bidding, and the thing was set so near to the water that the king had all the ships to fall back upon if he deemed he needed it. The Bonders sought to the thing with an host of men all weaponed. The king bade them Christendom, but the Bonders whooped against him and bade him hold his peace, and forthwith made huge din and clatter of weapons. But when the king saw that they would not hearken to what he had to teach them, and also that they had such a multitude of folk that there was no withstanding them, he turned his speech and asked them if there were any men at the thing who had such causes against each other as they wished that he should settle between them. It was soon found in the words of the Bonders that there were many but ill at peace with each other, who had run together to gainsay all christening. But so soon as the Bonders began to set forth their plaints, each one gathered folk to him to back up his suit. Thus matters went on all that day, and at eve the thing broke up. But so soon as the Bonders had heard that King Olaf had fared over Valdres, and had come into the peopled parts, they had let fare abroad the war arrow, and summoned together thane and thrall, and with his host they fared against the king, so that many places there were empty of people. The Bonders held together the gathering whenas the thing broke up, and the king was ware thereof. So when he came to his ships, he bade row right across the water in the night, and let go up into the dwelling, and let burn and rob there. Next day they rowed from ness to ness, and the king let burn all the dwelling. But the Bonders who were in the gathering, when they saw the reek and low of their homesteads, became loose in the gathering. So each one took himself away, and made for home to see if he might find his household. And so soon as the rift came into the host, each fared after other, until it was all split into small flocks. And now the king rowed across the water, and burnt on either shore thereof. Then came the Bonders to him, and prayed for mercy, and bade allegiance to him. And he gave life to every man who came to him, and craved therefor, and their goods therewithal. And now no man gainsaid christening, so the king let christen the folk, and took hostages from the Bonders. The king tarried there long through the autumn, and let draw the ships over the necks between the waters. The king fared but little up country away from the waters, for he trusted the Bonders but ill. He let build and hallow churches there, and appointed clerks thereto. But when the king deemed that frosts might be looked for, he made his way up inland, and came down upon Thatten. Hereof telleth Arnor, the earl's skald, how King Olaf had burnt in the uplands, whenas he sang concerning Harold his brother. It goes in the kin that the king burned the homes of those uplanders. There folk paid for the king's wrath, who of all men was foremost. Folk would not give obedience to the furtherer of things gainful, till things were plunged in peril, for the king's foes got but gallows. Thereafter King Olaf went north through the dales all the way up on to the fell, nor made a halt until he came to Thrandheim, and all the way down to Nidois. He arrayed there for winter sojourn, and sat there winter over. That was the 10th winter of his kingdom. Chapter 130 of Einar Thambarskelfr. The summer before Einar Thambarskelfr fared away from the land and first went to England, where he met Hakon his brother-in-law, and dwelt there with him a while. Sithence Einar went to meet Canute the king, and got great gifts of him. Thereafter he fared south over sea and all the way south to Romeburg, and came back the summer after, and went to his steads, and that time he and King Olaf did not meet. Chapter 131. The birth of Magnus the Good. There was a woman hight Alfhild, who was called King's bondmaid, though she was come of good stock. She was the fairest of women, and lived at the court of King Olaf. But that spring the tidings were that she was with child, and the bosom friends of the king knew that he would be father to that child. It so befell on a night that Alfhild fell ill, and few people were nigh. There were some women, and a priest, and Sigvat the skald, and some few others. Alfhild was heavily beset, and was brought well nigh to death's door. She gave birth to a boy, bairn, and for a while they knew not for sure whether the child were alive. And when he gave forth a breath, but all unmightily, the priest bade Sigvat go and tell the king. He answers, I dare in no wise go wake the king, for he banneth any man to break his sleep ere he awake of himself. The priest answers, hard need calls for it now that this child be christened, for meseems it is right unlike to live. Sigvat answers, rather dare I risk this, that thou christen the child, than that I wake the king, and I will take the blame on myself and give name to it. And so they did, and the boy was christened, and hight Magnus. The next morning when the king was waked and clad, he was told of these tidings, and let call Sigvat to him, and said, Why wert thou so bold to let christen my child before I knew thereof? Sigvat answers, Because I would rather give 2 men to God than 1 to the devil. The king said, Why should all that be at stake? Answered Sigvat, The child was at death's door, and that had been a devil's man, had it died heathen, but now is it a God's man. And on the other hand, I knew though thou shouldst be wroth with me, naught more would lie on it than my life. And if it be thy will that I lose it for this sake, then I look to it that I be God's man. The king said, Why lettest thou hight the boy Magnus? That is no kin name of us. Sigvat answered, I called him after Karla Magnus the king, for him I knew to be the best man of this world. Then said the king, A man of great good luck art thou, Sigvat, but it is naught to wonder at, though good luck and wisdom go together. But that is more wondrous which whiles can be, that such good luck follows unwise men, that even unwise reeds turn to good luck. Then was the king right glad. The swain was reared, and was soon a likely lad, as age went over him. Chapter 132. The slaying of Asbjorn Sealsbane. This same spring King Olaf gave to Asmund, Grankel's son, 1/2 of the bailiwick of Halogaland against Ærik of Theoda, who before had had the whole of it, part as grant, part as fief. Asmund had a cutter and well nigh 30 men on board her, all well weaponed. And when Asmund came north, they met, he and Ærik, and Asmund told him how the king had ordained concerning the bailiwick, and let the tokens of the king follow therewith. Ærik says that the king must rule as to who was to have the bailiwick. Yet the lords of aforetime did not so, to minish the right of us, who are kin born to holding dominion of kings, and to hand it over to sons of bonders, such as never have had the like affairs on hand before. Now, though it might be found in Ærik that he took the matter to heart, he let Asmund take over the bailiwick, even according as the king had sent words to him. So Asmund went home to his father, and tarried there for a little while, and afterwards went to his bailiffry. north in Hålogaland, and when he came north into Long Isle, there lived there at that time two brothers, one called Gunstein, the other Carli. They were wealthy men and of mickle account. Gunstein was a man of husbandry, and the older of the two brothers. Carli was goodly to look upon, and full showy of attire, and either was of great prowess in many ways. Asmund had good welcome there, and tarried for a while, and gathered from the bailiffry what he could get. Carli put that before Asmund that he would go with him south to meet King Olaf, and seek him there court service. Asmund egged him on much to this, and promised his furtherance before the king hereto, so that Carli might get done the errand he besought. So Carli became Asmund's fellow farer. Asmund heard that Asbjørn Sealsbane had gone south to the fair of Vega, and had a great ship of burden which he owned, and nigh 20 men thereon, and that he was as then like to be coming from the south. Asmund, he and his, went on their way south along the land, and had a head wind, though but little thereof. They met ships a sailing which were of the Vega fleet, and they asked privily about the goings of Asbjørn. It was told them that by then he would be on his way from the south. Now Asmund and Carli were bedfellows and the dearest of friends. So on a day it befell that Asmund with his company rowed along a certain sound, and a ship of burden came sailing up to them. An easy to know ship it was, a ship of painted bows, and stained with white stone and red, and a sail striped with bends they had withal. Then said Carli, "Oft talkest thou hereof how thou wouldst be full fain to set eyes on Asbjørn Sealsbane. Now I wot not how to ken a ship if he be not sailing there." Asmund said, "Do me a good turn, good fellow, and tell me if thou kennest him." Then the ships ran past each other, and Carli said, "There sits Sealsbane at the tiller in a blue kirtle." Asmund answers, "I shall fetch him a red kirtle." And therewith Asmund shot a spear to Asbjørn Sealsbane, and it smote him amidward, and flew through him, so that it stuck fast in the headboard, and Asbjørn fell dead from the tiller. Thereupon either of them went their own way. They brought the dead body of Asbjørn north to Thrandnes. Then let Sigrid send after Thorir hound from Birch Isle, and he came there too, whenas Asbjørn's body was laid out, according to their wont. But when they went away, Sigrid chose gifts to her friends, and let Thorir off to his ship. But before they parted, she spake: "So it is now, Thorir, that Asbjørn my son hearkened to thy loving redes. Now his life did not last long enough to reward it as it was worth, and though I be worse fitted thereto than he would have been, yet have I good will thereto. Here is now a gift that I will give thee, and which I would might stand thee in good stead. But it was a spear. Here is now that spear which stood through Asbjørn my son, and the blood is still thereon. Thereby thou mayest the better bear in mind that it will tally with the wound which thou sawest on Asbjørn thy brother's son. Now it would be a manly deed of thee, if thou shouldst so let this spear go out of thine hand, that it should be standing in the breast of Olaf the Thick. Now I speak this word hereon," says she, "that thou be every man's dastard, if thou avenge not Asbjørn." And therewithal she turned away. Thorir was so wroth at her words that he might answer nothing, and he heeded not though he let go the spear, nor did he heed the bridge, and into the deep would he have gone if men had not caught hold of him and steadied him as he went aboard the ship. That was a bar spear, and no great one, and the socket thereof inlaid with gold. So Thorir and his folk rode away and home to Birch Isle. Asmund and his company went on their way until they came south to Thrandheim, and met King Olaf, and Asmund told the king what tidings had befallen in his farings. Carli became one of the king's bodyguard, and he and Asmund held well to their friendship. But as to the words which Carli and Asmund had spoken to each other before the slaying of Asbjørn betid, they were nowise kept hidden, for they told them to the king themselves. But there befell, as is said, each hath his friends amongst unfriends, for there were certain men there who bore the words in mind, and hence they came back again to Thorir hound. Chapter 133 of King Olaf. As the spring wore on, King Olaf bestirred himself and arrayed his ships, and later in the summer he went south along the land, holding things with the bonders, atoning men, and mending the faith of the land. Wherever the king went he called in his dues. This summer the king went all the way south to the Land's End, and by this time he had christened the land everywhere, whereas were the wide countrysides. He had also framed laws over all the land. He had moreover brought under him the Orkneys, even as is aforetold. He had also been sending out messages, and made many friends, both in Iceland and Greenland, and likewise in Faroe. King Olaf had sent to Iceland timber for a church, and that church was made at Thingwall, whereas is the Althing, and therewith he sent a great bell, which is still there. That was after that the Icelanders had changed their law, and set up Christian rite, even according to the words that King Olaf had sent them there anent. Sithence there went from Iceland many men of worship, who served in the household of King Olaf. There was Thorkel, son of Eyolf, Thorleik, son of Boli, Thord, son of Kolbein, Thord, son of Bork, Thorgir, son of Havar, and Thormod, Coldbrow Skald. King Olaf had sent friendly gifts to many chiefs in Iceland, and they sent him such things as there were to be had, and which they thought he would deem most worthy of being sent him. But in these tokens of friendship which the king was showing to the Icelanders, there lay hidden other matters which afterwards were laid bare. Chapter 134 of King Olaf's message to Iceland, and the counsel taken by the Icelanders. That summer King Olaf sent to Iceland Thorarin Nefjolfsson on his errands, and when the king set off, Thorarin steered his own ship out of Thrandheim, and bore him fellowship as far south as Mere. Then Thorarin sailed out into the main, and had so fair a wind that he sailed for 4 days, until he made the Ares in Iceland. He went straightway to the Althing, and came there when men were on the Lawberg, and forthwith went to the Lawberg. But when men had done their law business there, Thorarin Nefjolfsson took up the word. 4 nights ago I parted from King Olaf Haraldsson, and he sendeth hither to this land, unto all chieftains and men who bear rule in the land, and therewithal to all folk, carles and queens, young men and old, men of weal and men of woe, God's greeting and his own, and therewith that he willeth to be your lord, if ye be willing to be his thanes, and either to be friends and furtherers of the other unto all good things. Men answered his word well, and all folk quoth that they would fain be friends of the king, if he were the friend of folk here within the land. Then Thorarin took up the word. This goeth with the message of the king, that for friendship's sake he prayeth the Northlanders to give him that island or Outskerry, which lieth off Eyjafirth, and men call Grimsey. In return therefore he willeth to pay such goods from his own land as men may crave of him. But more, he sendeth word to Gudmund of Mattermead to further this matter, for he hath heard that Gudmund has most to say in those parts. Gudmund answered, I am fain of friendship with King Olaf, for I am minded to think that that will profit me a mickle more than that Outskerry which he biddeth. But the king has not heard aright that I have more might thereover than other men, for that hath now been made common. But now shall we have a meeting on this matter between ourselves, we who have most gain of the island. Then go men to their booths, and thereupon the Northlanders hold a meeting between themselves, and talk this matter over, and each one had his say according as he looked upon the matter. Gudmund flitted the case, and many turned towards it after his way. Then folk asked why Einar, his brother, said naught thereon. For we deem, they say, that he can see clearest through most things. Then answered Einar, I am few spoken on this matter, because no one has called upon me to speak. But if I am to speak my mind, then I am minded to think that it will be for the folk of this land not to go under any scat gifts to King Olaf, nor any such like burdens as he layeth on men in Norway, that unfreedom we should not bring upon our own hands only, but both upon ourselves and our sons and our sons' sons, yea, and all our offspring dwelling within this land, and that thraldom shall never go nor turn away from this land. Now though this king be a good man, which I will trow he be, yet it will go henceforth as hitherto, when there is a change of kings, that they will be uneven, some good, some ill. But if the folk of the land are minded to hold to their freedom, which they have had ever since this land was dwelled in, then thus must it be done, to let the king get no hold, neither as to owning land here, nor as to the matter of paying him fixed dues, such as may be reckoned for liege duty; but that I deem well fitting that men send friendly gifts to the king, they who will that, such as hawks or horses, tilts or sails, or such other things as may be fit to be sent. That would be well bestowed if friendship came in return. But as to Grimsey, this is to be said, that if nothing be brought thence wherein is meat getting, yet may an host of men be fed there. And should an host of outland men be sitting there, and they fare thence in their long ships, then I ween that many a cot carle might deem his door bethronged. And forthwith, when Einar had spoken this, and set forth the whole way out of it, then all the people had turned round with one accord that this should not be done, and thus Thorarin saw what was the end of his errand in this affair. Chapter 135 of the Answers of the Icelanders. The next day Thorarin went again to the Lawburg, and again spake his errand, and began in such wise: King Olaf sendeth word to his friends hither in the land. And he named thereof Gudmund, son of Eyolf, Snorri the priest, Thorkel the son of Eyolf, Skapti the speaker at law, Thorstein the son of Hall. He sendeth you word to this end, that ye should fare to meet him, and seek thither a friendly bidding. And this he said, that ye should not put this journey under your head, if ye deemed his friendship of any worth. They answered this matter, and thanked the king for his bidding, and said that they would later on let Thorarin know about their journeys, when they had taken rede with themselves and their friends. Now when the chiefs fell to talking the matter over between themselves, each one spake what seemed good to him concerning this journey. Snorri the priest and Skapti leaded this, to run the risk in face of the men of Norway, that thither should fare all those men from Iceland who bore most rule in the land. They said that from this message they deemed that misgivings might be drawn concerning that which Einar had guessed, to wit, that the king was minded to pine some of the Icelanders, if he might have his will. Gudmund and Thorkel, son of Eyolf, urged much that men should bestir themselves according to the word of King Olaf, and said that that would be a journey of great honor. And as they were thrashing out this matter between them, that seemed to be held most fast among them, that they themselves should not fare, but each one to send on his behalf some one who was deemed well fitted thereto. And with things thus done, they parted from the thing, and there befell no outfarings that summer. But Thorarin made a double journey of it that summer, and came in harvest tide to meet King Olaf, and told him what was the upshot of his errand, and this withal, that the chieftains would come from Iceland, according to the word he had sent thereto, or their sons else. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 9, Chapter 121 through 135. Section 38 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 10, Chapter 136 through 144. Chapter 136 of the Folk of Faroe. This same summer came out to Norway from the Faroes, at the bidding of King Olaf, Gilli, the speaker at law, Leif Ozerson, Thoralf of Diamond, and many other sons of bonders. Thrandigate also arrayed him for the journey, but when he was all but ready, he fell sick of a sudden, so that he might fare no whither, and so tarried behind. And when the Faroe men came and met King Olaf, he called them for a talk, and had a meeting with them, and unlocked to them the errand that underlay the journey, and tells them that he will have scat of the Faroes, and therewithal that the Faroe folk should abide by such laws as King Olaf should frame for them. At this meeting, moreover, that was found from the words of the king, that for this matter he would take surety of the Faroe men who were then come there, if they would bind the covenant by sworn oaths. And he bade those men of them whom he deemed to be the noblest there, to become men of his household, and take at his hand honors and friendship. The Faroe men accounted so much of the words of the king, as that it might be doubtful whereto their matter might turn, if they would not take upon them all that the king bade them. And although sundry meetings were held anent this matter, or ever it came to a close, it came at last to this, that the king prevailed in all he bade. And Leif and Gilly and Thorolf became of the household of the king, and were made of his bodyguard. And all these fellow travelers swore oaths to King Olaf, to the end that in the Faroes should be holden such law and land right as he should frame for them, and such scat be paid as he should settle. Thereupon the Faroe men arrayed them for the journey home, and at parting the king gave friendly gifts to those who had become his men, and whenas they were ready, they went on their way. But the king let array a ship, and got him men thereto, and sent them to the Faroes to gather there such scat as the Faroe folk should yield him. They were not early bound, but they fared when bound they were, and of their journey this is to be told, that they came never back, nor any scat to boot the next summer, for they had never come to the Faroes, nor had any man craved scat there. Chapter 137. The Wedding of Ketil and Thord. King Olaf went up into the Wick in autumn, and sent word before him to the uplands, and had manor feasts arrayed, whereas he was minded that winter to fare about the uplands. And therewith he arrayed his journey, and fared into the uplands. King Olaf tarried that winter about the uplands, going from feast to feast, and setting right all such matters as he deemed needed booting, and amending Christian law once more wherever he deemed it needful. Now that tidings befell while King Olaf was in Heathmark, that Ketil calf of Ringness fell to wooing, and bad for Gunhild, the daughter of Sigurd's sow and Asta. And Gunhild being the sister of King Olaf, it fell to the king to answer and to settle that matter. He took it in a lively manner, for this cause, forsooth, that he knew about Ketil, that he was high-born and wealthy, a wise man, and a great lord. Moreover, he had long since been a mickle friend of King Olaf, even as herein is aforesaid. All these things together brought it about that the king granted the suit to Ketil, and so it came to pass that Ketil gat Gunhild for wife, and at that bridal was King Olaf himself. Thereafter King Olaf went north to Gudbrand's Dales, going a feasting there. There dwelt the man who is hight Thord Guthormsson, at a stead called Steig. Thord was the mightiest man in the northern parts of the Dales, and when he and the king met, Thord hove up his wooing, and bade for Isrid, daughter of Gudbrand, the sister of King Olaf's mother, and to the king it came to give answers to that suit. And as they sat over that matter, it was settled that that betrothal should take place, and so Thord gat Isrid for wife. Afterwards he became the dearest friend of King Olaf, and with him many of his kinsfolk and friends who turned after his ways. Then King Olaf went back south over Fotten and Hatheland, and then to Ringrealm, and thence out into the Wick. In the spring he went to Tunsberg, and tarried a long while there, while the fair was most and the shipping of goods. Thereupon he let array his ships, and had with him a mickle many men. Chapter 138 of Icelanders. This summer there came from Iceland, according to King Olaf's message, Stein, the son of Skapti, the speaker of law, Thorod, the son of Snorri, the priest, Geller, the son of Thorkel Eyjolfsson, Egil, son of Halla aside, and brother of Thorstein. The winter before Gudmund, the son of Eyjolf, had died. The Iceland men went straightway to meet King Olaf, when they might bring it about. And when they met the king, they had a good welcome, and were all with him. That same summer King Olaf heard that the ship he had sent to Faroe for the scat the summer before had been lost, and had made land nowhere that men had heard of. So the king got another ship ready and men, and sent it to Faroe for the scat. And these men set off and put to sea, but naught was heard of them sithence any more than of the others, and many were the guesses as to what might have become of these ships. Chapter 139. The beginnings of Canute the Rich. Canute the Rich, whom some call the Ancient Canute, he was king at that tide over England and over Denmark. Canute the Rich was the son of Svein Twybeard, the son of Harold. Those forefathers had ruled over Denmark for a long time. Harold Gormson, the grandfather of Canute, had gotten Norway after the fall of Harold Gunhildson, and had taken scat thereof, and set up for the warding of the land Earl Hakon the Mighty. Svein, the Dane king, the son of Harold, also ruled over Norway, and set thereover for the guarding of the land Earl Ærik Hakonsson. And the brothers Ærik and Svein Hakonsson ruled over the land until Earl Ærik went west to England at the word of Canute the Rich, his brother-in-law. But he set to rule over Norway, and left behind Earl Hakon, his son, the sister's son of Canute the Rich. But sithence, when Olaf the Thick came to Norway, he first laid hand on Earl Hakon, and drove him from the sway, as is aforewrit. Then fared Hakon the Canute, his mother's brother, and had been with him sithence all the time, till where the story has now come. Canute the Rich had won England with battles, and fought thereto, and had long toil, or ever the folk of that land had become obedient to him. But when he deemed himself fully come into the governance of the land, he turned his mind to what title he might deem he had to that dominion, the rule whereof he had not himself in his hand, Norway to wit. He deemed that he owned all Norway by birthright. But Hakon, his sister's son, deemed that he owned some, and that moreover he had lost it in shameful wise. One matter went hereto, why Canute and Hakon had held them quiet about laying claim to Norway, that first when King Olaf Haraldsson came into the land, up sprang all the throng and multitudes of the people, and would hear of nothing but that Olaf should be king over the whole land. But sithence, when folk deemed they might not have their freedom on account of his masterfulness, some betook them out of the land, and a great many mighty men, or sons of powerful bonders, had fared to meet King Canute on sundry errands as they gave out. And each and all who came to King Canute and would obey him got their hands full of wealth from him. Withal there might be seen mickle more lordliness than in other places, both as to that multitude of people that were about there daily, and in the arrayal of the chambers that were his, and wherein he himself abode. King Canute the Rich took scat and dues of those lands which were the wealthiest in northern lands, but at the same rate that he had more revenue to take than other kings, he also gave away all the more than any other of the kings. In all his dominion there was peace so good that no one dared transgress it, and the folk of the land themselves kept peace and ancient land right. For this sake he gat mighty renown in all lands. But they who came from Norway, a many bemoaned them of their loss of freedom, and some set it forth to Earl Hakon, and others to King Canute himself, that the men of Norway would now be ready to turn back under the sway of King Canute and the Earl, and have their freedom again. This talk was much after the heart of the Earl, and he bewailed it before the king, and bade him see to it whether King Olaf would give up to them the realm, or share it with them under some covenant. And many men furthered this matter along with the Earl. Chapter 140 of King Canute's Messengers. Canute the Rich sent men from the west out of England to Norway, and right gloriously was their journey arrayed. They had letters with the seal of the King of the English. They came and met Olaf Haraldsson, the King of Norway, in the spring at Tunsberg. And when people told the king that there were come messengers from King Canute the Rich, then waxed he cross-grained thereat, and said thus, that Canute would be sending no men thither with errands wherein would be gain either to him or his men. And the while of some days the messengers could not get to see the king. But when they got leave to speak to him, they went before the king, and bore forth the letters of King Canute, and gave out the errand that went therewith, to wit, that King Canute craved all Norway for his own, and tells that his forefathers had had that realm before him. But inasmuch as King Canute desireth to deal peacefully in all lands, his will is not to fare with war shield to Norway, if other choice may be found. But if Olaf Haraldsson will be king over Norway, then let him fare to meet King Canute, and take the land in fief of him, and become his man, and pay him such dues as the earls paid aforetime. Then they bore forth the letters, which said altogether the same thing. Then answered King Olaf, I have heard it told in ancient tales, that Gorm the Dane king was deemed to be a mighty enough king of the people, and he ruled over Denmark alone. But this the Dane kings that have been since deemed not enough. And now it has come to this, that Canute rules over Denmark and over England, and moreover has broken a mickle deal of Scotland under his sway. Yet now he layeth claim to my lawful heritage at my hands. He should wot how to have measure in his grasping in the end. Or is he indeed minded alone to rule over all the Northlands? Or does he mean he alone to eat all kale in England? Yea, he will have might thereto, or ever I bring him my head, or give him any lauding soever. Now shall ye tell him these words of mine, that I mean to ward Norway with point and edge, whiles my life days last thereto, and not to pay any man scat for my own kingdom. After this downright answer, the messengers of King Canute got ready to depart, in no wise pleased how their errand had sped. Sigvat the Scald had been with King Canute, and the king gave him a ring that weighed half a mark. Then withal was with King Canute Bersi, the son of Skald Torva, and King Canute gave him 2 gold rings, each of which weighed half a mark, and therewithal a fair dight sword. So sang Sigvat: O cub, this Canute the famed, right deed noble, full stately bedight the hands of us twain. Then when the king we came on, to thee a gold mark gave he or more, and a war sword bitter to me a half mark. Throughly God ruleth all much wisely. Sigvat got himself acquainted with the messengers of King Canute, and asked them of many tidings. They told him all he asked for of the parley between them and King Olaf, and also of the end of their errand. They said that the king had taken their business heavily, And we wot not, they say, unto whom he trusteth so much as to gainsay it to become King Canute's man, and to go see him. For that would be the best thing he could do, for King Canute is so merciful that never do lords so bigly to win his enmity, but that he will give all up so soon as they fare to meet him and do him louting. It was but a little since that to him came two kings from the north from Scotland out of Fife, and he gave up all his anger to them, and gave them back all the lands which they had owned before, and therewithal great friendly gifts. Then sang Sighvat: Yea, kings full well renownèd have brought King Canute their heads then from mid Fife of the Northland. That was peace cheaping soothly. But Olaf sold head never to any man of this world. Full often hath the thick one well fought him out the victory. King Canute's messengers went back to their way, and had fair wind over the main. Afterwards they went to meet King Canute, and told him to what end their errand had sped, and therewith also the winding up words which King Olaf spoke to them at the last. King Canute answered, Olaf guesseth not aright, if he be minded that I want to eat up, myself alone, all kale in England, but I would rather that he find that there is more stuff within the ribs of me than kale alone. From henceforth cold reed shall come to him from under every rib of mine. That same summer came from Norway to King Canute Aslak and Skjog, the sons of Erling of Jadar, and gat a good welcome there, for that Aslak was wedded to Sigrid, the daughter of Earl Svein, son of Hakon, and she and Earl Hakon, the son of Ærik, were brothers' children. King Canute gave those brethren great grants there under him, and they were held in great honor. Chapter 141. Bond between King Olaf and Onund the Swede King. King Olaf summoned to him his landed men, and had great multitude of folk about him that summer, for the word went that Canute the Rich would be faring from the west from England in the run of the summer. Folk deemed with themselves that they learnt from cheaping ships, which came from the west, that Canute would be drawing together a mickle host in England. But as the summer wore, one would yea say, another gainsay, that the host would be coming. But that summer through King Olaf was in the wick, and had his spies out if King Canute should be coming to Denmark. In autumn King Olaf sent men east to Sweden to King Onund, his brother-in-law, and let tell him the message of King Canute, and the challenge he laid against King Olaf to Norway. And this he let follow, that he was minded to think that if Canute laid Norway under, then Onund would have peace in Sweden but a little while thereafter, and therefore he deemed it a good rede that he and Onund should bind covenant together and rise up against him. And he said that they nowise lacked might to uphold strife with King Canute. King Onund took King Olaf's message in good part, and sent word in return that he will strike fellowship on his part with King Olaf, on the terms that each should grant the other help out of his realm, whichsoever should need it first. This was in the messages between them withal, that they should have a meeting together, and make up their minds as to what was to be done. King Onund was minded to fare the next winter over Westgothland, but King Olaf made things ready for a wintering at Sarpsborg. Chapter 142. Messengers sent by Canute the Rich to King Onund. King Canute came that harvest-tide to Denmark, and sat there through the winter with a great multitude of people. It was told him that men and messages had gone betwixt Norway's king and the Swede king, and that behind it were big reeds toward. King Canute sent in the run of that winter men over to Sweden to seek King Onund, and he sent him great gifts and friendly messages, saying that he might well sit in quiet over the quarrels of him and Olaf the Thick. Whereas King Onund, says he, and his realm shall be in peace for me. And when the messengers came to see King Onund, they bore forth the gifts that King Canute sent him, and his friendship therewith. King Onund did not turn a ready ear to their parleys, and the messengers deemed they saw this therein, that King Onund will have much turn to friendship with King Olaf. So back they went and told King Canute how their errands had sped, and that therewithal that they bade him look to no friendship from King Onund. Chapter 143. Journey into Bjarmland. That winter King Olaf sat in Sarpsborg, and had a many men about him. At this time he sent Karli the Hålogelander north into the land with his errands. Karli fared first to the uplands, and then north over the mountains, and came down in the Dois, and took there the king's money, so much as he had word to, and a good ship which he deemed well fitted for such a journey as the king had been minded for him, to wit, to fare north to Bjarmland. The matter was so laid down that Karli should be the king's partner, and each should have one half of all the goods against the other. Karli steered the ship north into Hålogaland early in the spring, and then Gunstein, his brother, betook himself to the journey with him, and had to him cheaping wares. They were nigh 25 men aboard that ship, and they went early that spring north into Finnmark. Thorir Hound heard the news of this, and sent men and messages to those brethren, and that withal, that he is minded himself to fare that summer to Bjarmland, and that he would they should sail in fellowship, and share their gettings evenly. Karli and his brother sent word in return that Thorir should have 25 men, even as they had, and then they would that of the goods that might be gotten there should be equal sharing between the ships, not counting therein the cheaping wares men had. But when Thorir's messengers came back, he had let launch a long ship, a huge buss which he owned, and had let array it. This ship he manned with his house carles, and aboard the ship were well nigh 80 men. Thorir ruled alone over this company, and to him belonged whatever gain might become by in the journey. And now when Thorir was arrayed, he steered his ship north along the land, and happened on Karli and his north in Sandver. Sithens fared they all in company, and had a fair wind. Gunstein said to his brother Karli, so soon as they and Thorir met, that he deemed Thorir had altogether too great a company of men. And my mind is, says he, that it would be wiser to turn back, and not to fare in such wise as that Thorir may do with us whatsoever he pleaseth, for I trust him but ill. Karli says, I will not turn back, yet this is true, that if I had known when we were at home in Long Isle that Thorir Hound would come into our journey with so great an host as he now has, then we should have taken more men with us. The brothers talked hereon with Thorir, and asked how it came about that he had so many more men with him than had been bespoken. He answereth thus, We have a big ship that needeth many hands, and methinketh that in such a venturous journey a good man is not one too many. The summer through they went mostly as the ships would go, for when the wind was light, the ship of Karli and his made more way, and then they sailed on ahead, but when it blew harder, Thorir and his would overhaul them. Seldom were they all together, but each knew always of the other. So when they came to Bjarmland, they hove into a cheaping stead, and there befell a market, and those men who had money to spend got wealth in plenty. Thorir got some gray wares, and beaver skins, and sables. Karli also had a right mickle of money, wherewith he bought much of peltries. Now when the market came to an end, they sailed down the river Vena, and then the peace with the folk of the land was proclaimed to be ended. So when they came out into the main, there was a meeting of the crews, and Thorir asked if the men were at all minded to go up a land and get wealth for themselves. The men answered that they were fain thereof, if wealth was certain to be gained. Thorir said that wealth there would be for the getting, if the journey should turn out well, but that it was not unlike that there would be man risk in the faring. They all said that they would venture on it, if wealth was to be looked for. Thorir said that this was a wont of the land when wealthy men died, that the chattels should be shared between the dead man and his heirs, he to have one half or one third, or whiles less. That wealth should be carried out into woods, or whiles into houses, and mold should be poured upon it, but that whiles houses would be reared thereover. He said that they should array themselves for the journey at the eve of day. So was it given out that no one should run away from the others, and that none should lag behind when the shipmasters called out that they should be off again. They left some men behind to heed the ships, and the rest went up aland. At first there were flat fields, and next a mickle woodland. Thorir went ahead, but the brothers Karli and Gunstein went last. Thorir bade the men fare silently, and strip ye the trees of their bark, so that one tree may be seen from the other. Now they came forth into a great clearing in the wood, and in the clearing was a high fagot garth, with a door therein locked. 6 men out of the folk of the land should watch the fence every night, each 2 for 1/3 thereof. When Thorir and his men came to the garth, the watchers were gone home, but those who next should watch were not yet come to the watch. Thorir went to the fence and hooked his axe on the top of it, and hauled himself up hand over hand, and so in over the garth on one side of the gate. And by that time Karli also had gotten him over the fence on the other side of the gate. And Thorir and Karli came both at one and the same time to the door, and pulled the bolts aside, and opened the door, and the men went into the garth. Spake Thorir, "In this garth is a howe, in which all is mixed together, gold and silver and mold, and for this men shall make. But in the garth stands the god of the Bjarms, which hight Jomali, and let no one be so daring as to rob him." Then they made for the howe, and took their wealth as they most might, and bare it in their raiment, and much mold went with it, as was to be looked for. Then Thorir gave out the word that the men should go back, and spake thus: "Now shall ye brothers Karli and Gunstein go first, and I shall go last." Then turned they all out towards the gate. Thorir turned back to Jomali, and took a silver bowl which stood in his lap, and was full of silver pennies, and he poured the silver into his cloak, but slipped upon his arm the bow which was over the bowl, and then went out to the gate. By that time all those fellows had got out through the fagot fence, and then became ware that Thorir had tarried behind. So Karli turned back to look for him, and they met inside the gate, and Karli saw that there had Thorir got the silver bowl. Then Karli ran up to the Jomali, and saw that a thick collar was about his neck. He reared up his axe, and smote asunder the string at the back of the neck, whereto the collar was fast. The stroke was so mickle that all flew Jomali's head. Then came a crash so great that they all deemed it a wonder. But Karli took the collar, and they went their ways. But straightway when the crash befell, the warders came forth into the clearing, and forthwith blew on their horns, and thereon the others heard trumpets go on every side about them. So they made for the wood, and got into it, but heard from the clearing behind them whooping and crying, for now the Bjarms were come. Thorir Hound went the last man of his company. Before him walked 2 men carrying a bag between them, and what was therein seemed most like unto ashes. Thorir dipped his hand therein, and sowed this about their slot, and whiles he cast it forth over the company. Thus they fared out of the wood, and unto the fields. They heard how the host of the Bjarms went after them, with crying and yelling full ugsome. Then came they rushing after them out of the wood, and on 2 sides of them. Yet nowhere came the Bjarms or their weapons so near them that any hurt befell thereof. And they kenned that of it, that the Bjarms saw them not. But when they came to the ships, Karli and his went first aboard, for they were the foremost as they came down, but Thorir was farthest up aland. Forthwith, when Carli and his got aboard their ship, they swept off the tilts and cast off the moorings. Then they drew up sail, and the ship soon sped off into the main. But with Thorir and his things went more slowly, their ship being more unwieldy. And when they bore a hand to the sail, Carli and his were already long from the land, so both sailed across Witch Wick. The nights were still bright, and both sailed day and night until Carli and his hove into certain islands one day at even. There they struck sail and cast anchor, waiting for the ebb of tide, for there was a strong roost before them. Thereafter thither came Thorir and his, and to anchor also. Then they put out a boat, and thereon went Thorir and men with him, and rowed over to Carli's ship. Thorir went aboard it, and the brothers greeted him well, but Thorir bade Carli handsel him the collar. For I deem myself worthiest to have the most precious things which were taken there, inasmuch as I deemed that ye had to thank me for that the coming away thence was without loss of life. But thou, Carli, meseemeth, didst run us into the greatest peril. Then said Carli, King Olaf is the owner of one half of all the goods that I may come by in this journey. Now I mean the collar for him. Go see him if thou wilt, and it may be that he will give the collar over to thee, if so be he will have naught of it, because I took it off the Jamali. Then answered Thorir, and said that they should go up on the island and share their gains. Gunstein said that now was the turn of the tide, and it was time to sail. Therewith they drew in their cables, and when Thorir saw that, he went down into the boat, and he and his rowed back to their ship. Carli and his men had hoisted their sail, and were gotten afar before Thorir and his were under sail. And they fared in such wise that Carli and his always sailed ahead, and either of them did the utmost they could. In this wise they fared on until they came to Giersver, the first place where, coming from the north, one may lie at a pier. Thither they came both one day at eve, and lay in haven there off the pier. Thorir and his lay up the haven, and Carli and his further out in it. Now when Thorir and his had tilted their ship, he went up a land, and a great many of his men with him, and went to Carli's ship, which he and his had already made snug. Thorir hailed the ship, and bade the masters come aland, and the brothers went ashore together with certain of their men. Then Thorir set forth again the same speech as before, bidding them go up on land and bear up their wealth for sharing, such as they had taken as war prey. The brothers answered there was no need for this until they came home to the builded land. Thorir said that was no men's want not to share war spoil till they were back home, and so risk men's uprightness. They had sundry words about this matter, each looking at it in his own way. So Thorir turned away, but when he had gone but a little way, he turned back and said that his fellows should bide him there. Then he called to Carli and said, I will speak with thee privily. So Carli came to meet him, but when they met, Thorir thrust a spear to the midmost of him, so that it stood through him. Then spake Thorir, There mayest thou ken Carli, one of the Birch Isle men, and I thought it good withal that thou shouldst ken the spear, Seal's avenger. Carli died at once, and Thorir and his went back to their ship. Gunstein and his men saw the fall of Carli, and ran thither forthwith to the spot, and took up his body, and bore it to their ship. They struck the tilts straightway, and cast off the gangways, and thrust out from the land. Sithence they hoisted sail, and went their ways. Thorir and his saw this, and strike their tilts, and array themselves at their utmost speed. But as they hauled up the sail, the halyard broke asunder, and down came the sail athwart the ship, and a long while Thorir and his must needs tarry there, or ever they got up their sail a second time. And far in the offing were Gunstein and his by the time that Thorir's ship was under way. And both things did Thorir and his men, sailed to it, and helped sail by rowing. And the same thing Gunstein and his did. And thus either went at their utmost speed day and night, Slowly it drew together between them, for when the island sounds began, Gunstein's ship was much the handier for steering. Yet Thorir and his drew up to them so much, that when Gunstein and his came off Longwick, they turned there to land, and ran away from the ship up on to the land. And a little after, Thorir and his came thither, and leaped up ashore after them, and gave them chase. A certain woman gat help to Gunstein, and hid him, and it is said that she was much cunning in wizardry. Then Thorir and his went back to the ship, and took to them all the wealth aboard Gunstein's ship, and bore stones on it instead thereof, and brought it out into the firth, and scuttled it, and sank it down, whereupon Thorir and his went their way home to Birchisle. Gunstein and his fared at first with head much hidden. They ferried them forth in small boats, and fared a night, and lay still by day, and fared thuswise till they were coming past Birchisle, and were clear out of the bailiwick of Thorir. Gunstein fared first to Long Isle, and tarried there but a short while. Then straightway he set off on his journey to the south, and let it not till he came south to Thrandheim, and there fell in with King Olaf, and told him all tidings such as had befallen in the journey to Bjarnland. The king took this journey of theirs sorely to heart, but bade Gunstein be with him, and says he will right Gunstein's case as soon as he might bring it about. Gunstein took that bidding with thanks, and abode with King Olaf. Chapter 144. Meeting of the Kings Olaf and Onund. So is it aforesaid that King Olaf was east at Sarpsborg that winter, when as King Canute sat in Denmark. That winter Onund, the sweet king, rode over West Goutland with more than 30 men. Then fared men and word sendings between him and King Olaf, and they made tryst between them to meet in the spring at the King's Rock. They tarried the meeting thus for this cause, that they would know before they met what undertakings King Canute might have on hand. But as the spring wore, King Canute got ready with his host to fare west to England. He set up behind him in Denmark Hor de Canute his son, and with him Wolf the Earl, the son of Thorgils Sprakeleg. Wolf was wedded to Astrid, the daughter of King Svein, and sister of King Canute, and their son was that Svein who was Sithen's king in Denmark. Wolf the Earl was a man of the greatest mark. Now Canute the Rich went west to England, and when the kings Olaf and Onund heard that, they went to the tryst, and met in the Elf at King's Rock. A merry meeting was this, and of much friendly ways, so far as it was bare before all folk. Yet they bespoke many things between them, whereof only they two knew, sundry of which counsels came to be gone on with, and were then clear for all folk to see. But at sundering the kings gave gifts one to the other, and parted friends. Then King Onund went up into Goutland, but King Olaf went north into the Wick, and thence out to Agder, and thence again north along the land, and lay a much long while in Icon Sound, and abode a wind. He heard that Erling Skjalgsson and the folk of Jadar with him were laying a gathering, and had a mickle host. That was on a day that the king's men were talking of the weather, if it were blowing south or southwest, or whether such a wind were weatherly to sail about the Jadar or not. Most said that unweatherly it was. Then answers Haldar Bernjolfsson, I am minded to think, says he, that it would be deemed fair weather enough for fetching Jadar, if Erling Skjalgsson had arrayed a feast for us at Soli. Then said King Olaf that the tilts should be struck, and the ships be put to sea, and so it was done. So that day they sailed and doubled the Jadar, and the weather was of the fairest, and at night they hove into Whiting's Isle. Then the king went north to Hordland, where he went about feasting. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 10, Chapter 136 through 144. Section 39 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 10, Chapter 145, through 150. Chapter 145. The Slaying of Thorolf. That spring a ship had fared from Norway out to the Faroes, and with that ship went words from King Olaf, to the end that from the Faroes there should come to him some one of his men, Leif the son of Ozer, to wit, or Gilly the speaker law, or Thorolf of Diamond. But when this word sending came to the Faroes, and was told to these same, they had a parley between them as to what might lie under this message. And they were of one mind in deeming that the king would be of will to ask of the tidings which some men held had verily befallen in the islands concerning the misgoing of the king's messengers, those 2 crews, to wit, whereof not a soul had been saved. They settled between them that Thorolf should go, and he betook himself to the journey, and arrayed a ship of burden which he owned, and gat him men thereto, and they were 10 or 12 together aboard. But when they were bound and abiding fair wind, that betid at the house of Thrandigate in East Isle one fair weather day, that Thrand went into the hall, while there lay on the dais 2 of his brother's sons, Sigurd and Thord, sons of Thorlak. But the third man was Gaut the Red, who was also a kinsman of theirs. All these foster sons of Thrand were doughty men. Sigurd was the eldest and head in all matters. Thord had to name, and was called Thord the Low, for all that he was the highest of men, and yet more, he was both exceeding stout and mighty of strength. Then said Thrand, much will change in a man's life. Unoft it betid when we were young that on fair weather days they should be sitting or lying who were young and of able body in all matters. Nor would that have seemed like to the men of aforetime that Thorolf of Diamond should be a man of more pith than ye. But the ship of burden which I have had this while, and here stands in her shed, methinks it is now become so ancient that she rots under her tar. Every house here is full of wool, and one cannot so much as get it aired. This would not be if I were but a few winters younger. Now Sigurd sprang up and called upon Gaut and Thord, saying he could not stand the mocking of Thrand. And out they go to where were the house carles. They go to the shed and run out the ship of burden. They let flit a lading and loaded the ship, for no lack of lading was there at home, and with all gear for the ship. So in a few days they arrayed her, and they too were 10 men or 12 aboard. They and Thorolf had one and the same weather, and always knew of each other on the main sea. They took land in Herna at eve of the day, and Sigurd and his lay to further west along the strand, yet there was short space between them. Now it befell in the evening, when it was dark, and Thorolf and his were minded for bed, that Thorolf went up a land, and another man with him, and sought for them a place of easement. And when they were about to go down again, says he who followed him, a cloth was cast over his head, and he was lifted up from the earth, and in that same nick of time he heard a crash. Then he was brought along and heaved up for a fall, where was the sea under him, and into the deep he was plunged. But when he got a land again, he fared thither, whereas he and Thorolf had parted, and found Thorolf, who was cloven down to the shoulder, and was then dead. And when his shipmates were ware hereof, they bore his body out on board ship and waked it. Now at that time was King Olaf in Ligra at a feast, and word was brought thither. Then was an arrow thing summoned, and the king was at the thing. He had let summon thither the Faroe crews from both the ships, and to the thing they had come. Now when the thing was set, the king stood up and spoke. Tidings have befallen here, whereof it is better that such are seldom told of. Here has a good man been bereft of his life, and a sackless one we deem him to be. Or is there any man at the thing who knows and can tell who is the doer of this deed? But no one came forth thereto. Then said the king, it is naught to lain what my misdoubting is about this work, that in my mind it lies on the hands of the Faroe men. And I misdoubt me that it is most like that in this way it hath been done, to wit that Sigurd Thorlaxson must have slain the man, and Thord the Low must have cast the other into the deep. And furthermore, I would make this guess, that the grudge bound against Thorolf must have been that they did not wish that he should be a tell-tale of those ill dealings of theirs, which he must have known of as true, whereof we have long misdoubted us, concerning the murders, and those ill deeds whereby my messengers have been murdered there. But when the king came to the end of his speech, Sigurd Thorlaxson stood up and said, Never have I spoken at things before, and I doubt I shall not be deemed deft of word, and yet, meseems, there is cause enough why I should answer somewhat. Now I will guess that this rede which the king hath put forth will have come from under the tongue roots of such men as are much unwiser than he, and worser, and it is no hidden matter that they have fully made up their minds to be our foes. Now that is a word unlikely that I should have the wish to be Thorolf's scather, whereas he was my foster brother and my good friend. But if there had been other matters thereto, and that there had been guilts betwixt me and Thorolf, yet I am stored with wits enough that I should rather risk such work at home in Faroe than here, under thy very hand, king. Now will I gainsay this matter for myself and for all us shipmates, and I will offer to take oath thereon, even as thy laws stand thereto. But if ye deem another thing more trustworthy in aught, then will I bear iron, and I will that thou thyself see to the ordeal. Now when Sigurd had made an end of his speech, many men came forward in his furtherance, and bade the king let Sigurd get chance to clear himself. They deemed that Sigurd had spoken well, and quoth that that would be unsooth whereof he was witted. The king says concerning this man, great will be the difference. If he be belied in this case, he will be a good man, but otherwise he must be foolhardy beyond example, and that is rather my misgiving, but I guess he will himself bear witness thereof. Now because of the prayers of men, the king took surety of Sigurd for the ordeal of iron bearing, and he was to come the day after to Ligra, and there the bishop should do him the ordeal, and thus the thing broke up. The king fared back to Ligra, and Sigurd and his shipmates to their ship. And now it speedily grew dark with night, and Sigurd said to his shipmates, Sooth to say it is that we have come into mickle trouble, and are in face of a mickle false witness. And this is a king tricky and guileful, and it is easily seen what our lot will be if he shall rule it. For he first let slay Thorolf, and now will he make us out of the laws. It is a small matter for him to bewilder this bearing of iron, and I am minded to deem that he will come by the worse who will run this risk with him. Now withal there setteth down the sound of flaw from the mountains, and my counsel is that we upsail and sail out into the main sea. Let Thrand fare next summer with his wool, if he will let sell it. But if I get away now, methinks it is to be looked for of me that I shall never be coming again to Norway. His shipmates deemed this deft rede, and fell to setting their sail, and let go through the night into the main as fast as they might drive. They let it not ere they came to the Faroes and home to gate. Thrand took it ill of their journey, but they gave him back no good answers, though they were biding at home with Thrand. Speedily heard King Olaf that Sigurd and his men were gotten away, and therewith rumor lay heavy on them of that case. There were many who said then that it was like that Sigurd and his men had been spoken of truly, even of them who before had denied the matter on Sigurd's behalf and spoken against it. King Olaf was few spoken about this matter, but deemed he now knew that it was true what before he had but misdoubted. So the king went on his way, and took banquets where they were arrayed for him. Chapter 146 of the Icelanders. King Olaf called to a parley with him those men who had come from Iceland, to wit, Thorod, the son of Snorri, Gellir, son of Thorkel, Stein, the son of Skapti, and Egil, son of Hall. And the king took up the word, Ye have waked up to me this summer a matter, to wit, that ye will dight you for the Iceland faring, and I have not as yet given out my last word thereon. Now I will tell you what I am minded to. Gellir, thee am I minded for Iceland, if thou wilt bear my errands thither. But the other Iceland men, who are here now, they shall not fare to Iceland, ere I hear how those matters are taken, which thou, Gellir, shalt bear thither. But when the king had put this forth, they who were fain of the journey, and to whom it was banned deemed they had but a sour lot, and thought their sitting there a matter ill, and savoring of unfreedom. Now Gellir gat ready for his journey, and fared in the summer to Iceland, and had thither with him those words sent, which he gave forth the summer after at the Thing. But this was the word sent by the king, that he bade this of the Icelanders, that they should take to those laws which he had set in Norway, and give him from the land thane gild and nose gild, for every nose a penny, 10 whereof should go to an ell of wadmal. That went herewith that he behight men his friendship if they would yea say this, but a hard lot otherwise unto whomsoever he might bring it. Men sat long over this matter, and took counsel thereon between them. And at last they were all agreed with one accord to naysay all scat gifts and talliages, such as were craved of them. And that summer Gellir fared abroad to meet King Olaf, and happened on him that same autumn east in the Wick, whenas he had come down from Goutland, whereof I ween the story shall be further told later on in the saga of King Olaf. As the harvest tide wore on, King Olaf sought north to Thrandheim, and drew with all his company down to Nidois. There he let dight his wintering. King Olaf sat that winter in the Cheaping stead. That was the 13th winter of his kingdom. Chapter 147 of the Iamtlanders. Kettle Iamti hight a man, the son of Earl Onund of Sperby in Thrandheim. He had fled before King Eystein the evil-minded east over the Kiel. He cleared the woods and built there, whereas it is now hight Iamtland. Eastways thither fled also crowds of folk from Thrandheim before that unpeace, for King Eystein made the Thrandheim folk yield him scat, and set up for a king there his own hound, hight Sour. The son's son of Kettle was Thorir the Helsing, after whom is Helsingland named, and there he builded. But when King Harald Hairfair ridded the realm before him, then a multitude of folk fled before him out of the land, both of Thrandheim and of Naumdale, and dwellings were made yet further east about Iamtland. And some fared to Helsingland from the eastern sea, and they were lieges of the King of Sweden. But when Hakon, Ethelstan's foster son, was king over Norway, then was set peace and chaffering from Thrandheim to Iamtland. And for the sake of their love of the king, the Iamtlanders sought from the east to see him, and yea, said to him their allegiance, and yielded scat to him, and he set them law and land right, and they were fain rather to obey his kingdom than that of the Swede king, inasmuch as they were come of Norwegian kin. And this all the Helsings did, who were sprung from folk living north of the Kiel. And this prevailed for a long time afterward, right unto King Olaf the Thick. And Olaf the Swede king strove over the boundaries of their lands, and sithens the Iamtlanders and the Helsinglanders turned to the dominion of the Swede king, and therewith Eidwood made the land sundering from the east, and then the Kiels all the way north to Finnmark. So then the Swede king took scat of Helsingland and of Iamtland as well. But Olaf, Norway's king, held that it had been in the covenant between him and the king of Sweden that the scat of Iamtland should go elsewhere than it had done heretofore, notwithstanding that for a long while the matter had stood so that the Iamts had yolden scat to the Swede king, and that the bailiffs of the land had been appointed thence. But the Swedes would as then hearken to naught, but that all land lying east of the Kiel should lie under the sway of the king of Sweden. And that went so, as oft is seen, that in spite of the affinity and friendship there was between the kings, each wanted to have all that dominion to which he deemed he had any title at all. King Olaf had let the word go abroad in Iamtland that it was his will that the Iamts should do him fealty, and had threatened them with hard dealings otherwise. But the Iamts had made up their mind that they would yield obedience to the king of Sweden. Chapter 148, the story of Stein. Thorod the son of Snorri and Stein the son of Skapti were ill content at not being allowed to go about in freedom. Stein, son of Skapti, was the goodliest of men to look upon, and the best fashioned of prowess, a good skald, and a man of great show and yearning for honors. Skapti, his father, had wrought a drapa on King Olaf, and taught it to Stein, and it was so meant that he should bring King Olaf the song. Stein nowise kept himself tongue-tied in speaking out and finding fault with King Olaf, both in speech loose and in speech up-knitted. Both of them, he and Thorodd, were men unwary of words, and they say so much as that the king's will was to deal worse with them than they had weened, who in trust of him had sent him their sons, whereas the king laid them in bondage. The king was wroth. Now on a day when as Stein Skaptason was before the king, he asked the king to say whether he would listen to the drapa which his father Skapti had wrought on the king. He answered, "The other thing must be first, Stein, that thou give forth that which thou hast wrought on me." Stein said it was nothing that he had wrought. "I'm not a skald king," says he, "but though I could make rhymes, thou wouldst deem that as other matters concerning me but of little account." And therewithal Stein went away, and deemed he saw whereto the king was speaking. Thorgir was the name of a steward of the king's, who was over a manor of his in Orkdale. At this time he was with the king, and heard the talk between the king and Stein, and a little after he went home. Now on a night it befell that Stein ran away from the town together with his servant. They went out upon Gowlage, and so westward till they came into Orkdale. And that evening they came to the king's manor that Thorgir had in charge, and Thorgir bade Stein abide there for the night, and asked him what was toward in his farings. Stein bade him let him have a horse and a sleigh, for he saw that they were carting home corn there. Thorgir said, "I do not know how it stands with this journey of thine, whether thou farest at all by the king's leave, for methought the day before yesterday words nowise meek went between thee and the king." Stein said, "Though I have to look for no free will from the king, that shall not be so before his thralls." And therewith he drew his sword and slew the steward. And the horse he took, and bade the swain jump aback of it, and Stein set him in the sleigh, and so they went their way, and drove through the whole night, and they went their ways till they came down into Sorreldale in Mere. Then they got themselves ferried across the first, and at their very swiftest they sped on. They told no men where they came of this manslaughter, but said they were the king's men, and therefore they were well furthered wheresoever they came. At eve of a day they came into Giske, to the house of Thorberg Arneson. He was not at home, but there was his wife, to wit, Ragnhild, the daughter of Erling Skjalgsson, and Stein had here a good welcome, for between them there was already close acquaintance. It had happened before in Stein's faring abroad from Iceland in a ship which he owned himself, when he hove in from the main to the western coast of Giske, and he and his were lying by the island that Ragnhild lay in, and should be lighter of a child, and was heavy with sickness. But no priest was there in the island, nor anywhere anigh. So they came to the cheaping ship, asking if there were any priest aboard. A priest there was, hight Bard, a man of the West Firths, young, but somewhat little of lore. The messengers bade the priest go with them to the house. He deemed that that would be a mickle hard matter, for he knew his lack of learning, so he would not go. Then Stein laid word on the priest, and bade him go. The priest answereth, "I will go if thou goest with me, for therein I deem I shall have avail for good counsel." Stein said that he would surely share him that. Then they go to the stead, and there too, where Ragnhild was. A little sithence she gave birth to a child, which was a maiden, and was deemed to be somewhat weakly. So the priest christened the child, and Stein held her at the font, and the maiden was hight Thora. Stein gave the maiden a finger ring. Ragnhild behight Stein her full friendship, and bade him come thither to her whensoever he deemed he had need of her help. Stein said that he would hold no more maiden barons at the font, and therewith they parted. But now were things come to such a pass that Stein was come there to claim the keeping of this friendly promise of Ragnhild, and tells her what has befallen him, and therewith that he must have fallen under the king's anger. She answers that her might and main would be in her help, but bade him abide Thorberg there. She seated him next to her son, Eystein Blackcock, who was then 12 winters old. Stein gave gifts to Ragnhild and Eystein. Thorberg had heard all concerning the faring of Stein before he came home, and somewhat frowning was he. Ragnhild went to talk with him, and told him all about Stein's farings, and bade him take Stein to him and look to his case. Thorberg answers, "I have heard," says he, "that the king has let hold an arrow thing after Thorgeir, and that Stein has been made an outlaw, and also this, that the king is exceeding wroth. Now I know better how to look to what behooves me than to take on hand but an outland man, and have the wrath of the king therefor. Let ye Stein fare away at his speediest. Ragnhild answers and says that they would either both fare away together, or both abide there. Thorberg bade her go whithersoever she would. For I ween, says he, that though thou fare, thou wilt speedily come back, for here will be thy most honor. Then stood forth Eystein Blackcock, their son. He spake and said thus, that he would not abide behind if Ragnhild fared away. Thorberg said they showed them mickle wilful and headstrong in this matter, and it is most like now that ye will have your way in this, since ye set all this great store by it. But thou walkest far too much in the way of thy kin, Ragnhild, whereas thou holdest the word of King Olaf as of little worth. Ragnhild said, If it be such a big thing in thine eyes, this holding of Stein, then fare thou thyself with him to find Erling my father, or give him such a faring mate that he may get thither in peace. Thorberg says that he will not send Stein thither, for Erling will have enough on his hands that the king will mislike him of. So Stein abode there the winter through, but after Yule there came to Thorberg messengers from the king with these words, that Thorberg should come meet the king before mid-Lent, and threats of sore pains went with this word. Thorberg bore this before his friends, and sought their rede, whether he should risk it to go to the king, as things now stood. But the greater part of them letted it, and called that rede rather that he should let Stein go out of hand, rather than fare into the king's power. But Thorberg was rather minded not to lay the journey under his head. Some while after, Thorberg went to see Finn, his brother, and laid this matter before him, and bade him fare with him. Finn answers that he deemed such wife-mastery evil, whereby one should not dare, for his wife's sake, to hold faith with his liege lord. Says Thorberg, Thou art free not to go, yet methinks thou hangest back more for fear's sake than out of goodwill to the king. And they parted wroth. Then Thorberg went to see Arni Arneson, his brother, and tells him all how things were, and bade him fare with them to the king. Arni says, Wondrous methinketh it of thee, so wise a man, and so heedful of thy ways, that thou shouldst ever have tumbled into so great a mishap, and have gotten the king's wrath, when no need was thereto. Thou wert excused if thou wert holding thy kinsman or a foster brother, but naught at all wherein thou hast taken in hand an Iceland man, and holdest the king's outlaw, and hast put thyself in peril, and all thy kinsmen. Says Thorberg, So goes the saw, every ilk has an outcast. That ill hap of my father is easiest seen of me, how he blundered in the getting of his sons, that he should get him last, who hath no like of our kindred, and is but deedless. And most true it would be to say, if it were not spoken to the shame of my mother, that I should never call thee our brother. And Thorberg turned away and went home somewhat joyless. Thereafter he sent word north to Thrandheim to his brother Kalv, bidding him to come and meet him at Agdenes. And when the messengers met Kalv, he behight his faring without another word. Ragnhild sent men east to Jadar, to Erling her father, and bade him send her folk. And thence fared the sons of Erling, Sigurd and Thorir, and had each of them a craft of 20 benches, and thereon 90 men. And when they came north to Thorberg, he welcomed them at his best and fainest. He arrayed him for the journey, and had a craft of 20 benches, and they went their way northward. And when they came off Thrandheim mouth, there were lying there already the brothers of Thorberg, Finn and Arni, with 2 20-benched craft. Thorberg welcomed well his brethren, and said that now had the wedding come home to them. Finn said that for him seldom had he need of such wedding. Thereupon they went with all that band north to Thrandheim, and Stein was in their company. And when they came to Agdenes, there was before them Kalf Arneson with a keel of 20 benches well manned. Fared they with all this host into Nidholm, and lay there overnight. The next morning had they their talk. Kalf and the sons of Erling would bring all the host up to the town, and then let things go as shaping should. But Thorberg would that at first they should go to work quietly, and let bid terms. Hereto were Finn and Arni consented. So now it was settled that Finn and Arni fare first to see King Olaf, but a few together. The king had already heard of the throng they had, and he was rather cross-grained in his talk with them. Finn bade bidding for Thorberg and for Stein withal. He bade that the king should award as great a fine as he wished, but Thorberg to have dwelling in the land, and his grants, and Stein to have peace of life and limb. The king answers, Meseemeth that ye have made this journey from home in such wise that now ye deem ye may have your will halfway against me, or more maybe. But for this do I least look from you, brethren, that ye would come with an host against me. I ken these counsels that they will have been uphoven by the men of Jadar, but no need there is to offer me money. Then says Finn, Naught have we, brethren, had a gathering for this sake, that we bid thee unpeace, king. Rather this way beareth it, king, that we will first bid thee our service. But if thou naysay it, and art minded for hard dealings on Thorberg, then will we all fare with that host we have, and join Canute the Rich. Then the king looked on him and said, If ye, brethren, will swear me oath hereto to follow me in the land and out of the land, and not to sunder from me without my good will and leave, and ye will not hide it from me if ye wot of treason brewed against me, then will I take peace of you, brethren. Then Finn went back to his company and told them the terms the king had made them. So they take counsel together, and Thorberg said that he will take this choice for his hand. Loath am I, says he, to flee from my own lands and seek to outland lords. I am minded that to me will honor ever be toward in the following of King Olaf, and to be there whereas he is. Then said Calf, I will win no oath to the king, and that while only will I be with him, whereas I may hold my grants and other honors, and whereas the king will be my friend, and that is my will that all we do even so. Finn answers, My counsel it is to let King Olaf alone settle terms between us. Arni Arneson saith thus, If I have made up my mind to follow thee, brother Thorberg, even if thou wouldst fight with the king, all the less shall I sunder from thee, if thou follow better rede. I will follow thee and Finn, and take such choice as ye see handiest for you. Then those three brethren went aboard one ship, Thorberg, Finn, and Arni, and rode up to the town, and went thissence to meet the king. And then this covenant came about, that the brethren swore oath to the king. Then Thorberg sought peace for Stein of the king, but the king answered that Stein should go in peace, as for him, whithersoever he would. But with me shall he never be henceforth. Then Thorberg and his went back out to their company. Calf fared up to Egja, but Finn fared unto the king. Thorberg and the others of the company went home again south. Stein went south with the sons of Erling, but early in the spring he fared west to England, and thereafter into the hand of Canute the Rich, and was for a long while with him in good liking. Chapter 149. The journey of Finn Arneson to Helgoland. Whenas Finn Arneson had tarried for a little while with King Olaf, it happened on a day that the king called Finn to him for a talk, and more men thereto, whom he was wont to have in his councils. Then the king took up the word and said, That rede is growing fast in my mind, that I am minded to bid out an hosting of the whole land next spring, both men and ships, and fare therewithal with all the hosts that I may get me against Canute the Rich. For I wot of that claim which he hath set forth for the realm at my hands, that he will not deal with it as a vain matter. Now I have this to say to thee, Finn Arneson, that I will that thou fare mine errand north to Helgoland, and bid out an hosting there, and call out all the folk, both men and ships, and take with thee that host to meet me at Ogdenus. Then the king named for like errands other men, sending some up into inner Thrandheim, and some south into the land, so that this summons he let fare throughout the whole realm. Now this is to be said of Finn's journey, that he had a cutter, and thereon well nigh 30 men, and when he was arrayed, he went on his journey till he came into Helgoland. Then he summoned a thing of the bonders, and set forth his errand, and craved the muster. The bonders had in the country big ships fit for war muster, and at the word sending of the king they bestirred them and arrayed their ships. But when Finn came farther north into Helgoland, he held there a thing, but sent some of his men, whereas it seemed good to him to crave the outgathering. Finn sent men to Birch Isle to Thorir Hound, and let crave the muster there as elsewhere. And when the bidding of the king came to Thorir, he arrayed himself for journeying, and manned that same ship with his housecarls, which he had had to Bjarmland the summer before, and he bedight it at his own cost alone. Finn summoned to Vegard all such Hålogaland folk as dwelt to the north of that place, and there gathered together a great host through the spring, and all abode such time as Finn should come from the north. And therewithal was come Thorir Hound, and when Finn came, forthwith he let blow all the mustered host to a house thing. At that thing men showed their weapons, and then the muster of each ship-wraith was ransacked. But when all that was cleared, spoke Finn, I will call on thee hereto, Thorir Hound. What bidding wilt thou bid King Olaf for the slaying of Karli, his courtman, or for that robbery whereby thou tookest the king's gear north away in Longwick? Now the full power of the king have I in this matter, and now will I have thine answer. Thorir looked about and saw standing on either side of him men full weaponed, and knew Gunstein there, and a many other kinsmen of Karli. Then said Thorir, my offer is quickly done, Finn. I will lay all this matter, for which he bears me mispleasure, under the king's wielding. Finn answers, more likely now that thou wilt be honored less than that, for now thou must abide my doom, if peace is to be made. Thorir says, then I still deem my affair in a good case, and for that shall I nowise draw aback. Then Thorir stepped forward to give surety, and Finn framed the terms of all that matter. Then Finn says out the peace, to wit, that Thorir shall yield the king 10 marks of gold, and to Gunstein and his kinsmen another 10 marks, and for robbery and fee scathe the third 10 marks, and yield it now forthwith, says he. Thorir says this is a great fine to find. The other the choice is, says Finn, that the peace be all done with. Thorir says that Finn must give him time to seek loans from his fellows. Finn bade him yield the fine on the place, and give up with all the collar, the mickle one, which he took off Karli dead. Thorir said he had taken no collar. Then came forth Gunstein, and said that Karli had had the collar round his neck when they parted, but it was gone when he took up his dead body. Thorir said he had not searched his mind about that collar, but though we should have some collar or other, it must be lying at home in Birch Isle. Then set Finn his spear point against Thorir's breast, and bade him hand over the collar. Therewith Thorir took the collar off his neck, and handed it over to Finn. Then Thorir turned away and went aboard his ship, and Finn went after him out on to the ship, and a many of men with him. Finn went along the ship, and they opened the berths, and by the mast they saw down under the deck 2 great tuns, so that they deemed mickle marvel thereof. Finn asked what was in those tuns, and Thorir said therein lay his drink. Said Finn, why givest thou us not to drink, good fellow, seeing thou hast so much drink with thee? Thorir ordered his man to tap the tun into a bowl, and then this was given to Finn to drink, and the best of drink it was. Then Finn bade Thorir hand over the money, and Thorir bade him go aland, and said he would pay it there. So Finn and his men went up aland. Then came there Thorir, and paid the silver, and out of one purse there was handed 10 marks by weight. Then he put forth many knit-up clouts, and in some was a mark by weight, in some half or sundry ounces. Then said Thorir, this is borrowed money, which sundry folk have lent me, for methinks all upcast now is the loose money which I had. Thereafter Thorir went on board ship, and when he came back he paid out silver little by little, and thus the day wore. But when the thing broke up, men went to their ships and arrayed them for putting off, and under sail men got so soon as they were ready. And soon it came to this, that most men had sailed. So Finn saw this, that the company was thinning about him, and men called to him and bade him get ready, but not 1/3 of the money was paid up as yet. Then said Finn, this payment goes slowly. Now, Thorir, I see thou takest it greatly to heart to pay the money, so I shall leave the matter in quiet for a while, and thou canst pay to the king what is left. Therewith Finn stood up and went away. Thorir says, I am well pleased, Finn, that we part, but I shall have right good will to pay this debt in such wise that the king shall deem it not underpaid. Yea, and both of you. So then Finn went to his ship and sailed after his company. But Thorir was late bound from the haven, but when their sail came up, they held out of Westfirth, and so out into the main, and so south along the land, in such wise that whiles was the sea on mid-mountain, whiles the land under water. Thus wise he steered on southwards, until he sailed into England's main, and he fared therewith to see King Canute, who gave him a good welcome. And now it came out that Thorir had there right much of chattels, all that wealth, to wit, which they had taken in Bjarnland, he and Carli with their men. But in those mickle tuns there was one bottom a little way from the other, and betwixt the two was drink. But the rest of either tun was full of gray skins, and beaver, and sable. And now Thorir was with King Canute. Then Arneson fared with that host to King Olaf, and tells him all about his journey, and this withal, that he doubts Thorir was gone out of the land, and westway to England to meet Canute the Rich, that he will be all unprofitable to us. The king says, I well believe that Thorir will be our unfriend, yet ever I deem him better afar from me than anigh. Chapter 150. The strife of Ærik and Asmund, the son of Grankle. Asmund, son of Grankle, had been that winter in his bailiwick in Halogaland, and was at home with his father Grankle. There lieth out towards the main a haunt, where was to catch both seal and fowl, and egg lair, and fish lair withal. And this had of old gone with the stead now owned of Grankle. But Ærik of Theoda laid claim to the same, and to such a pass matters had come, that he had had of the lair all gain for several seasons. But now Asmund and his father deemed they might fall back upon the kings of Ale in all rightful causes, and so they fared the twain of them in the spring to see Ærik, and tell him King Olaf's words and tokens, to the end that Ærik should leave off laying claim to the lair. Ærik answered heavily thereon, and said that Asmund went to the king with slander in this, as in other matters. I have all the right on my side, and thou, Asmund, mightest well mind thee of measure, though now thou deem thee a man much of might, because thou hast the kings of Ale at thy back. And so is it forsooth, if thou shalt be allowed to slay sundry chieftains, and make of them men out of atonement, and to rob us, who whiles deemed we knew how to hold our own fully against men, even were they of equal birth with us. But now is that all far from it, that ye are mine equals for kin's sake. Asmund answers, this know a many of thee, Ærik, that thou art of great kin and masterful. A many sit over a sharded lot because of thee. Yet it is most like that thou, Ærik, must seek another whereon to push forth thy wrong dealings than on us, or to take up thy so great lawlessness. Thereupon they parted. Ærik sent his housecarls, 10 or 12 of them, with a certain great roe ferry. They fared into the lair, and took there every sort of catch, and loaded the ferry therewith. But when they were ready to go back, there came on them Asmund Grankleson with 30 men, and bade them let loose all that catch. Ærik's housecarls answered somewhat unspeedily thereover, so Asmund and his set upon them, and soon the odds told their tale. Some of Ærik's housecarls were beaten, some wounded, some cast into the deep, and all the catch was borne out of their ship, and Asmund and his had it away with them. In this plight the housecarls of Ærik came home, and told Ærik of their journey. He answers, New doings, new tidings, this has not been done before, the beating of my men. But this matter lay quiet, and Ærik said never a word thereto, and was of the merriest. In the spring Ærik let array a cutter of 20 benches, and manned it with his housecarls, and right well found was that ship, both of men and all gear. This spring Ærik went into the warfare, but when he met King Olaf, Asmund Grankleson was there already. Then the king brought about a meeting between Ærik and Asmund, and appeased them, and the case was laid to the king's doom. Then Asmund let call witness that Grankle had been owner of the lair, and the king doomed thereafter. And then the cases stood uneven, so that the housecarls of Ærik were unbooted, and the lair was doomed to Grankle. Ærik says it was no shame for him to abide by the king's judgment, however this matter might shape itself afterwards. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 10, Chapter 145 through 150. Section 40 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 11, Chapter 151 through 165. Chapter 151. The Story of Thorod. Thorod, the son of Snorri, had tarried in Norway by the command of King Olaf, when Gellir Thorkelson got leave to go to Iceland, as is afore writ. And he was with King Olaf, and was ill content at abiding in such unfreedom, whereas he might not fare his ways whither he would. Early in the winter, whereas King Olaf sat in Nidois, the king made it known that he was minded to send men to Land to gather the scat. But for this journey folk were uneager, because the messengers of King Olaf, which he had sent before, Thran the White to wit, and they 12 together, had been cut off, as is written afore, and from that time the Landers had held to the Swede king as their liege lord. Thorod Snorreson offered himself for this journey, whereas he recked but little what might befall him, so he were free of his ways. The king took his offer, and they went 12 in company, Thorod and his. So they came right east away to Land, and came to a man named Thorar. He was lawman there, and the most of honor. Here they had a good welcome, and when they had been abiding there a little while, they set forth their errands to Thorar. He said that the answers thereto were ruled no less by other folk of the land and by chieftains than by him, but said that a thing ought to be summoned. And so it was done. A thing bidding was upshorn, and a crowded thing was summoned, and Thorar fared to the thing, but the king's messengers abode at his house the while. Thorar set this matter forth to the people, but they were all of one mind on this, that they would not pay scat to the king of Norway. The messengers some would have hanged, and others would have them for blood offering, but it was settled that they should be held there until the bailiffs of the Swede king should be coming, and these should determine concerning them what they would by the counsel of the folk of the country. But that they should make a show of this, that the messengers being well holden, they were tarried for their abiding the scat, and they should part them and quarter them 2 and 2 together. Thorod was with another man at Thorar's, and there was mickle Yule feast and gild ale drinkings. There were many bonders living in that thorp, and they all drank together through the Yule tide. Another thorp there was a little way thence. There dwelt a kinsman-in-law of Thorar, a mighty man and a wealthy. He had a son full grown. These kinsmen-in-law were to drink half Yule at each other's beginning at Thorar's. The kinsmen-in-law drank against each other, and Thorod against the bonder's son. It was a champion drinking, and in the evening was mickle masterful talk, and men pairing betwixt the Norway men and the Swedes, and then betwixt their kings, both those who had been aforetime and those who now were, and also about the dealings there had been betwixt both countries in manslayings and liftings, such as had befallen betwixt the 2 lands. Then spake the bonder's son, If our kings have lost the more men, then the bailiffs of the Swede king will square that up with the lives of 12 men, whenas they come from the south after Yule. And ye wot unclearly, wretched men, whereto ye are tarried. Thorod thought about his case, and many would draw a jeer on them, and found words of shame for them, yea, and their king withal. And now it fared unhidden what the ale spake in the Iamps, and whereof Thorod had not misdoubted him afore. But the next day Thorod and his men took all their clothes and weapons, and laid them ready to hand, and the night after, when all folk were asleep, they ran away into the wood. The next morning, when men were ware of their running away, they fared after them with sleuth hounds, and happened on them in the wood where they had hidden them, and brought them back home, and put them into a bower. Therein there was a deep pit, and thereinto they were let, and the door thereof locked. Little meat they had, and no clothes save their own. Now when mid Yule was come, Thorar and all his freedmen with him went to his kinsman in law, and there he was to drink the latter Yule. But the thralls of Thorar should guard the pit. Drink enow was minded for them, but they measured their drinking but little, and became ale mad straightway that same night. And when they deemed they were full drunk, then spake they betwixt them who were to bring food to the men of the pit, that they should not be left short of food. Thorod sang a lay, and made the thralls merry, and they said he would be a chosen man, and gave him a right mickle candle, which was lighted. Then came out thither the thralls who before were in the house, and called full eagerly to the others to come in. But either lot of them was ale mad, so that they neither locked the pit nor the bower. Then Thorod and his fellow cut their cloaks up into ropes, and tied them together, and made a ball of the end, and cast it up on to the outhouse floor, and it twisted round the foot of a chest, and stuck fast. Then they tried to get up, and Thorod lifted his fellow up until he stood on his shoulders, who then drew himself up hand over hand through the trap door. And now there was no lack of ropes in the outhouse, and he let one drop down to Thorod. But when he was to haul Thorod up, he might nowise get him astir. Then Thorod bade him cast the rope over the tie beam which was in the house, and make a loop at the end, and carry thereto timbers and stones, so as to outweigh the weight of him. He did even so, and then the weight sank down into the pit, and Thorod came up out of it. In the outhouse they took raiment for themselves, such as they needed. Therein were sundry skins of reindeer, and they cut the shanks thereof, and bound them turned toe to heel under their feet. But before they fared away, they set fire to a great corn barn which there was, and then ran away amidst the pit mirk. The barn was burnt up, and many other houses in the thorp withal. Thorod and his fellow fared through the wilderness all that night, and hid themselves at dawn of day. In the morning they were missed, and folk went with sleuth hounds to seek them every quarter away from the stead, but the hounds tracked their steps back to the stead, for they knew them by the reindeer shanks, and tracked the slot thither whereto pointed the hoofs of the shanks, so that they might not be searched out. Thorod and his fellow wandered through wildernesses for a long while, and came on an evening to a little homestead, and walked inside. Within there sat a carle and a queen by the fire. He named him Thorir, and said she was his wife who was sitting there, and withal that they owned the house cot. The good man bade them abide, and they took his bidding. He told them that thither was he come because he had had to flee from the dwelling for slaying's sake. Good cheer was gotten for Thorod and his man, and they all ate their meat round the fire. Then a bed was arrayed for Thorod and his man there on the settle, and they laid them down to sleep. That while the fire was yet aflame, Thorod then saw that from another chamber came forth a man, and never had he seen a man like big. That man had on raiment of gold broidered scarlet, and was of the goodliest to behold. Thorod heard that he blamed them for taking guests, when they had scarce meat enough to bless themselves withal. The housewife said, "Be not wroth, brother. Seldom doth such a chance befall. Do them rather something that may be to their profit, for thou art handier thereto than we be." Thorod heard that the big man was named Arnljot Gelini, and also that the good wife was his sister. Thorod had heard tell of Arnljot, and of this moreover that he was the greatest way besetter and evil doer. So Thorod and his man slept night over, for they were weary afore of their much walking. But when about 1/3 of the night was still left, thither came Arnljot, and bade them stand up and array them for their journey. So Thorod and his man stood up and arrayed them, and breakfast was served them. Then Thorir gave snowshoes to either of them, and Arnljot betook himself to faring with them, and strode on the snowshoes, which were both broad and long. But so soon as Arnljot plied his staff, he was off and afar from them. Then abided he, and said that in this wise they would get no whither, and bade them step on the snowshoes along with him. And so did they, and Thorod stood next to Arnljot, and held by his belt, while Thorod's fellow held on to him. Then Arnljot slid on as fast as if he were faring loose. Now when 1/3 of the night was spent, they came to a certain hostel, and made fire there, and dight their meat. But whenas they were at meat, then spake Arnljot, and bade them cast down naught of the meat, neither bone nor crumb. Arnljot took out of his sark a silver dish, and ate therefrom. But when they were full, Arnljot gathered their leavings together, and thereupon they got ready for their beds. At one end of the house there was a loft on the tie beams, and up into that loft went Arnljot and the others, and there they laid them down to sleep. Arnljot had a mickle bill, the socket whereof was gold driven, but its shaft was so high that one's hand could but just reach to the socket, and he was girt with a sword withal. They had both weapons and raiment up there in the loft with them. Arnljot bade them hold their peace. He lay the foremost of them in the loft. A little afterwards there came 12 men to the house. They were chapmen, who were faring to Iamland with their wares. When they came into the house, they made mickle din about there, and were very merry, and they made them big fires. But when they had their meat, they cast out all the bones. Thereafter they got them ready for bed, and lay down on a settle before the fire there. But when they had sat there for a little while, there came into the house a mickle troll wife. And whenas she came in, she swept up fast, and took the bones and all things she deemed good to eat, and cast them into her mouth. Then she seized the man that lay next to her, and tore and slit him all asunder, and cast him unto the fire. Then awoke the others to an evil dream, forsooth, and leaped up. But she sent them to hell, one after other, till only one was left alive, and he rushed up the floor under the loft, calling out for help if any were thereto in the loft who might be of avail to him. Arnljot stretched out his hand for him, and caught him by the shoulder, and drew him up into the loft. Then she ran up to the fire, and fell to eating of the men, those who were roasted. Then stood Arnljot up, and gripped his bill, and thrust it between her shoulders, so that the point ran out through the chest. She turned her head thereat, and cried out evilly, and ran out. Arnljot lost the hold of the spear, and she had it away with her. Then Arnljot bestirred himself, and cleared out the bodies of the men, and set a door and door posts before the hall, for she had broken it all loose when she went out. And now they slept for what was left of the night. But when day dawned, they stood up and first ate their day meal. And when they had eaten, Arnljot said, "Now shall we part here. Ye shall follow this sledge road whereby the merchants fared hither yesterday. But I will seek my spear. For my wages I shall take what I deem of money's worth among the chattels which these men owned. But thou, Thorod, shalt bear my greeting to King Olaf, and tell him this, that he is the man of all men whom I were fainest to meet, but he will deem my greeting nothing worth." Therewith he took up the silver dish, and rubbed it with a cloth, and said, "Bring this dish to the king, and say that it is my greeting." Thereafter either of them got ready for the journey, and parted even as things were, And Thorod and his fellow, and the man withal, out of the company of the merchants who had escaped alive, went each his own way. And Thorod went on until he met King Olaf in Chippingham, when he told him all about his journeys, and brought him the greeting of Arnljot, and handed over to him the silver dish. The king says that it was ill that Arnljot should not have come to see him, and it is a great scathe that so good a fellow and a man so noteworthy should have fallen into such evil ways. After this Thorod abode with King Olaf for the rest of the winter, and Scythrons got leave of him to fare to Iceland next summer. He and King Olaf parted in friendship as at that time. Chapter 152 of King Olaf's Outbidding. In the spring King Olaf got ready to leave Nidøys, and mickle company drew together to him, both from the parts of Thrandheim, and withal from the north country. And when he was bound for faring, he went with his host first south into Mere, and gathered together thence his folk company, and also out of Roundale. Then he went to Southmere, and a long while he lay in Her Isles, and abode his folk, and that while oft had he house things, for there many matters came to his ears, which he deemed needed talking over. It befell at one of the house things which he held, that he had that speech in his mouth, and spake of that manscathe which he had gotten of the Faroes, but the scat which they behote me is nowise forthcoming. Now I am minded to send men thither for the scat once more. And the king stirred this matter to sundry men, that they should betake them to the journey. But there came such answers in return, whereby all begged off from that journey. Then stood up a man in the thing, a mickle man, and very stately of look. He had on a red kirtle, helm on head, girt with sword, a mickle bill in his hand. He took up the word. Sooth is it to say, quoth he, that here is wide diversity of men. Ye have a good king, but he hath ill men, who naysay a mere errand faring, which he biddeth you, though ye have ere this taken at his hands friendly gifts and many seemly things. But I have been hitherto no friend of this king, and he hath been my unfriend, and he deemeth there be good causes hereunto. Now I will offer thee, king, to fare this faring, if no better man be thereto forthcoming. The king answereth, Who is this valiant man who answereth thus to my cause? Thou makest thee wide apart from other men who are here, whereas thou offerest thee for this faring, and they excuse them thereof, of whom I deemed that they would well have buckled thereto. But I ken naught of thee, nor wot I even thy name. He answereth thus, My name is naught far to seek, king. Me weeneth thou wilt have heard me named. I am called Carl O'Mere. The king answereth, So it is Carl that I have heard thee named afore, and sooth to say, time has been when if we had come together, thou wouldst not have known how to tell the tidings thereof. But now I will not have so much the worser part than thou, since thou offerest me thine aid, as not to return thee therefore my thanks and favor. Therefore, Carl, thou shalt come to me and be my guest to day, and then we will talk this matter out. Carl says it should be so. Chapter 153. The Story of Carl O'Mere. Carl O'Mere had been a Viking, and the greatest of lifters, and oft had the king set men upon him, and would take the life of him. But Carl was a man of great kin, a man of mickle stir, a man of prowess, and doughty in many matters. But now when Carl had bound him to this journey, the king took him into his peace, and thereafter into his good love, and let array his journey in the best wise. Nigh 20 men they were on board the ship. The king made word to his friends in the Faroes, and sent Carl for trust and troth to Leif, son of Ozer, and Gilli, the speaker at law, and to that end he sent his tokens. Carl fared forthwith when he was ready, and a fair wind they had, and came to Faroe, and hove into Thorshaven in Stream Isle. Then a thing was summoned there, and folk came thronging thereto. Thither came Thrand agate with a mickle flock, and thereto came Leif and Gilli, and had with them a multitude of people. Now when they set up their tilts and dight them their booths there, they went to see Carl O'Meara, and the greetings there were good. Then Carl bore forth to Gilli and Leif King Olaf's word and tokens, and his tale of friendship, and that they took well, bidding Carl to them, and offering him to flit his errand, and to give him whatsoever avail they had might to, and this he took thankfully. A little after came Thrand thereto, and greeted Carl well. Fain am I, said he, that such a true man has come hither to our land, with our king's errand, the which we be all bound to further. Naught will I, Carl, but that thou fare to me for winter dwelling, and therewithal that of thy company which would make thine honor greater than afore. Carl answers that he had already settled to fare to Leif. Otherwise, says he, I were fain to have taken this bidding. Thrand answers, then must Leif be fated to great worship hereof. But are there any other matters that I may do wherein were furtherance to thee? Carl answers that he should deem it a great aid if Thrand would fetch in the scat throughout East Isle and all the North Isles. Thrand said it was due and welcome that he should give that much furtherance to the king's errand. Then Thrand goeth back to his booth, and at this thing was naught more whereof to tell tidings. Carl fared to guesting with Leif Oserson, and abode there the winter after. Leif fetched in the scat from out of Stream Isle, and all the isles to the south thereof. The next spring Thrandegate gat failing health. He had pains in the eyes, and other ailments besides. Yet he got him ready to fare to the thing after his wont. And when he came to the thing, and his booth was tilted, he let hang the inner part thereof with black cloth, for this sake, that the daylight might be less dazzling. But when some days were worn of the thing, Leif and Carl went to the booth of Thrand, and had a great company. And when as they came to the booth, there stood without certain men. Leif asked if Thrand were within the booth. They said he was there. Leif asked them to bid Thrand come out. I and Carl have an errand with him, says he. But when these men came out again, they said that Thrand had such pain in his eyes that he might not go out, and he bade thee, Leif, to go in. Leif spoke to his fellows, and bade them fare warily when they came within the booth, and not to throng together, and let him go out first, who last goeth in. Leif went in first, and Carl next, and then his fellows, and they went fully weaponed, as if they must needs array them for battle. Leif went up to the black hangings, and there asked where was Thrand. Thrand answered and greeted Leif. Leif took his greeting, and asked Sithens if he had gathered any scat from the North Isles, or how ready he was to pay the silver. Thrand answered and said that never had it been out of his mind what he and Carl had spoken, and also that the scat would be paid readily enough. Lo, Leif, here is a purse which thou shalt take, and it is full of silver. Leif looked about and saw few men in the booth. Most lay about the dais, but a few were sitting up. Then Leif went to Thrand and took the purse to him, and bore it further out into the booth where it was light, and poured the silver down upon his shield, and stirred it about with his hand, and said that Carl should look at the silver. They looked on it for a while, and Carl asked Leif how the silver seemed to him. He answered, methinks that every bad penny to be found in the North Isles is here come together. Thrand heard this and said, seemeth the silver naught well to thee, Leif? Even so, says he. Said Thrand, forsooth, those my kinsmen are no middling dastards, whereas one may trust them in naught. I sent them in the spring north into the islands to gather up the scat, because last spring I was good for nothing myself, but they will have taken bribes of the bonders to take this false coin which is not deemed fit to pass. Thou hadst better, Leif, look at this silver wherewith my rents have been paid. So Leif took back to him that silver, and took from him another purse, and bore it to Carl, and they ransacked it, and Carl asked what Leif thought of this money. He said he deemed it bad, but not so bad as that it might not be taken in payment for debts carelessly bespoken. But on behalf of the king I will have naught of this money. A certain man, one who lay on the dais, cast a cloak off his head and said, Sooth is said of old, each irketh as he ageth. And so it goes with thee, Thrand, to let Karl o' Mere drive back thy money all day long. This was Gout the Red. Thrand leaped up at Gout's word, and was mad of speech, and sore witted his kinsman. At last he bade Leif hand him that silver back, and take thou here this purse, which my tenants have fetched me home last spring, and dim of sight though I be still, self hand the safest hand. A man who lay on the dais rose up on his elbow, Thord the Low to wit, and said, No middling scoldings get we from that mere Karl there. It would be well to reward it him. Leif took the purse and once more bore it to Karl, and they looked at the money, and Leif spoke. No need to look long at this silver. Every penny here is better than the other, and this money will we have. Get thee a man, Thrand, to look to the weighing. Thrand says that he would take it best that Leif should oversee it on his behalf. So Leif and Karl went out, and a little way from the booth, and there sat down and weighed the silver. Karl took the helm off his head and poured into it the silver when it was weighed. They saw a man going beside them with a cudgel in his hand, and a slouch hat on his head, and a green cloak, barefoot, in linen breeches, straight laced to the bone. He stuck the cudgel into the field and went thence, and said, Look thou to it, mere Karl, that thou take no hurt of my cudgel. A little after there came a man running, and called out wildly to Leif Oserson, and bade him fare at his swiftest to the booth of Gilly, the speaker at law, for there ran in to the door of the tent Sigurd Sorlaxson, and hurt deadly a boothman of Gilly's. Leif stood up forthwith and went away to meet Gilly, and with him went all his booth fellows. But Karl sat behind there, and the Eastmen stood in a ring about him. Gout the Red ran up to them and hewed forward with a hand axe over the shoulders of men, and the blow came on the head of Karl, and no great wound was it. But Thord the Low caught hold of the cudgel which stood stuck in the field, and smote down on the axe hammer, so that the axe stood in the brain of Karl. And therewith many men ran out of Thrand's booth, but Karl was borne away thence dead. Thrand was ill pleased at this work, but bade money for atoning for his kinsman. Leif and Gilly followed up the blood suit, and no fee boot could be brought about for it. Sigurd was outlawed for the wound wherewith he had wounded Gilly's boothmate, and Thord and Gout were outlawed for the slaying of Karl. The Eastmen arrayed the ship wherein Karl had come thither, and went east to meet King Olaf. But it came never to pass that King Olaf might avenge this on Thrand or his kinsmen, because of that unpeace which now befell in Norway, and whereof further on will the tale be told. And hereby leaves the tale to tell of the tidings which sprung out of King Olaf's claiming scat of the Faroes. Yet later on strifes arose in the Faroes out of the slaying of Karl o' Mere, and the kinsmen of Thrandargate and Leif, the son of Oser, had to do herein, and great tales are told thereof. Chapter 154. King Olaf's Warfaring. Now is the tale to be told which afore was uphoven, that King Olaf had called out a muster of ships from all the land, and every landed man from the north country followed him, outtaken Einar Thambar Skelfer. He had sat quiet at home at his manors sithence he came into the land, and did no service to the king. Einar had lands mickle broad, and held himself up in a stately manner, notwithstanding that he had no kingly fiefs. King Olaf made with his host south about Stad, and there again drew to him great host out of the countrysides. Then had King Olaf the ship which he had let make the winter before, and was called the Bison, the greatest of all ships. On its prow there was a bison head dight in gold. This telleth Sigbot the Scald. The ling fish of the flight shy, the Tryggvi's son, its lip bore, all with the tried gold reddened, unto the prey as God willed. Olaf the Thick another, a bison, glorious gold dight, let tread the billows over. Brine plenty washed the beast's horn. Then the king went south into Hordland. There he heard the tidings that Erling Skjalgsson had already fared away from the land, and had a great company, and 4 ships or 5. He himself had a great swift-sailing ship of war, and his sons 3 keels of 20 benches each, and had sailed west to England to find Canute the Rich. So now King Olaf went east along the land, and had a very great company, and held on a spearing if men had any news of the journey of Canute the Rich, and all men could to tell that he was in England, but that was said withal that he was having and hosting, and was minded for Norway. But inasmuch as King Olaf had a mickle host, and he got not true tidings as to whither he should steer to meet Canute, and whereas his men deemed withal that it was ill gain to tarry long in one and the same place with such a great host, he made up his mind to sail south to Denmark with the host, and took with him all thereof that he deemed most fight-worthy and best arrayed, but gave home leave to the rest, as saith the song: Word nimble Olaf urgeth with oars the bison southward. Another king from the Southland with dragon breaks up wave home. Now fared those folk home by the following, of which he set the lesser store. And now King Olaf had a great and proud host, there being most of the landed men of Norway therewith outtaken those who, as is aforewrit, had either gone out of the land or sat behind at home. Chapter 155 of Kings Olaf and Onund. When King Olaf sailed to Denmark, he made for Sealand, and when he came there, he fell to harrying and lifting, and there were the folk of the land, some robbed, some slain, some laid hand on and bound, and so brought on board ship. But all fled who might bring it about, and there was no withstanding. King Olaf did there the greatest war work. But while King Olaf was in Sealand, he heard tidings that King Onund, Olaf's son, had out a muster, and went with a great host along the eastern shore of Skane, and was harrying there. And now was laid bare that plan which King Olaf and King Onund had had afore in the Elf, when they made their bond and friendship to withstand King Canute, both of them. King Onund fared until he met King Olaf, his brother-in-law, and when they met, they made it known, both to their own host and to the folk of the land, that they mean to lay Denmark under them, and to crave of the folk to be taken for liege lords of the land. But here it fared, as many an example proveth, that when the folk of the land is fallen upon by war, and hath no strength to make a stand, most men are fain to say yea to whatsoever may be laid upon them, if it will buy them peace. And so it was that many men took service with the kings, and yea said them obedience. Far and wide where they went, they laid the land under their sway, or else harried it. Sighvat the Scald makes mention of this warfare in that drapa which he wrought about King Canute the Rich. Canute was neath heaven, deem I by hearsay, that for kinsman of Harold Hart in fight helped. Olaf, king of the wealthier, let the host fare over the fish path south out of Nid. Cold keels from the Northland with the king were a sweeping to Sealand the level, even so was it rumored. But forth fareth Onund with host yet another of Swedes to do battle against the Dane people. Chapter 156 of King Canute the Rich. King Canute had heard west in England that Olaf, Norway's king, had a folk host abroad, and that withal that he went with all his host to Denmark, and that unpeace was in his realm. Then King Canute fell to gathering folk, and speedily a mickle war host was drawn together, and a multitude of ships, and Earl Hakon was a second captain over that host. Sighvat the Scald came that summer to England from the west, from Rouen in Valon, and together with him a man called Berg. They had gone thither on a chaffering journey the summer before. Sighvat wrought a flock which was called Westfaring Ditties, and whereof this is the beginning. Berg, many a morn we minded how I let moor the ship prows to the western wing of Rouen, erst in the chapmen's faring. But when Sighvat came to England, he went straightway to see King Canute, and would ask him for leave to go to Norway. Now King Canute had laid a ban against all cheaping ships sailing before he had arrayed his host. So when Sighvat came to him, he went to the chamber wherein was the king. It was locked, and he stood a long while without. But when he saw the king, he got the leave he craved, and then he sang: Needs must I ask from outside, or ever gat I answer from the Jute lord. There beheld I the house doors mailed before me. But Gorm's son, well, he locked our Aaron in the hall there. Now so it is that often mine arms bear sleeves of iron. But when Sighvat was aware that King Canute was arraying warfare against King Olaf, and he knew how great a strength King Canute had, then sang Sighvat: The bounteous Canute, who hath out his whole host, he and Hakon, mean a doomed life for Olaf. For that king's death I fear me. Yet upheld be our warden, though Canute and his earls scarce will it. If he get him clear, 'twere better than a moat on furthest fell side. Still more rhymes Sighvat wrought about the journey of Canute and Hakon, and this one, moreover: Should the famed earl be appeasing Olaf and those old bonders who oft and oft refrained them from hearkening to the matter? Erst have they cheapened chieftains ere Hakon got hate bounden for Olaf's greater peril. Forward are Ærik's kindred. Chapter 157 of the Dragon of King Canute. Canute the Rich had arrayed his host for leaving the land. He had an exceeding might of muster, and ships wondrously big. He himself had that dragon, which was so mickle that it told up 60 benches, and on it were heads gold bedight. Earl Hakon had another dragon that had a tail of 40 benches. Thereon also were gilt heads, but the sails of both were banded of blue and red and green. These ships were all stained above the water line, and all the array of them was of the bravest. Many other ships they had, great and well found. This Sighvat mentions in Canute's Drapa. Canute was 'neath heaven. Here from east fareth the fair and the eye-bright son of a Dane king. The wood from the west glowed, all glistening was it, bearing the foeman of Ethelred out thence. And the drakes of the land's chiefs blue sails were bearing at yard in the breezes. Dear was the king's fare. But those keels a coming from west away glided over the surf road on to the Limfirth. So it is said that King Canute steered with that great host from the west from England, and brought his whole host safe and sound to Denmark, and hove into Limfirth, and there was before him a great gathering of the folk of the land. Chapter 158 Horda Canute taken to king. Earl Wolf, the son of Sprigel Leg, had been appointed to the warding of the land when as King Canute went to England. He had given into the hands of Earl Wolf his son, who is called Horda Canute, and this was the summer before, as is afore writ. But the earl said straightway that the king had bidden him that errand at their parting, that it was his will that the Danes should take Horda Canute, son of Canute the king, to king over the Dane realm. And for that reason he handed him over to us. I have, says he, together with many men and chieftains of this land, often made a plaint of it to King Canute, that the folk of this land deem it mickle trouble to sit here kingless, whereas kings of the Danes of aforetime deemed that they had their hands full in holding kingdom over the Dane realm alone. For in times gone by many kings ruled this realm, but now hath that become a mickle more troublous matter than erst it was. Whereas hitherto we have been left to abide in peace for outlandish lords, but now we hear it that the King of Norway is minded to come with war upon our hands, and moreover folk misdoubt them that even the King of Sweden is also minded for that journey, and to boot King Canute is now in England. Then the earl brought forth sealed letters of King Canute, which proved the truth of all this which the earl had set forth. This business backed up many other lords of the land, and by the counsel of all of them, the folk of the land was of one mind to make Hardicanute king, which was done even at this very thing. But in this council had Queen Emma been first upheaver, for she had caused these letters to be written and sealed, having got guilefully at the seal of the king, but from him was all this hidden. Now when Hardicanute and Earl Wolf were ware that King Olaf had come from the north from Norway with a mickle host, then fared they to Jutland, whereas there is the main might of the Dane realm. There they sheared up a war arrow and summoned together a mickle host. But when they heard that the Swede king had come there also with his war host, they deemed they had not strength to join battle with them both. Yet they held the gathered army in Jutland, being minded to ward that land from the kings. But the muster of the ships they drew all together in Limfirth, and thus abode the coming of King Canute. And when they heard that King Canute had come from the west to Limfirth, they sent messengers to him and to Queen Emma, and bade her find out for sure whether the king was wroth with them or not, and give them a warning thereof. The queen talked this matter over with the king, and said that Hardicanute their son would atone in any wise that his father would if he had done that which was not to the mind of the king. He answers and says that Hardicanute had not followed his own counsels. It has befallen, says he, as was to be looked for, whereas he is a child and witless, that whenas he would be called king, trouble cometh on his hands. For this land looked like to be all wended with war shield, and be laid under the outland lords, but if our strength came there between. Now if he will make any peace with me, let him come to me, and lay down this fool's name, whereby he hath let him be called a king. Thereafter the queen sent these same words to Hardicanute, and that withal, that she bade him not lay this journey under his head, and said, as was true, that he would get no help to withstand his father. And when these sent words came to Hardicanute, he took counsel with the earl and with other chieftains that were with him. And that was speedily found, that when the folk of the land heard that Canute the Old was come, then flocked to him all the throng of the land, and thought that all their trust was there. And Earl Wolf and other his fellows saw that they had two choices on hand, either to go and meet the king and lay everything in his power, or otherwise to get them gone out of the land. But all urged Hardicanute to go see his father, and so he did. And when they met, he fell at the feet of his father, and laid on his knees the seal with which went the title of king. King Canute took Hardicanute by the hand, and set him in a seat as high as that in which he had sat before. Earl Wolf sent Svein, his son, to meet King Canute, and Svein was the sister son of King Canute. He sought truce for his father and peace at the hand of the king, and offered himself in hostage on behalf of the earl. They, Svein and Hardicanute, were equals in age. King Canute bade these words be told to the earl, that he should gather together an host and muster of ships, and then come and meet the king, but afterwards they should talk their peace over. Even so did the earl. Chapter 159. War in Skane. But when the kings Olaf and Onund heard that King Canute was come from the west, and therewith that he had an host not to be dealt with, then they sailed to the east coast of Skane, and fall to harrying and burning the countrysides, and seek east along the land towards the realm of the Swede king. But when the folk of the land heard that King Canute was come from the west, then was no fealty done to the kings. This Skald Sigvat telleth. The swift kings gat not Denmark lured underneath them by the warfare. The Danes undoer then let sharply harry Skane, king far foremost. Then the kings made their way east about the land, and hove into the water, which is called the Holy River, and tarried there a while. Then news came to them that King Canute fared after them with his host. Then they took counsel together, and settled on this, that Olaf with some of the war host should go up a land, and all the way up into the marked lands to that water whence the Holy River falls. There at the outfall of the river they made a dam of timber and turf, and thus wise stemmed the water. And then they cut great ditches, and ran together many waters, and thereby wide flows were made. But into the river bed they cut down huge timbers. They were about this work many days, and King Olaf had all the rule over this contrivance. But King Onund bore rule over the ship's host that while. King Canute got news of the journeys of the kings, and of all that scathe which they had done to his realm. And then he makes for a meeting with them, where they lay in the holy river, and a great host he had, yea, more by the half than they both. Hereof Sigvat telleth, Jutland's ruler in land now lets him be eat up no wise. Man's kin well liked it. The warding shield of the Danes brooked fewest of the land's liftings. King far foremost. Chapter 160. Battle off the Holy River. On a day towards even it fell that the spies of King Onund saw the sailing of King Canute, and he had by then no long way to sail. Then King Onund let blow the war blast. Then the men struck the tents and clad them for war, and rowed out of the haven and to the eastern shore, and there laid their ships together, and laid out hawsers, and arrayed them for battle. King Onund slipped spies up a land, and they went to meet King Olaf, and told him these tidings. Then King Olaf let break the dikes, and send the river into its old road. But in the night he went down to his ships. King Canute came athwart the haven, and saw where the war hosts of the kings lay bound for battle. He deemed it would be over late in the day to join battle by the time that all his hosts should be ready, whereas his fleet needed mickle sea room to sail. And it was long between the first ship and the last, and that which sailed outermost, and that which sailed nearest to the land, and withal the wind was little. But when King Canute saw that the Swedes and the Northmen had cleared out of the haven, then made he into it, and all the ships that could find berth there, yet the main host lay out in the open sea. In the morning, when it was high day, much of their folk was up a land, some a talking, and some at their sports. Then know they naught till waters came rushing upon them like falling forces. Therewithal came huge timbers, which were driven against the ships, that took great hurt thereat. But the waters flooded all the fields, and the folk that was aland did perish, yea, and many of those who were on board the ships. But all those who might bring it about cut their moorings, and got loose, and the ships were driven all of a huddle. That mickle dragon, to wit, which the king himself owned, drave out before the stream. Not easily was it turned with oars, so it drifted out to the fleet of the kings Olaf and Onund. And straightway, when they knew the ship, they set upon it all round. But whereas the ship was high of bulwark, even as might be a castle, and a multitude of men was on board, and the company chosen of the best and weaponed, and of the valiantest, the ship was nowise easily overcome. And short was the hour ere Earl Wolf thrust in with his host, and then uphove the battle. Thereupon the host of King Canute drew thereto from every side. Then saw the kings Olaf and Onund that for that time they had won all the victory that was fated them. So they let back water and got loose out of King Canute's host, and the fleets parted. Now whereas this onset had not fallen such wise as King Canute had ordered it, there was no rowing after them, so they took to arraying the host, and put things in order. Now after they had parted, and each fleet went its own way, the kings kenned their host, and found that they had gotten no man spilling. Then withal they saw that if they abode until King Canute should have arrayed all that mickle host of his, and he should then fall upon them, the odds against them were so mickle, that but little hope there was of victory for them. So that rede was taken to row all the host east along the land. But when they saw that King Canute held not after them, they raised up their masts and set their sails. So says Otter the Black in the drapa which he wrought on King Canute the Rich. King, for thy foemen eager aback the Swedes thou beatest, but mickle bait gat she-wolf where called 'tis the Holy River. Thou heldest, O awful fight stall, thy land by the kin of warriors against two kings, where starved not the raven, thou swift ready. So sang Thord son of Siarik, in the death song on King Olaf. Olaf, the lord of the people of Agder, had a steel brunt with the most noble Jute lord, the cleaver of the gold rings. The king of the folk of Skanings shot sharp enough against him. Naught slow of proof was Svein's son. The wolf howled over corpses. Chapter 161. The counsels of the kings Olaf and Onund. The kings Olaf and Onund sailed east beyond the realm of the Swede king, and at the eve of one day they brought to a land where it is hight Barwick, and there the kings lay the night through. But it was found of the Swedes that they were homesick, for all the main host sailed east along the land through the night, and letted not their faring till each one came home to his own abode. But when King Onund was aware of this, he let blow to a house thing. Then King Onund took up the word. "So it is King Olaf," says he, "even as thou knowest, that this summer we have fared all together, and harried far and wide about Denmark. We have got together much wealth of chattels, but naught of land. This summer I have had 420 ships abroad, but now there is left no more than 120. Now, so it seemeth to me, that we shall win but little for our furtherance, with no more host than now we have, although thou hast still the 60 ships which thou hadst through the summer. Now therefore it seems to me the likeliest to go back into my own realm, for it is good to drive the wagon home whole, for we have gained somewhat and lost naught. Now will I bid thee, Olaf, my brother-in-law, to come with me, and let us abide all together this winter, and take thou so much of my goods as thou wilt, and whereby thou mayest well maintain thyself and thy host. And if thou wilt rather the other choice, to have our land to fare over, and wilt fare the land road to Norway, that shall be welcome to thee also." King Olaf thanked King Onund for his friendly bidding. "But if I shall rule, then somewhat else will be settled, and we shall hold together what host is left us. We have a chosen company, and good ships a many, and we may well lie on board our ships all through the winter, after the wont of war kings. But Canute will no long time be lying in the Holy River, for there is no haven for all that many ships he hath. I wot withal that in that place the folk will be no less homesick than here, and I ween that we have so dealt with matters in the summer, that the thorp dweller shall know what is to do, both in Skane and about Halland. King Canute's host will speedily be scattered far and wide, and then there is no telling to whom victory may be fated. So let us keep spies about first as to what rede he takes." And King Olaf closed his speech in such wise that men gave good cheer thereto, and that rede was taken which he would. So spies were held on the army of King Canute, but both kings, Olaf and Onund, lay in the same place. Chapter 162. Of King Canute and Earl Wolf. King Canute saw that the kings of Norway and Sweden steered with all their host east along the land. So he let his men ride the upper way, day and night, even according as the kings sailed out in the open. King Canute had ever spies in their army, and when he heard that a great part of the host had sailed away from the kings, he steered with his host back again to sea land, and lay in air sound with all the host. Some of his folk lay over against Skane, some over against Sealand. King Canute rode up to Royswell the day before Michaelmas with a great following. Earl Wolf, his son-in-law, had arrayed a banquet for him. The earl gave him entertainment full noble, but the king was unjoyous and scowling. The earl wrought many ways to make him gleesome, but the king was short and few spoken. The earl bade him play at the chess, and that he yea said, so they got them a chessboard and played. Earl Wolf was a man quick of word and unyielding in all things. He was the mightiest man in Denmark, next after King Canute. A sister of Earl Wolf was Gyda, whom Earl Godwin, son of Wolf Roth, had to wife, and their sons were King Harold and Earl Tosti, Earl Waltheow, Earl Morcar, and Earl Svein. Their daughter was Gyda, whom Edward the Good, King of England, had to wife. Chapter 163. The Slaying of Earl Wolf. Now when they had been playing a while at the chess, Earl Wolf checked the king's knight. The king put his move back, and bade him play another. The earl got angry. cast down the table, and went away. The king said, "Runnest thou away now, wolf the craven?" The earl turned back in the door and said, "Further wouldst thou have run in the holy river, if thou mightest have brought it about? Nor didst thou call me Wolf the Craven when I thrust in to the helping of thee when the Swedes were beating you like hounds." Therewith the earl went out and went to sleep, and a little afterwards the king himself went to sleep. The next morning, as the king clad himself, he said to his foot swain, "Go thou to Earl Wolf," says he, "and slay him." The swain went and was away a while and came back. The king said, "Didst thou slay the earl?" "I did not slay him, for he had gone to Lucius' church." There was a man hight Ivar the White, a Norwegian of kin. The king said to Ivar, "Go and slay the earl." Ivar went to the church and up into the choir and thrust a sword through the earl, and forthwith Earl Wolf lost his life. Then went Ivar to the king and had his bloody sword. Said the king, "Slewest thou the earl?" "I slew him," says he. The king said, "Then thou hast well done." But after the murder of the earl, the monks let lock the church. But the king sent men to the monks, bidding them to open the church and to sing the hours there. And they did, even as the king bade. And when the king came to the church, he endowed it with great estates, so that they made a wide countryside. And thereafter this stead arose greatly. King Canute rode down to his ships and lay there long through harvest with a very great host. Chapter 164 of King Olaf and the Swedes. When Kings Olaf and Onund heard that King Canute had gone back to Airsound, they had a house thing and spoke many things concerning their business. King Olaf's will was that they should lie there with the whole host and abide what rede King Canute should take. But the Swedes said it was naught ready to abide the frost there. It was settled at the last that King Onund fared home with all his host, but King Olaf lay behind there. Chapter 165 of Egil and Tovi. On a night Egil Halson and Tovi Valgotsson had to hold watch aboard the king's ship. As they sat on the watch, it befell that they heard a mickle greeting and wailing amongst the folk taken of war, which a night was kept bound up a land. Tovi says that he deemed it ill to hearken this wailing, and bade Egil come with him to loose the folk. So they took to this trick, that they sheared the bonds and let the folk run away, and work ill favored of the host was this. But the king was so wroth that they were in very peril of their life, and thereafter when Egil was sick, the king would not see him for long, until many men had prayed for him. Then Egil rued him much of his deed, and bade the king forgive him. And the king gave up his anger to Egil, and put his hand over the side of him where the pain lay beneath, and he sang thereover, and forthwith Egil bettered. Tovi got himself into peace, as the tale goes, whereas he brought Valgout his father to a meeting with the king. He was a hound heathen man, and was christened through the words of the king, and straightway died thereafter. End of section 40. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 11, Chapter 151 through 165. Section 41 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 12, Chapter 166 through 180. Chapter 166. Treason against King Olaf. King Canute had ever spies in the army of King Olaf, who got into talk with many men, and would be holding forth offers of money and of matters of friendship on behalf of King Canute. And many were led away by this means, and sold him their faith, to the end that they should vouchsafe him the land if he came to Norway. Many became bare hereof later on, though then at the first it fared all hidden. Some men took gifts of money straightway, others were promised money thereafter, but there were very many others who had aforetime taken great friendly gifts from him. For it was indeed the truth to say of King Canute, that whoso came to him on whom he deemed he saw the stamp of a man, and who was fain to obey the king, even such man had of him his hands full of fee. And therefore was he greatly beloved. His bounteousness was greatest to outland men, and that most to such as were come from furthest. Chapter 167. The plans of King Olaf. King Olaf had often parleys and meetings with his men, and asked for their counsel. But when he found that one uttered this, another that, then he misdoubted him that there would be some amongst them that spoke other than what they deemed to be of most rede. And thus it would not be sure that all of them would be yielding him their rightful debt of good faith. Many egged him to this, that they should take a fair wind and sail to Ærer Sound, and so north to Norway, saying that the Danes would not dare to set upon them, although they were lying there before them with a great host. But the king was a man so wise that he saw that this was no wise to be tried. He knew, moreover, that with Olaf Tryggvason, when he had few folk and joined battle, and a great host was before him, it fell another way than that the Danes durst not fight. The king knew, moreover, that in King Canute's host there was a great many of Norwegians. Therefore the king misdoubted him that those who gave him such counsel must be more leal to King Canute than to him. So King Olaf made this decision, saying so that men should array them, those who had will to follow him, and fare the upper road through the parts of Goutland, and thus all the way to Norway. But our ships, says he, and all the heavy ware which we may not flit after us, will I send east into the realm of the Swede king, and let it be guarded there on our behalf. Chapter 168. The journey of Ærik of Thyoda. Ærik of Thyoda thus answereth the speech of the king: It is easily seen that I may not fare afoot to Norway. I am an old man and heavy, and little wont to walk. I am minded that perforce only I shall part from my ship. I have laid out such care on that ship and the arraying thereof, that I were loath to let my unfriends have prey thereof. Says the king, Fare thou with us, Ærik, we shall bear thee after us, if thou mayest not walk. Then sang Ærik, Ground of the Rhine's flame, surely have I reeded me to ride hence on my long mare of the Din road, rather than walk hence homeward, though Canute the grove of arm rings be lying with his war ships out in the Ærer Sound yonder. The folk my stout heart knoweth. Then King Olaf let array his faring. Men had their daily garments and their weapons, and what they could get together of nags was packed with raiment and chattels. But he sent men and let flit his ships east to Kalmar, where they hauled them aland, and had all their shrouds and other goods put into safe keeping. Ærik did as he had said. He abode a fair wind, and then sailed west about Skane until he came east of the knolls, and that of the evening of a day, and with a wind behind blowing a breeze. Then he let strike sail and mast, and take down the vane, and wrap all the ship above the water in gray hangings, and let men row on a few benches fore and aft, but let most of the men sit low in the ship. Now King Canute's watch saw the ship, and they spoke among themselves as to what ship it could be, and guessed that there would be flitted salt or herring, whereas they saw few men and little rowing, and moreover the ship seemed gray and untarred, like a ship bleached by the sun, and withal they saw that the ship was much low in the water. But when Ærik came forth into the Sound past the host, he let raise the mast, and hoist sail, and let set up gilded vanes, and the sail was white as snowdrift, and done with red and blue bends. Then King Canute's men saw the sailing of him, and tell the king that it was most likely that King Olaf had sailed thereby. But King Canute saith so, that King Olaf was so wise a man that he would not have fared on board one ship through the host of King Canute, but saith that he deemed it more like that there would have been Herrick of Theota, or his make. But men have it forsooth of the matter that King Canute will have known of the faring of Herrick, and that he would not have so fared if there had not gone friendly words between him and King Canute. And this, men deemed, came out clearly thereafter, when the friendship between King Canute and Herrick became all known. Herrick sang this song when he sailed north past Weather Isle: "Shoot we the oak withoutward of the Isle of Heaven's shift ring? I let not the Lund widows nor the Dane maids laugh thereover, O land of Falcon's long ship, that I durst not this autumn fare back with the scantling's falcon on the level ways of Frodi." So Herrick went on his way, and let it not till he came north to Helgoland, to his manor in Theota. Chapter 169. King Olaf's journey from Sweden. King Olaf beginneth his journey, and fared first up through the small lands, and came down into West Goutland. He fared quietly and peacefully, and the people of the land gave them good furtherance. The king fared till he came down into the Wick, and then north along the Wick until he came to Sarpsborg, and there he took up his dwelling, and let array for wintering there. Then King Olaf gave home leave to the most part of his company, but kept by him as many of the landed men as seemed good to him. There were with him all the sons of Arni Arnmadsson, and there were held in most honor of the king. Then there came to the king Gellir Thorkelson, and had come from Iceland the summer before, even as is aforewrit. Chapter 170. Of Sigvat the Scald. Sigvat the Scald had been long with King Olaf, even as is here writ, and the king had made him his marshal. Sigvat was not a fast speaker in loose hung words, but scaldship was so handy to him that he rhymed out from the tongue just as if he spoke aught else. He had been in chaffering voyages to the land, and in one of them he had come to England and met Canute the Rich, and got of him leave to go to Norway, even as is aforewrit. But when he came into Norway, he went at once to meet King Olaf, and found him in Berg, and went before the king as he sat at table. Sigvat greeted him, but the king looked over his shoulder at him, and held his peace. Sigvat sang: "Here we are come home hither, thy marshals. Now behold it, king of the folk, let men learn my sayings that I utter. Folk king, say where thou mindest a seat for me withinward, for all thine hall with wealth stems is pleasing to thy warriors." Then came true the saw said of old, that many are a king's ears. King Olaf had heard all about the farings of Sigvat, that he had met King Canute. King Olaf said to Sigvat, "I know not whether thou be minded now to be my marshal, or hast become King Canute's man." Sigvat sang: "Canute of the deer rings bounteous asked me, would I to him be a servant as I had been unto the heart King Olaf. I said that to me 'twas seemly to have one lord at one time, and I deemed that sooth. I answered, good pattern here to each man." Then said King Olaf that Sigvat should go to his seat, even the same he had been wont to have aforetime, and once more Sigvat got himself into the same good liking which he had had afore. Chapter 171. Of Erling Skjalgsson and his sons. Erling Skjalgsson and all his sons had been through the summer in the host of King Canute and of the company of Earl Hakon. There too was Thorir hound, and had mickle worship. But when King Canute heard that King Olaf had gone overland to Norway, then he broke up the muster and gave all men leave to array for wintering. At this time was in Denmark a great host of outland men, both Englishmen and Norwegians, and from yet more lands, who had come to join the hosting in the summer. Erling Skjalgsson went in the autumn with his folk to Norway, and took great gifts of King Canute at their parting. Thorir Hound stayed behind with King Canute. In company with Erling there went north into Norway King Canute's messengers, and had with them exceeding store of money. And that winter they went far and wide about the land, and paid out the moneys that King Canute had promised men in the autumn for their aid to him, and gave also to many others whose friendship to King Canute they got bought with money. But they fared over the land in the trust of Erling Skjalgsson. Now things went so that a multitude of men turned them for friendship to King Canute, and behote him their service, and this, moreover, to withstand King Olaf. That did some openly, but the others were many more who hid it from the people. King Olaf heard these tidings, for many knew how to tell him thereof, and it was much brought into talk there at the court. Skald Sigvat sang this: "The king's foes there are, ganging with purses loose, that people bids heavy metal often for the head of the king we sell not, for down a down each wots him in the swart hell who would sell him, his own good lord, for gold pay. For such men such is worthy." And again Sigvat sang this: "Sore price was got in heaven when they who smote down lealness with treason needs must seek to the deep home of high fire." Often was the word heard in mouth there, how ill it behooved Earl Hakon to bring an host against King Olaf, seeing that he had given him his life when the earl had gotten into his power. But Sigvat was the greatest friend of the earl, and then again, when he heard the earl wighted, he sang: "O'er yielding waxed the house carles of the Hord folk's king to the earl then, if so be that they took money against the life of Olaf. Naught to his court 'tis noble to have such wight upon them. To all us seemlier is it if we be clean of treason." Chapter 172 of the Yule Gifts of King Olaf. King Olaf had a great Yule feast, at which there was gathered to him a many great men. On the 7th day of Yule it fell that the king went a walking, and a few men with him. Sigvat followed the king day and night, and at this time he was with him. So they went to a certain house wherein were guarded the precious things of the king. He had then had great store arrayed, as his wont was, and fetched together his precious things for this sake, to give gifts of friendship on the 8th eve of Yule. There stood in the house swords gold wrought, no wise all few. Then sang Sigvat: "Stand swords there the most trusty, all gold bedight. Here praise we the wound sounds o'er. Host ruler, now do I need thy good will. All wielder, I would take it, if one to the Skald thou gavest. O sender forth of wicks flame, with thee I whiles was wending." The king took some one of the swords and gave it to him. The grip thereof was wound with gold, and the hilts inlaid with gold, and a right good keepsake it was. But an unenvied gift it was not, and that was heard thereafter. Now forthwith after Yule, King Olaf began his journey to the uplands, for he had a mickle throng, but no revenues had come to him from the north country this autumn. Whereas the host had been out through the summer, the king had expended thereon all goods that he might get. Then, too, there were no ships whereon to bring his company into the north country. Moreover, such news only he had from the north as seemed to him to look naught peaceable, unless he went with mickle folk. For the sake of these things the king made up his mind to fare across the uplands, but now it was not so long since he had fared there a feasting, even as the law stood or the wont of kings had been. But when the king got further on into the land, landed men and mighty bonders bade him to their houses, and thus lightened him his costs. Chapter 173 of Bjorn the Steward. There was a man named Bjorn of Goutland kindred, a friend and acquaintance of Queen Astrid, and in somewhat akin to her, and she had given him stewardship and bailiwick in the upper Heath mark, and he also had in charge the eastern dales. Naught was Bjorn dear to the king, nor was he in good liking of the bonders. That also had come to pass in the countryside over which Bjorn had rule, that there had been big loss of the neat and swine. Bjorn had let call a thing thereto, whereat was sought after vanishings. He claimed that the men likeliest to do such things and such evil tricks were those who abode in woodland dwellings far away from other men, and he laid the guilt for this at the doors of those who dwelt in the eastern dales. That dwelling was very straggling, the abodes of men being along waters or in clearings in the woods, and in few places any thronged dwellings together. Chapter 174 of the Sons of Red. Red was the name of a man who dwelt in the eastern dales. His wife was called Ragnhild, and his sons Day and Sigurd, both the likeliest of men. They were standing at that thing, and upheld the answers on behalf of the dale dwellers, and thrust the charges from them. Bjorn deemed that they had gone on bigly, and were mickle of pride, both as to weapons and clothes. Bjorn turned his speech against those brethren, and said that they were nowise unlike to have done such a thing. But they gainsaid this on their behalf, and therewith the thing broke up. A little after, King Olaf came to Steward Bjorn with his band, and took guesting there. Then was the matter bemoaned to the king, which was had before at the thing, and Bjorn said that he deemed the Sons of Red were likeliest to be at the bottom of this unhap. Then the Sons of Red were sent for, and when they met the king, he took them for men unthieflike, and declared them free of these charges. Then they bade the king to their father to a feast of 3 nights with all his folk. Bjorn ledded the journey, but the king went none the less. At Red's was the feast of the stateliest. Then the king asked of what men was Red and his wife withal. Red said he was a Swedish man, wealthy and of high birth. But I ran away thence, he says, with this woman, whom I have had for wife sithence, and who is a sister of King Ring, the son of Day. Then the king awoke to the kinship of them both. Withal he found this, that father and sons were men exceeding wise, and he asked them concerning their prowess and crafts. And Sigurd says that he can to read dreams, and to tell the hours of day and night, though no light of heaven be seen. The king tried this art in him, and it all tallied with what Sigurd had said. Day found that of his craft, that he could to tell what was gain and lack in every man on whom he set his eyes, if he would but put his mind and thought to it. The king bade him tell what mind lack he saw in him, and Day hit upon what the king deemed right. Then the king asked concerning Bjorn the steward, what heart lack he had. Day said that Bjorn was a thief. Therewithal he told where Bjorn had hidden at his stead bones and horns and hides of the neat which he had stolen that same harvest. He is, said he, at the bottom of all those thefts which have befallen this autumn, wherewith he hath whited other men. And Day told the king all marks thereto, whereas the king should let seek. And when the king went away from Red, he was seen off with great friend gifts, and in his company were the Sons of Red. Fared the king first to Bjorn's, and made proof of him in all things, even as Day had said. Then the king let Bjorn fare away from the land, and it was of the queen's avail that he held life and limb. Chapter 175. The Slaying of Thorir. Thorir, the son of Olver of Egja, the stepson of Kalf, the son of Arni, and sisters son to Thorir Hound, was the goodliest of all men, a mickle man and a strong, and by this time 18 winters old. He had gotten good wedding in Heathmark, and good wealth therewith. He was a man full well beloved, and was deemed to be likely of a lord. He bade the king together with his company to a feast at his home, and this bidding the king took, and went to Thorir's house, and there got right good welcome. There was a feast most brave, and entertainment of the noblest, and goods the best that might be. The king and his men talked among themselves how well went together Thorir's housing, plenishing, board array, drink, and the man who gave the entertainment, so that they wotted not which was the foremost. Day had but little to say thereto. King Olaf was wont often to have converse with Day, and ask him of sundry matters, and of all that Day said the king proved the sooth, whether it were bygone or yet to come. And thus the king would put great trust in his redes. Then the king called Day to a privy talk, and spoke with him concerning very many matters. Thither came down the speech of the king, that he set forth to Day how stately a man was Thorir, who had made them so noble a feast. Day had little to say to this, but said it was all true what the king had spoken. Then the king asked Day what blemish of mind he saw in Thorir. Day said he deemed that Thorir would be well fared of mind, if he were so endowed as to all folk was upcome. The king bade him tell him all he asked, saying he was in duty bound thereto. Day answers, Then wilt thou, king, grant me that I rule the feud, if I find out the fault? The king answers that he will not hand his doom over to other men, but bade Day tell him what he asked. Day answered, Dear is the Lord's word. This is the mind lack I must find in Thorir's heart, as to many befalleth, that he is a man over fee lustful. The king answers, Is he a thief or a robber? Day answers, Not that, says he. What is it then? says the king. Day answers, He won that for money that he became his lord's traitor. He has taken money of Canute the rich for thine head. The king answered, How makest thou this true? Day spoke, He has on his right arm above the elbow a thick gold ring, which King Canute hath given to him, and he letteth no man see it. Thereafter Day and the king sundered their talk, and the king was exceeding wroth. So when the king sat at table, and men had drank for a while, and were right merry, and Thorir went about the entertaining, then the king let call Thorir to him. He came up to the outside edge of the table, and laid his hands upon the table. The king asked, How old a man art thou, Thorir? I am 18 winters old, says he. The king says, A mickle man art thou for thine age, Thorir, and well knit. And therewith the king took his right arm and stroked it up above the elbow. Thorir said, Touch it gently there. I have a boil on the arm. The king held his hand still, and felt something hard underneath. The king spake, Hast thou not heard that I am a leech? Let me see the boil. Thorir saw that then there was no good in hiding it any longer, and so he took the ring and gave it forth. The king asked if that was King Canute's gift. Thorir said that was a thing could not be hidden. The king let lay hands on Thorir and set him in irons. Then Calf came forward and prayed for peace for Thorir, and bade money for him, and many men furthered the matter, and bade their monies. But the king was so wroth that no words could be brought to bear on him, and he said that Thorir should have the like doom which he had minded for the king, and thereafter the king let slay Thorir. But this work was for the greatest ill will both there about the uplands, and no less north about Thrandheim, where the most of Thorir's kindred abode. Calf withal accounted the slaying of this man an exceeding great matter, for in his youth Thorir had been his foster son. Chapter 176. The fall of Greogard. Greogard, son of Olvar, and brother of Thorir, was the elder of the two brothers. He was the goodliest of men, and had a following of men about him. Eke was he at this time abiding about Heathmark. And when he heard of the slaying of Thorir, he raised the feud on the king's men and goods, wheresoever they were in his way, but otherwhiles he kept himself in woods or in other lairs. But when the king heard of this unpeace, he let hold spies on the farings of Griotgard. So the king gets to know of his farings, and Griotgard had night abode at a place not far from where the king was. King Olaf went thither forthwith that same night, and came there about the dawn of day, and they threw a ring of men around the chamber where within was Griotgard. Griotgard and his awoke at the din of men and clatter of weapons, and sprang straightway to their weapons, and Griotgard sprang into the forehall and asked who was at the head of that company. He was told that there was come Olaf the king, and he asked if the king could hear his words. The king stood before the door and said that Griotgard could say whatever he pleased. "For I can hear thy words," said the king. Griotgard said, "Naught will I pray thee peace." Then Griotgard rushed out, and had a shield over his head and a drawn sword in his hand. Little light there was, and he saw unclearly. He thrust his sword at the king, but there before it was Arnbjorn Arneson, and the thrust took him under the burning, and ran up into his belly, and thereof gat Arnbjorn his bane. But Griotgard was slain forthwith, and the most part of his band. After these haps, the king turned his ways back south to the Wick. Chapter 177 of King Olaf's Messengers. Now when King Olaf came to Tunsberg, he sent out men into all bailiwicks, and craved for him host and muster of ships. At that time he had but a few ships, and no other ships he had then but craft of the bonders. But the host drew well in from the countrysides about, but few came from afar, and it was soon found that the folk of the land must have turned away from their faith to the king. King Olaf arrayed his host east in Goutland, and sent them after the ships and goods which they had left behind in the autumn. But the journey of these men sped slowly, whereas it was no better then than in harvest to fare through Denmark, for King Canute had an host out in the spring throughout all the Dane realm, and had no less than 1,200 ships. Chapter 178 King Olaf's Council. Those tidings were heard in Norway that Canute the Rich was drawing together in Denmark an host not to be dealt with, and that he was minded to make for Norway with all that host, and to lay the land under him. But when such like was heard, then were the men yet worse for King Olaf to fall back upon, and thereafter he gat him but little help of the bonders. On this his men would often be talking between themselves. Then sang Sigvat this: England's all-wielder biddeth his hosts out, and we gat us men lesser and ships littler, but the king naught see I fearsome. Right ugly are the reeds now, if the folk of the land be letting this king go lack for war host. Fie letteth folk lack faith now. The king had meetings of his bodyguard, and sometimes an husting with his whole host, and asked men as to what seemed to them best to take to. "We need not hide from us," said he, "that King Canute will come to see us this summer, and a great host he has, even as ye will have heard. But we have but a little company to set against his, as matters stand, and the folk of the land are now no longer looking true to us." But this speech of the king men answered diversely, such as he had put forth his word to. But here is set forth what Sigvat answered: "Flee can we, but it layeth white on our hands. Yet the foemen of all wielder pay forth money. I face the word of dastard. Each thane himself shall heed now himself as far as may be, since all avail now faileth, shoots up the king's friends' treason." Chapter 179 The Burning of Grankle. That same spring befell the tidings in Helgoland that Ærik of Theoda called to mind how Asmund Grankelson had robbed and beaten his housecarls. That ship which Ærik owned of 20 benches floated off his homestead, tilted and decked. He gave out word that he was minded to fare south to Thrandheim. So on an evening Ærik went aboard ship with the company of his housecarls, and had nigh on 80 men. They rode the night through, and when it was morning they came to the homestead of Grankle, and cast a ring of men around the houses. Then they fell on, and sithence laid fire in the houses, and therein burned Grankle and his home men with him, but some were slain without. 30 men in all lost their lives there. Ærik fared home after this work, and sat on his manor. Asmund was with King Olaf, but as to the men who were in Helgoland, no one of them either bade Ærik of atonement, neither did he offer any. Chapter 180. King Canute's faring to Norway. Canute the Rich drew his host together, and made his way to Limfirth. But when he was arrayed, he sailed thence away with all his folk to Norway. He fared swiftly, nor lay by the land on the east side of the firth. So he sailed across the fold, and hove into Agdir, and there called things together. And the Bonders came down, and had meetings with King Canute. And there Canute was taken for king over the whole land. So then and there he appointed men to bailiwicks, and took hostages of the Bonders, and no man spake against him. King Olaf was in Tunsberg, when the host of King Canute fared across the fold further out. King Canute went north along the land, and men flocked to him out of the countrysides, and they all swore him fealty. King Canute lay in Icon Sound a while, and there came to him Erling Skjalgsson with a great host, and then he and King Canute bound their friendship together anew. And it was among the promises to Erling on behalf of King Canute that Erling should have all the land between Stad and Rigsbit to rule over. Thereupon King Canute went his ways northward, and that is shortest to tell of his faring, that he ledded not till he came north to Thrandheim, and hove into Nedois. Then he summoned an 8 folks thing, and at that thing was King Canute taken to king over all Norway. Thorir Hound had fared from Denmark with King Canute, and he was there. There too was come Ærik of Fjorta, and he and Thorir became King Canute's landed men, bound by sworn oaths. King Canute gave them great grants, and handed to them the Finn fair, and gave them great gifts to boot. All landed men who were fain to turn them towards him, he endowed both with grants and chattels, and let them all have more dominion than they had had before. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 12, Chapter 166 through 180. Section 42 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 13, Chapter 181 through 195. Chapter 181 of King Canute. Now had King Canute laid under him all the land of Norway. Then had he a crowded thing, both of his own host and of the folk of the land. And King Canute made it known that his will was to give Earl Hakon, his kinsman, all the land to rule over, which he had won in that journey. That went therewith that King Canute led to the high seat beside him Hardicanute his son, and gave him the name of king, and with it all the realm of Denmark. King Canute took hostages of all landed men and mighty bonders. He took their sons or brothers, or other near kinsmen, or such other men as were dearest to them, and he deemed most meet. The king bound to him the faith of men in this wise, as is now said. Forthwith, when Earl Hakon had taken to him the rule of Norway, Einar Thambar Skelfer, his kinsman-in-law, joined fellowship with him, and took over all those grants which aforetime he had had, when the earls ruled the land. King Canute gave to Einar great gifts, and knit him to himself in dear liking, and behoed him that he should be the greatest and noblest of all men untitled in Norway, while his sway stood in the land. And this he let follow, that he deemed Einar best fitted to bear a name of dignity in Norway, or his son else in Dridi, for the sake of his kin, if there should be no earl to choose. These behests Einar accounted mickle, and promised his faith in return, then hove up anew the lordship of Einar. Chapter 182 of Thorarin Praise Tongue. There was a man called Thorarin Praise Tongue. He was an Icelander of kin, a great skald, and had spent long time in fellowship with kings or other lords. He was with King Canute the Rich, and had wrought on him a flock. But when the king knew that Thorarin had done a flock on him, he grew wroth thereat, and bade him bring him a droppa the next day, when he should be sitting at table. But if he did not do this, then, says the king, should Thorarin hang aloft for his boldness, whereas he had done but a drapling on King Canute. So Thorarin wrought a refrain, and put it into the song, and eked it out with a few staves. This is the refrain: Canute wards the land, as wardeth the ward of Greece, heaven's kingdom. King Canute rewarded the song with 50 marks of silver. That droppa is called the head ransom. Thorarin wrought another droppa on King Canute, which is called Tog droppa, wherein the tale is told of these journeys of King Canute when he fared from Denmark north to Norway, and this is one group of staves betwixt two refrains. Canute's neath the suns, the high-mannered, with host mickle fast fared, my friend up thither. Fetched out of Limfirth, the king, right nimble, and all unlittle fleet of the Otterholm. The much strong of fight, the Agdir folk feared, the faring of fierce craver of heaps of the fight swan. The king's ship all over with gold was bedighted. Of such thing was to me sight richer than saw. And forth off listy, hard over sea, glided the coal black timbers of the beast of Tholpin. All Icon Sound down in the south was all full furnished with the surf boar's sea skates. And the house fast peacemen swift glided past the ancient howe of Hjornagli. Shaft bitters faring was nowise puny, where the stem cliff stud past Stad was driven. The wind strong surf deer bore their longsome boards of hull belly on beyond stem. The cold home's falcons from the south so glided, that the host higher mighty north into Nid came. Gave then the nimble lord of the Jute way unto his Neve Norway all over. To his son he gave, so say I, Denmark of the Swandale's dim hall. Here it is said that to him who sang this, that sight was richer than saw concerning the journey of King Canute. For Thorarin praiseth this, that he was himself in the faring with King Canute when he came into Norway. Chapter 183 of the Messengers of King Olaf. The men whom King Olaf had sent east into Goutland for his ships took away those of them which they deemed the best, but the rest they burnt, but took with them the rigging and the other goods withal, which the king owned and his men. They sailed from the east when they heard that King Canute had gone north into Norway, and from the east they sailed through Air Sound, and so north to the Wick, to meet King Olaf, and brought him his ships when he was then in Tunsberg. But when King Olaf heard that King Canute held with his host north along the land, King Olaf hove with his host into Oslofirth, and up into the water called Drafen. and held him about there until King Canute was gone south again. But in the journey which King Canute made north along the land, he had a thing in every folkland, and at every thing the land was sworn him by oaths, and hostages were given him. He went east across the fold unto Burg, and there he had a thing, and the land was sworn to him there as elsewhere. After that King Canute went south to Denmark, and had made Norway his own without battle. He ruled then over 3 realms. So says Hallward Herrick Blessey when he sang about King Canute. Redner of bark of boon ship Yngvi fight bold soul ruleth o'er England and o'er Denmark. The straighter peace then waxeth the fray of the din of troll wife of points thrust to beneath him Norway. The lavish of the war din allays the falcon's hunger. Chapter 184 of King Olaf and his faring. King Olaf steered his ships out for Tunsberg forthwith when he heard that King Canute was gone south to Denmark. Then he arrayed his faring with what company would follow him, and he had then 13 ships. Then he held on down the Wick, and got but little of wealth, and even so of men outtaken, that there followed him they who dwelt in islands or on outermost nesses. The king then never went up into the land, but got of wealth or men only what was in his way, and he found this, that the land had been beguiled from under him. He went on as wind would blow, and this was in early winter. Their journey sped rather slow, and they lay in Seal Isles for a long while, and there had tidings of chapmen from the north of the land. And the king was told then that Erling Skjalgsson had a great host gathered together on Jadar. His long ship lay off the land, and a crowd of other ships owned by bonders, and they were cutters and net boats and big rowing boats. Then the king held on with his company from the east, and lay for a while in Eikend Sound, and then each had news of the other. And then Erling thronged up to his utmost. Chapter 185 of the sailing of King Olaf. On Thomasmas before Yule, in the very first dawn, the king put out of the haven, there being a right good fair wind, somewhat sharp. So then they sailed north, coasting Jadar. The weather was wet, and some fog driving about. News went about of a land in Jadar so soon as the king came sailing in the offing. And when Erling was aware that the king came sailing from the east, then let he blow all his host for the ships. And all the people drifted on board the ships, and the battle was arrayed. But the ships of the king were borne on swiftly north past Jadar, and then he turned inward, being minded so to shape his journey as to fare into the firths, and there to get for him both men and money. Erling Skjalgsson sailed after him, and had an host of men and a multitude of ships. Their ships glided on swiftly, since they had on board naught but men and weapons, and Erling's long ship went faster by much than the other ships. Then he let reef the sail, and waited for his host. Then King Olaf saw that Erling and his men pursued him eagerly. But the ships of the king were very waterlogged and soaked, whereas they had been afloat on the sea all through the summer and the autumn and the winter to boot. He saw that the odds would be great if they met all the host of Erling at once. Then he let call from ship to ship that men should lower the sails, and somewhat slowly, and take one reef out of them, and so it was done. Erling and his men found this, then called out Erling, and urged his host, and bade them to sail faster. "Ye see," says he, "that now their sails lower, and they draw away from us." So then he let fly the sail from the reefs on his long ship, and speedily it drew away from the other ships. Chapter 186. The fall of Erling Skjalgsson. King Olaf steered in sight of Bakken, and then hidden from each was the sight of the other. Sithens the king bade strike sail, and row forth into a straight sound, which was there, and there they laid the ships together, and on their outer side there jutted out a rocky ness. Men were then all clad for war. Then Erling sailed into the Sound, and they were unaware of an armed host lying before them, till they saw the king's men row all their ships at once against them. Erling and his struck sail and gripped their weapons, but the king's host beset the ship from every side. There befell a battle, and was of the sharpest. Then speedily turned the fall of men to the side of Erling. Erling stood in the poop of his ship. He had a helm on his head and a shield before him, and was sword in hand. Sighvat the Scald had been left behind in the Wick, and there he learnt these tidings. Now Sighvat was the greatest friend of Erling, and had taken gifts of him, and been with him, and he wrought a flock on the fall of Erling, and therein is this stave: Erling, e'en he who reddened the bleak foot of the eagle, doubtless is that, did run out the oak against the king there. His long ship lay then sithence all close aboard the king's ship, amidst the mickle war host, fought there with sword brisk warriors. Then the company of Erling began to fall, and as soon as they were overborne, and there was boarding of the long ship, then every man fell in his place. The king himself went forth hard, so says Sighvat. The strong king hewed the warriors, wroth strode he o'er the long ships. On the decks the slain lay thronged, off tongues was heavy onset. The broad board acre reddened the king there north of Jadar. Warm blood the wide sea into came, there the famed king battled. So throughly fell the folk of Erling, that no man stood up on the long ship save he alone. It was both that men craved little peace, nor got aught when they craved, and there was no turning to flight, for ships lay on every side around the long ship. And it is told for truth that no man sought to flee away. Even so says Sighvat. All the ship's crew of Erling by Bakken's coast was fallen, for there the youthful shielding north of Tongues cleared the long ship. The swift and the guile-loathing Skjalgsson stood up alone there, and far away from all friends, in the poop of the voided war ship. Then was onset made at Erling, both from the foreroom and from the other ships. In the poop there was a great room, and it towered much high above the other ships, and naught might be got on him save shot, and somewhat of spear thrust, and all that he hewed away from him. Erling fought so nobly that no man knew example of any one man standing so long before the onset of so many. But never sought he to get away or to crave peace. So says Sighvat. The stout heart Skjalg's avenger no peace for him was naming, though from the king's men lacked not showers of the ax's scaries. Spear warder no more bold heart comes ever on the guardian cask of the winds, wide bottomed, washed by the sea deep ever. King Olaf then made aft for the foreroom, and saw what Erling was at. Then the king cast the word at him, and said, "Forward thou facest us to day, Erling." He answered, "Faceward shall eagles claw each other." Of these words Sighvat telleth: Glad Erling, who a long while well the land heeded, neither was lame in landward, bade he erns claw each other faceward, when as he fell to Olaf with true words in brunt yonder at Outstone. There already with fight rede was he furnished. Then said the king, "Wilt thou gang under my hand, Erling?" "That I will," says he. Therewith he took the helm off his head, and laid down his sword and shield, and went forth into the foreroom. The king thrusted him with the horn of his axe into his cheek, and said, "We shall mark the lord's traitor." Then leaped thereto Aslak Pate o Fitiar, and hewed with an axe into the head of Erling, so that it stood deep in the brain, and that was forthwith a bane sore. Then said King Olaf, "Of all men wretchedest of thy hewing, so hast thou hewn Norway from out my hand." Aslak answered, "That is ill then, king, if there be hurt to thee in the stroke. Methought I hewed Norway into thy hand. But if I have done harm to thee, O king, and I have done a thankless work for thee, then am I fordone, whereas I shall have so many men's unthank and enmity for this work, that I should the rather stand in need of thine avail and friendship." The king said it should be so. Then the king bade every man go on board his ship, and array for the journey at his speediest. "We shall not," he said, "plunder the slain here. Let either have what they have gotten." So men went back on board the ships, and arrayed them at their speediest. But when they were bound, then the ships with the bonder host hove from the south into the Sound. And then it befell, as oft is tried, that though a great host be gathered, when men get heavy blows and lose their captains, and be then chieftainless, they are naught for bold deeds. The sons of Erling were not there, and the onset of the Bonders came to naught, and the king sailed north on his way. But the Bonders took the body of Erling, and laid it out, and brought it home to Soli, and all the slain withal that had fallen there. Erling was sore bewailed, and that has been the saying of men, that Erling Skjalgsson was the mightiest and the noblest man in Norway among those who bore no higher title of dignity. Sigvat the Scald sang this moreover: "Erling fell, no better man's son his death abideth, but that all rich one soothly with might and main he wrought it. I wot all swiftly no man other than he who could it to hold his own more fully lifelong to his life losing." Then saith he that Aslak had brought about a kinslaying, and a deed much unmeet. Slain is the ward of the horde's land. Aslak has eked kin guilt, but few there be meseemeth would waken Stour in such wise. Now naught may he gainsay it, kinslaying. Sure born kinsmen from anger should refrain them, and heed the saws of old time. Chapter 187. War rush of the Agdir folk. The sons of Erling were, some north in Thrandheim with Earl Hakon, some north in Hordland, some up in the firths, and were gathering folk there. But when the fall of Erling was heard, there followed the tale thereof, a bidding out from the east about Agdir and Rogaland and Hordland. An host was bidden out, and the greatest multitude that was, and all that host went with the sons of Erling north after King Olaf. Now, whenas King Olaf fared from the battle with Erling, he sailed north through the Sounds, and by then was the day far spent. So say men that he wrought this lay then. But little the white good man will joy to night at Jedar. The clash of gun we won us, flesh gotten eats the raven. All evilly hath the robbing of me for him betided. Wroth strode I o'er the ships there, 'tis the land that makes men's murder. Thereafter the king fared north along the land with his host, and heard all the truth told about the gathering of the Bonders. At that time there were with King Olaf many landed men. There were all the sons of Arni. This is set forth by Bjarni Goldbrow's Skald in the song which he wrought on Kalf, son of Arni. "'Gainst very Bakken wert thou, Kalf, when the heir of Harold sword bold bade men to battle. Thy valor known to men is. Ye gat for the steed of Trollwife good store for Yule. Then wert thou kenned first man at the meeting of the flint stones and the war spears. Ill share from the strife the folk gat, for a prey was Erling gotten. In blood the black boards weltered all to the north of Outstone. The king now clear, 'tis proven, bewrayed of his land was. Neath Agdir folk were the lands laid. Heard I that their host was greater. King Olaf fared on till he came north beyond Stad, and hove into her isles, where he learnt the tidings that Earl Hakon had a great host out in Thrandheim. Then the king took counsel with his company, and Kalf Arneson egged on much that they should make for Thrandheim, and there fight with Earl Hakon, the mickle odds notwithstanding. This rede many backed up, while other some ledded it. So the matter was left to be settled by the king. Chapter 188. The slaying of Aslak, Pate o Fitiar. Sithence King Olaf held into Stonebite, and lay there overnight. But Aslak Pate o Fatiar took his ship into Borgund, and tarried there through the night. Viglike, the son of Arni, was there before him, and in the morning, when Aslak was about going aboard his ship, Viglike set upon him, being minded to avenge Erling, and there Aslak fell. Then came men to the king, his courtmen to wit, from the north, from Freckisle Sound, of them who had sat at home through the summer, and they told the king the tidings that Earl Hakon and many landed men with him had come in the evening to Freckisle Sound with a much throng. And they are minded to take the life of thee, king, and of thy folk, if they have might thereto. Now the king sends his men up on to the fell which there is. And when they came up on to the fell, then saw they Bear Isle to the north, and they saw that from the north there fared a great host and many ships. Then they come down again and tell the king that the host was coming from the north. The king was lying here before them with 12 ships, and now he let blow up and unshipped the tilts, and they took to their oars. And when they were all arrayed and were putting out of the harbor, then the host of the Bonders fared from them north past Theotandi, and had 25 ships. Then the king steered on the inside of Nyrfie and up past Houndham. But when King Olaf came off Borgund, then came to meet him the ship which Aslak had owned. And when they saw King Olaf, they told him their tidings, that Viglike, son of Arni, had taken the life of Aslak Pate o Fitjar, for that he had slain Erling Skjalgsson. The king took these tidings sorely to heart, yet he might not tarry his journey for this unpeace. So he fared on in through Way Sound and through Scott, then sundered his company from him. There fared from him Calf Arneson and many other landed men and shipmasters, and made their way to the earl. But King Olaf held on his journey, and let it not till he came to Todar Firth, and lay to at Waldale, and there went from his ships. And there he had but 5 ships, and he drew them ashore, and left the sails and shrouds to be kept there. Sithence he pitched his land tent on the air called Sult, where there be fair meads, and he raised a cross there beside on the air. Now there dwelt a good man hight Brucey, and he was the headman there in the valley. After a while Brucey and many other Bonders came down to see King Olaf, and welcomed him well, as was meet, and he made himself blithe to their welcome. Then the king asked if there were any pass up from the dale into Lessiar. Brucey told him that there was a scree which was called Scurf Scree, but that is passable neither for man nor horse. King Olaf answered him, that must we now try, good man. By God's will it shall do. So come ye here now to morrow with your yoke beasts and yourselves, and let us see what the growth thereof may be when we come to the scree, whether we may see any device for overcoming it with our horses and men. Chapter 189 of a road across the scree. So when day came, the Bonders went down with their yoke beasts, as the king had bade them. Then they flit by the yoke beasts, their goods and garments, but all the folk went afoot, even the king himself. He walked along until he came to the place called Cross Brent, and rested when he came on to the Brent, and sat there a while, and looked down upon the firth, and spake. A hard journey have they gotten me in hand, those my landed men, who have shifted their faith, but who for a while were my friends and full trusted. There are now standing 2 crosses on the Brent where the king sat. Then the king got a horseback, and rode up along the dale, and let it not till they came to the scree. Then the king asked Brucey if there were any mountain bothies wherein they might dwell. He said there were, and the king pitched his land tent, and was there the night through. But in the morning the king bade them go to the scree, and try if they might get wains across it. Then they fared thereto, and the king sat at home in his land tent. And in the evening the king's men and the Bonders came home, and said they had had great toil, and got nothing done, and said that never would a road be laid thereover. So here they tarried another night, and all night was the king at his prayers. And forthwith, when the king found that day was dawning, he bade men go to the scree, and try again if they could get wains thereover. They went, but all unwilling. They said that they should not get aught done. But when they were gone away, then came to the king the man who had to look to the victuals, and he said there was no more victual than 2 carcasses of oxen. But thou hast 400 of thine own band, and there be 100 bonders besides. Then said the king that he should put up all the kettles, and let come into each kettle somewhat of flesh meat, and so it was done. But the king went thereto, and made the sign of the cross thereover, and bade serve the meat. But the king fared to Scurfskree, wherethrough they were to break the road. And when the king came, there all sat, and were mithered with hard toil. Then said Brusi, I said thee, king, and thou wouldst not trow me, that we might get naught done with the Skree. Then the king laid down his cloak, and said that they should all fall to and try again. And so was it done, and then 20 men would flit whithersoever they pleased, stones, which 100 men before could nowise get stirred. And by midday the road was broken, so that it was passable to men and pack horses no worse than on a plain field. Then the king went down again to the place where the victuals were, which is now called Olaf's cave. A well was there anigh to the cave, and therein the king washed himself. And if the household creatures of men fall sick in the dale, and drink of that water there, they are bettered of their sickness. Now the king went to meat, and they all, and when he was full, he asked if any mountain bothy were in the valley up beyond the Skree, and anigh to the fell, wherein they might abide the night through. Brusi says there are bothies which are called greenings, but there may no man abide night long because of the hauntings of trolls and evil wights which are there about the bothies. Therewith the king said that they should array their journey, for that he would be the night through at the bothies. Then came to him the man who looked after the victual, and told him there was an exceeding plenty of victual, and I know not whence they have come. The king thanked God for his sending, and he let make loads of meat for the bonders, who went adown the valley, but he himself abode at the bothies through the night. But at midnight, when as men were asleep, a hideous crying was heard at the milking stead, and it said, So burn me now the prayers of King Olaf, says that wight, that now I may not abide in my own home, and now must I flee, and never again come to this milking stead. But in the morning when men awoke, the king went up towards the fell, and spake to Brusi, Here a homestead shall be reared, and whatso bonder shall abide here will ever have his wherewithal, and never shall corn freeze here, though it freeze above the stead and below. Then King Olaf went over the fells, and came down to Womby, and was there through the night. By then had King Olaf been king over Norway 15 winters, counting that winter when they were both in the land, he and Earl Svein, and this one, whereof for a while now the tale hath been told, and which had worn already past Yule, when he left his ships and went up a land, as is aforewrit. This part of his kingdom first wrote priest Ari Thorgilsson the wise, who was both a teller of truth, of good memory, and so old a man that he minded those men, and had stories of them, who themselves were so old that for eld's sake they might well remember these tidings, even as he hath himself said in his books, where he has named the men by name of whom he had gotten his lore. But the common tale is that Olaf was king over Norway for 15 winters before he fell. But they who so say count to the reign of Svein that winter which was his last in the land, for after that Olaf was king for 15 winters while he lived. Chapter 190. King Olaf's foretelling. When King Olaf had been the night through at Nesjar, he fared with his folk day after day, first to Gudbrandsdales, and thence on to Heathmark. Then was it shown who were his friends, for now they followed him, but the others then sundered from him, who with less uprightness had served him. But some turned about to ill will and full enmity, even as became clear. And now it was found in many uplanders that they had liked right ill the slaying of Thorir, as is aforesaid. King Olaf gave leave to go home to many of his men who had children to look after, for these men deemed it unclear what peace would be given to the goods of such men as might fare out of the land with the king. And now the king made it clear to his friends that he had made up his mind to fare away out of the land, first east into the Swede realm, and there to take counsel whither he should turn thence. But he bade his friends bear in mind that he was yet minded to seek to the land and back again to his realm, if God should grant him long life. And he said that it was his foreboding that all folk in Norway would still be bound to his service. But I am minded to think, says he, that Earl Hakon will but a little while rule over Norway, and to many men no wonder will that seem, whereas Earl Hakon has come short of good luck against me before. But this few men will trow, though I tell what my mind forebodeth me, which toucheth Canute the Rich, that he will be a dead man within the space of few winters, and all his realm will be come to naught, and there will be no uprising of his kindred, if so it fare whereas my words point. So when the king made an end of his tale, men dight their journey, and the king turned with what company followed him east to Eidwood. That tide was with him, Astrid the queen, Ulfhild their daughter, Magnus, son of King Olaf, Ragnvald, son of Brusi, those sons of Arni, Thorberg, Finn, and Arni, and more landed men yet. He had a company of chosen men. Bjorn the marshal had gotten leave to go home. He fared back home to his house, and many other friends of the king went back to their homesteads with his leave. The king bade them let him know if such tidings should befall in the land as it was needful for him to know of, and so the king turned off upon his ways. Chapter 191. The faring of King Olaf to Holmgarth. It is to be told of the journey of King Olaf that he went first from Norway east over Eidwood into Vermland, and then out to Waterby, and thence through that wood whereas the road lieth, and came down on to Nerik. There he happened on a rich man and wealthy, called Sigtryg. His son hight Ivar, who thereafter became a nobleman. There King Olaf tarried with Sigtryg through the spring. But when summer came on, King Olaf arrayed his journey, and got him a ship, and he fared that summer, and let it not till he came east to Garthrealm, to the meeting of King Jarisleif. Him and his queen Ingigerd, Queen Astrid, and Ulfhild, the king's daughter, were left behind in Sweden, but the king took Magnus his son with him to the east. King Jarisleif gave King Olaf a hearty welcome, and bade him abide there with him, and have land as much as he needed for the costs of holding of his company. That King Olaf took with thanks, and tarried there. So it is said that King Olaf was devout and prayerful unto God all the days of his life. But from the time that he found his reign was waning, and his enemies were waxing mightier, then he laid all his heart to the serving of God. He was then hindered herefrom no more by other cares, or the toil which aforetime he had had on hand. For he had throughout all that time, whenas he sat in kingdom, toiled for that which he deemed to be the most needful: first to free and deliver the land from the thraldom of outland lords, and next to turn the folk of the land to the right faith, and therewithal to frame laws and lands right. And this part did he for righteousness' sake, to punish them who were of a wrongful will. Chapter 192. The upheaving of the uprising against King Olaf. It had been greatly the wont in Norway that the sons of landed men or of mighty bonders would fare aboard warships and gain for them wealth by harrying both inland and outland. But from the time that Olaf took kingdom, he made his land so peaceful that he brought to naught all robbing there in the land. Though sons of rich men should break the peace, or do what the king deemed unlawful, and if punishment could be brought upon them, then let he naught else befall them than losing life or limb, and there availed against it neither prayers of men nor money bidding. So says Sigvat the Scald. They who wrought outraids often bade to the king rich-minded red gold to buy guilt off them. Ever the king nay said it. The hair of the men there bade he shear with the sword. They bided pains manifest for lifting. Such wise shall the land be warded. And moreover he sang thus: The much dear king, who full fed the wolves most, therewith maimed the kin of thieves and reivers. Thus wise he cut short thievings. The good king let each bold one of the thieves go thenceforth lacking both hands and feet. In such wise is the peace of the land's folk bettered. That most to high might pointed, that there did do the land's ward, sheer pates of a fearful many of Vikings with keen weapons. The bounteous Magnus father let wield much work was gainsome. I say that the most of victories thick Olaf's fame did further. Men mighty and unmighty he let abide by one and the same penalty. But this the men of the land deemed overmastery, and were fulfilled of hatred. In return, therefore, when they lost their kinsmen by a rightful doom of the king, though soothful were their guilts. This was the upheaving of that uprising which the folk of the land made against King Olaf, that they would not thole his justice, but he would rather let go his dignity than his right wise dooms. Now naught rightly found was the charge laid to him, that he was niggard of wealth to his men. He was the most bounteous of men to his friends. But this was the cause why folk upraised unpeace against him, that to men he seemed hard and given to punishment, whereas King Canute bade forth money measureless. But the great lords were hereby hoodwinked, in that he promised to each of them dignity and dominion, and therewithal men in Norway were fain to take Earl Hakon, whereas he had been a man most beloved of the landfolk when aforetime he ruled over the land. Chapter 193 of Jokul, son of Bard. Earl Hakon had held his host out of Thrandheim, and fared south to Mere to meet King Olaf, as is afore writ. But when the king steered up the firths, the earl made for him thither, and then came to meet him Calf, the son of Arni, and more men who had parted company with King Olaf, and a good welcome was given to Calf. Sithens, the earl, held up thither, whereas the king had set up his ships in Waldale, to wit of Todar Firth. There the earl took the ships which the king owned, and let run them out and array them, and then men were allotted to the master ships thereof. With the earl there was a man who was called Jokul, a man of Iceland, son of Bard, the son of Jokul out of Waterdale. Jokul was allotted to the steering of the Bison, which King Olaf himself had had. Jokul sang this stave: "'Twas my lot from Sult to steer it, thick Olaf's own ship. Look I for the storm 'gainst the Bow's reindeer, but late shall hear the home wife of my quailing. O ye hillsides of the flame of Bow's stand, soothly robbed was the king, the keen one, of victory in the summer." This is the swiftest to tell hereof, which befell a very long time after, when Jokul fell in the way of King Olaf's host in Gotland, and was taken, that the king let lead him out to the hewing, and a wand was twisted into his hair, and held by a certain man, and Jokul sat down on a certain bank. Then a man made ready to hew him, but when he heard the whine of the stroke, he raised himself up, and the blow came on to his head, and was a mickle wound. The king saw that it was a bane sore, and bade them then leave him alone. Jokul sat up and wrought this stave: "Now smart the wounds aweary, midst better things oft sat I. The wound is honest, that one unsluggish red stream spouting. From this same wound blood gusheth. I am grown wont to toiling. Helm, glorious king, wage bounteous, warps over me his anger." Thereupon Jokul died. Chapter 194 of Kalf Arneson. Kalf Arneson fared with Earl Hakon north to Thrandheim, and the earl bade him be with him and do him service. Kalf says he would first go up to Egja to his house, and thereafter take rede thereover. So did Kalf, but when he came home he speedily found it out that Sigrid his wife was somewhat big hearted, and told up her griefs when she said she had had of King Olaf; that first, that he had let slay her husband Olver, and now thereafter, she says, two of my sons, and thou, Kalf, were at their doing away. That was the last thing I had looked for of thee. Kalf says that it was mickle against his will that Thorir was taken from life, and, says he, I offered ransom for him, and when Greotgard was felled, I lost Arnbjorn my brother. She says, well it is that thou shouldst have such a lot from the king, for maybe thou wilt avenge him, though thou wilt not avenge me of my sorrows. Thou sawest, when Thorir thy foster son was slain, of what worth the king accounted thee. Such like tales of woe had she up ever to Kalf. Kalf oft answered in surly wise, yet at last it turned out that he was led on by her urging, and gave his word to become the earl's liege man if the earl would eke his grants. Sigrid sent word to the earl, and let tell him where things were gotten in the matter of Kalf. And forthwith, when the earl knew thereof, he sent word to Kalf to the end that he should come out to the town and see him. Calf nowise laid that journey under his head, and a little Scythians fared out to Nidois, and there found Earl Hakon, and had a right good welcome there. And he and the earl talked their affairs over, and there in all things they were of one mind, and settled this between them, that Calf became the earl's liegeman, and took from him big grants. Scythians fared Calf home to his house, and he had the rule then of the greatest part of Inner Thrandheim. But so soon as spring came, Calf arrayed a ship which he owned, and so soon as he was bound, he sailed into the main sea, and held his ship west to England, for he had heard tell of King Canute that he had sailed early in the spring from Denmark west to England. Then had King Canute given earldom in Denmark to Harold, the son of Thorkel the High. Calf Arneson went straightway to meet King Canute when he came to England. So says Bjarni, the gold-browed skald. The king with stem did doubtless sheer the main sea to eastward. Fight weary, Harold's brother must needs go visit Garth realm. But after ye twain parted, swiftly to Canute thou soughtest. Unwont am I to gather light lies about men's doings. But when Calf came to meet King Canute, the king gave him a wondrous good welcome, and had him to talk with him. And this was the talk of him and King Canute, that the king bade Calf to bind him to make an uprising against Olaf the Thick, if he should seek aback to the land. But I, says the king, shall give thee earldom then, and let thee rule over Norway. But Hakon my kinsman shall fare back to me, for that is most handy to him, seeing that he is so true of heart that I think he would not shoot a shaft against King Olaf if they should happen to meet. Calf gave ear to what King Canute said, and was fain enough of the dignity. So this plan was settled between them, King Canute and Calf arrayed himself for his home journey, and at parting King Canute gave him gifts most honorable. Of this Bjarni the skald telleth. Thou hadst, O fight bold earl's son, to thank the Lord of England for gifts. Forsooth, most meetly thou laidst thy case before him. The London's king let find thee land, ere from the west thou faredst. Yet herein was their dallying, and thy life is nowise little. Thereafter Calf fared back to Norway, and came home to his house. Chapter 195. The Death of Earl Hakon. That summer Earl Hakon fared from the land and west to England, and when he came there, King Canute gave him a good welcome. The earl had a troth plight in England, and he went to fetch his bride, being minded to make his bridal in Norway, but gathered in England such goods as he deemed were hardest to come by in Norway. The earl arrayed him in the harvest tide for the home journey, and got somewhat late bound. But he sailed off into the main when he was bound. But of his journey this is to be said, that the ship was lost, and no man was saved thereof. But it is the saying of some people that the ship was seen north off Caithness one day at eve in a great storm, and the wind blowing out into the Pentland Firth. And those who will follow this tale say that the ship must have been driven into the whirl. However, folk know for certain that Earl Hakon was lost at sea, and nothing came to land that was on board that ship. That same autumn Chapman told there that tidings went about England, how that men deemed the earl would be lost. Anyhow, all folk knew that autumn he came not to Norway, and then the land was without a lord. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 13, Chapter 181 through 195. Section 43 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 14, Chapter 196 through 210. Chapter 196 of Bjorn the Marshal. Bjorn the Marshal had sat at home at his house from the time he parted from King Olaf. Bjorn was a man of renown, and that was soon told of far and wide, that he had sat him down in quiet. Earl Hakon and other men of rule in the land heard the same. Then they sent men and messages to Bjorn, and when the messengers came to their journey's end, Bjorn gave them a good welcome. Sithence Bjorn called the messengers to him for a talk, and asked them of their errand, but he who was at the head of them spoke, and bare to Bjorn the greetings of King Canute and Earl Hakon, and of yet more lords. "And this follows," says he, "that King Canute hath heard mickle of thee, and this thereto that thou hast long followed Olaf the Thick, and been a great unfriend to King Canute, that he deemeth ill, whereas he will be thy friend, as of all other doughty men, so soon as thou wilt turn away from being his unfriend. And the one thing for thee to do now is to turn thither for avail and friendship, whereas is most plenty to look for, and which all men in the world's northern parts have in worship. Ye who have been following Olaf may now see for yourselves how he hath parted from you. Ye are all left with naught to fall back upon in face of King Canute and his men. Seeing that last summer ye harried his lands and slew his friends, then is this to be taken with thanks, that the king biddeth you friendship, for more befitting were it that thou shouldst pray therefore, or bid wealth therefore." But when he had closed his harangue, Bjorn answered thus: "I am now of will to sit at home at my house, and not to serve lords." The messenger answers: "Such as thou are men for kings. And I can tell thee this, that thou hast two choices in thy hand: one to fare abroad an outlaw from thy lands, even as now fareth Olaf thy fellow. The other may well be deemed better worth looking at, to wit, to take the friendship of King Canute and Earl Hakon, and become their man, to give them thy faith to this end, and here to take thy guerdon." Therewith he poured forth English silver out of a great pouch. Bjorn was a man eager of money, and mickle mind sick was he, and grew silent when he saw the silver. He turned it over in his mind what rede he should take. He deemed it a great matter to lose all he owned, and deemed it uncertain that King Olaf would ever rear his head again in Norway. And when the messenger saw that Bjorn's mind veered about at the sight of the money, he cast forth two thick golden rings, and said: "Take the money, Bjorn, and swear the oath. I behight thee that this wealth will be of little worth besides that which thou wilt have if thou go to seek King Canute. But by the greatness of the money, and by the fair behests of great gifts of wealth, he let himself be turned to avarice, and took up the money, and then went into fealty and oaths for troth to King Canute and Earl Hakon." And therewithal the messengers fared away. Chapter 197. The Journey of Bjorn the Marshal. Bjorn the Marshal heard the tidings which were told, how that Earl Hakon was lost. Then his mind turned, and he rued him sorely of having broken his faith to King Olaf, and deemed he was free of the vows he had given of fealty to Earl Hakon. For Bjorn now thought there might be some hope of uprearing the dominion of King Olaf, should he come back to Norway, so that it lay lordless before him. So Bjorn arrayed his journey speedily, and had certain men with him, and went his ways day and night, a horseback where he might, a shipboard where he needs must. He let it not his journey till he came east into Garth realm, to King Olaf in winter, about Yule tide. The king was right glad when Bjorn met him, and asked for many tidings from the north, from Norway. Bjorn said the earl was lost, and the land left without a ruler. At these tidings the men were right glad who had followed King Olaf out of Norway, and had had their lands and kinsmen and friends, and who were sorely sick for home. Many other tidings from Norway Bjorn told to the king, such as he was greatly wistful to know. Then the king asked after his friends, as to how they kept faith with him, and Bjorn said that was all with ups and downs. And therewith Bjorn stood up and fell at the feet of the king, and took his foot about, and said: "All in God's power and thine, O king. I have taken money from the men of Canute, and sworn oaths of fealty to them. But now will I follow thee, and never sunder from thee while we are both alive." The king answers: "Stand up speedily, Bjorn. Thou shalt be in peace with me. Boot this to God. I may well wot that few men will be now in Norway who would keep their faith with me, when such as thou turn off. And true it is that men sit there in great trouble because I am far off, and they sit before the unpeace of my foes." Bjorn told the king, who mostly took the lead in raising up hatred against the king and his men. Thereto he named the sons of Erling of Jadar, and other kinsmen of theirs: Einar, Thambar Skelfer, Kalf Arneson, Thorir Hound, and Herrick of Theoda. Chapter 198 of King Olaf. Sithence King Olaf came to Garthrealm. He had great imaginings, and turned it over in his mind what rede he'd best take. King Jarisleif and Queen Ingigerd bade King Olaf dwell with them, and take over the dominion called Bulgaria, and that is one part of Garthrealm, and there in that land the folk was heathen. King Olaf bethought him in his mind of this offer, but when he laid it before his men, they all were loath to take up their abode there, and egged the king on to betake himself north to Norway, to his own kingdom. The king would be still further thinking of this, to lay down his kingdom, and fare out into the world unto Jerusalem, or into some other holy places, and there to go under the rule. Hereunto howsoever his mind would mostly turn, to think if any means might betide, whereby he should get him his kingdom in Norway. But when he had this in his heart, he would bring it to mind that for the first 10 winters of his kingdom all things turned out profitable and happy to him, but afterwards all his redes were to him heavy to work, and hard to carry through, and all ventures for good luck went against him. Now for this reason he misdoubted him whether it would be wise rede to try luck so much as to fare with a little strength into the hands of his foes, seeing that all the multitude of the folk of the land had gathered them together to withstand him. Such imaginings oft he bore, and he put his case upon God, and bade him let that come up which he saw would be of best gain. He would be turning these matters over in his mind, and knew not what he should take to, for however he told the matter up before him, ever was trouble easy to see therein. Chapter 199. King Olaf's Dream. It was on a night that King Olaf lay in his bed, and kept awake long through the night, thinking over his plans, and being filled with great imaginings in his mind. But when his mind grew overmithered, sleep sank upon him, yet so light that he thought he was awaking, and saw all that was betiding in the house. He saw a man stand at his bed, mickle of worship, clad in glorious raiment, and the king's thought boded him most that there would be come King Olaf Tryggvason. This man spoke to him: "Art thou very sick at heart over thy plans, what thou shalt take up? It seemeth marvelous to me that thou shouldst be turning this about in thy mind, and this withal, that thou shouldst be minded to lay down the kingdom which God hath given thee, and that thou shouldst have this mind withal to abide here, and to take over dominion from kings outland and unknown to thee. Fare thou rather back to thy realm which thou hast gotten by heritage, and ruled long over with what power God hath granted thee, and let not thine underlings affright thee. It is a king's fame to conquer his enemies, and a glorious death to fall in battle with his war host. Or dost thou doubt at all having the right on thy side in this thy contest? Naught shalt thou do it to hide the truth from thyself. For that cause boldly mayest thou seek to the land, whereas God will bear thee witness that that is thine own." And when the king awoke, he thought he saw the countenance of the man as he went away. So thenceforth he hardened his heart, and made strong that mind alone of faring back to Norway, even as he had been eagerest for all along. And he found that all his men would the rathest that he should so do. So he talked it into his mind that the land would be easily won, since it lay lordless, even as he had heard. And he was minded to think that if he came there to himself, many would be minded to give him help. And when the king made clear this rede to his men, they all took it right thankfully. Chapter 200 of the Leechcraft of King Olaf. So it is said that while King Olaf tarried in Garthrealm, this hap befell there, that the son of a noble widow got a boil of the throat, which grew so large that the boy might get down no food, so that he was thought to be at death's door. The mother of the boy went to Queen Ingigerd, whereas she was of her acquaintancy, and showed the boy to her. The queen said she had no leechdoms to lay thereto. "Go thou," says she, "to King Olaf, he is the best leech here, and bid him fare his hands over the hurt of the boy, and tell him these words of mine, if otherwise he will not do it." She did even according to the words of the queen, and so when she found the king, she told him that her son was at death's door from a throat boil, and bade him fare his hands over the boil. But the king said he was no leech, and bade her fare thither where leeches were to be found. She said the queen had shown her thither, and she bade me bear her word to thee that thou shouldest lay leechcraft here too, what thou couldest, and told me withal that thou art the best leech in the town. Then the king bestirred him and fared his hands over the throat of the boy, and stroked the boy much long, until the boy could move his mouth. Then took the king bread, and brake it, and laid it in the shape of a cross in his hollow palm, and sign laid it in the mouth of the boy, but he swallowed it down. And from that nick of time all pain went from the throat, and the boy was in a few days all whole, and the mother and other kinsmen and acquaintance of the boy were right fain at heart thereat. And then first folk deemed that King Olaf had such great hands of healing, as is said about those men who are much endowed with that art, that they have good hands. But later, when his working of wonders became known to all folk, this was taken for a true miracle. Chapter 201. King Olaf burneth the chips. This hap befell on a Sunday, that King Olaf sat in his high-seated table, and was so deep in imaginings that he heeded not the hours. He had a knife in one hand, in the other a piece of fir wood, wherefrom he whittled certain chips. A boy in waiting stood before him, and held a board bowl. He saw what the king was doing, and knew that he himself was thinking of other things. He said, "Monday it is to morrow, Lord." The king looked to him when he heard this, and it came into his mind what he had done. So the king bade bring him a lighted candle, and he swept up into his hand all the chips he had whittled, and set light thereto, and let the chips burn in the hollow of his hand, whence it might be seen that he would hold fast all laws and commandments, and had no will to transgress wherein he wotted most right to be. Chapter 202 of King Olaf. Now when King Olaf had made up his mind to turn back home, he set the matter forth before King Jarisleif and Queen Ingigerd. They letted him of that journey, and said this, that within their realm he should have such dominion as he might deem seemly, and bade him not fare into the power of his foemen with such a little fellowship as he had there. Then King Olaf told them his dreams, and this therewithal, that he was minded to think it was the will of God. So when they found that the king had made up his mind to fare back to Norway, they offered him any avail for his journey which he would take from them. The king thanked them with fair words for their good will, saying he would be fain to take from them whatever he stood in need of for his journey. Chapter 203. King Olaf's faring from the east out of Garth realm. Forthwith on the back of Yule, King Olaf was busy at his arrayal. He had well nigh 200 of his own men, and King Jarisleif fetched them all yoke beasts and gear such as they needed. And when he was ready, then he fared off, and King Jarisleif and Queen Ingigerd saw him off full worshipfully. But his son Magnus he left behind with the king. Now King Olaf fared from the east, first over ice all down to the main sea. And when spring came on, and the ice loosened, they arrayed their ships. And when they were bound, and a fair wind came, they set sail, and their journey sped well. And King Olaf hove with his ships into Gotland, where he learnt tidings both from Sweden and Denmark, and all the way from Norway. By that time folk had learnt for sure that Earl Hakon had been lost, and that the land of Norway was lordless. Both to the king and his men their journey seemed likely, and when a fair wind befell, they sailed thence, and made for Sweden. The king sailed with his company into the Low, and stood on further into the land, even to Riverois, and then sent his men to see Onund the Swede king, and appointed a meeting with him. King Onund gave good ear to the message of his brother-in-law, and fared to meet King Olaf according to the word he had sent thereto. Queen Astrid withal, with those men who had followed her, came to see King Olaf, and a meeting of great joy there was betwixt all these. The Swede king gave a hearty good welcome to Olaf his brother-in-law when they met. Chapter 204 of the Landed Men. Now shall be told what they were at in Norway through these days. Thorir Hound had had the Finn journey these 2 winters, and had been both winters for long on the fells, and had gotten him measureless wealth. He had had many kind of chaffrings with the Finns. He had let make for himself 12 coats of reindeer skin, with so mickle wizardry that no weapon could bite on them, yea, mickle less than on a ring byrnie. But in the latter spring Thorir arrayed a long ship of his, and manned it with his house carles. He summoned bonders together, and craved a muster from out of all the northernmost Thing lands, and drew there together great multitudes of folk, and fared from the north in the spring with all that host. Ærik of Theota had a great hosting, and got mickle company, and to that faring there betook them many more men of worship, though these were the most renowned thereof. Then they gave it out that this war host should fare against King Olaf, and ward the land against him if he should come from the east. Chapter 205 of Einar Thambar-Skelfer. Einar Thambar-Skelfer had most to say in the rule of Outer Thrandheim, from the time that the death of Earl Hakon was heard of, for he deemed that he and his son Eindridi had the best title to those lands and chattels which the earl had owned. And now Einar called to mind those promises and friendly words which King Canute had given him at their parting. Then let Einar array a good ship he owned, and went thereon himself with a great company. But when he was bound, he set off south along the land, and then west over sea, and letted not his journey till he came west to England, and straightway went to King Canute. The king welcomed him well. Sithence Einar bare forth his errand before the king, and said as much as that he was come for those promises which the king had bespoken him, that Einar should bear a title of dignity over Norway, if it were no matter of Earl Hakon. King Canute said that that matter now turned altogether another way. For now, says he, I have sent men and tokens to Denmark to Svein my son, with this message, that I have behight him dominion in Norway. But I will hold friendship with thee, and thou shalt have name boot from me as thou hast birth thereto, and be a landed man, and have mickle grants, and be as much before other landed men as thou art a man of greater deeds than other landed men. Then Einar saw concerning his matter how his errand would speed, and arrayed himself to go back home. But whereas he knew the purpose of the king, and that if King Olaf should come from the east it would not look like peace in the land, it came into Einar's mind that naught would be gained by hurrying on the journey beyond what was of the gentlest, and if they should have to fight King Olaf, and have then no more furtherance of dominion than erst. So Einar sailed into the main sea when he was ready, and came to Norway just when the greatest tidings that befell in Norway that summer had already come to pass. Chapter 206 of the Chieftains in Norway. The chieftains of Norway kept out spies east towards Sweden and south to Denmark, lest King Olaf come from the east from Garthrealm, and forthwith they heard, as fast as men could speed, that King Olaf had come to Sweden. And when that was known for truth, a war bidding went throughout all the land, and all the folk were called out to the hosting, and thus drew an host together. But the landed men of Agdir and Rogaland and Hordland parted in two ways, some turned north, some east, deeming that both ways an host was needed toward. The sons of Erling of Jadar turned eastward with all the host that was to the east of them, and were captains over that host. But northward turned them Aslak of Finn Isle, and Erland of Gerdi, and such landed men as were to the north of them. These who were now named were all oath sworn to King Canute to take the life of King Olaf, if hap thereof should be given them. Chapter 207 The Journey of Harald, son of Sigurd. But when that was heard in Norway that King Olaf had come from the east to Sweden, then gathered together such of his friends as were minded to give him aid. The noblest man in that company was Harald Sigurdsson, brother to King Olaf. He was then 15 winters old, a big man of growth, and manly to behold. But there were many other noble men besides. They had got together 600 men in all when they left the uplands, and with that company they made their way east through Eidwood unto Vermland, and thence they held on east across the woodlands all the way to Sweden, and then asked about the journeyings of King Olaf. Chapter 208 The Journey of King Olaf from Sweden. King Olaf was in Sweden through the spring, and had spies thence north away to Norway, and gat thence but one hearing, to wit, that all unpeaceful would it be to go thither. And the men who came from the north letted him much from faring into the land. But he had set his heart on the one thing, to go as much as ever. King Olaf asked in speech with King Onund what aid he would give him to seek to his land. King Onund answers thus, and says that it was not much to the mind of the Swedes to fare a warfare into Norway. We know, says he, that the Norwegians be hard and mickle men of battle, and ill to seek to with unpeace. Now I shall not be slow to tell thee what I will lay to thee. I will get thee 400 men, and do thou choose out of the companies of my guard good warriors and well arrayed for fighting. Thereto will I give thee leave to fare over my land, and get thee all company whatsoever thou mayest gather, or which is willing to follow thee. This offer King Olaf took, and arrayed him for his journey. But Astrid the queen, and Ulfhild, the king's daughter, were left behind in Sweden. Chapter 209. King Olaf's journey to Ironstone land. Now when King Olaf hove up his journey, there came to him the host that the Swede king had given him, 400 men to wit. The king fared such ways as the Swedes knew how to point out. They made their way up inland into the marches, and came to the country called Ironstone land. There came to meet the king that folk which had fared from Norway to join him, as is aforesaid. Here he met Harold his brother, and many other kinsmen of his, and a meeting of the greatest joy was that. And now they had altogether 1200 men. Chapter 210. Of Day, the son of Ring. There was a man named Day, of whom it is told that he was the son of that King Ring, who had fled away from his land before King Olaf. But men say that Ring was the son of Day, the son of Ring, the son of Harold Hairfair. Day was a kinsman of King Olaf, and father and son, Ring and Day, had taken up their abode in Sweden, and got there dominion to rule over. In the spring, when King Olaf was come from the east to Sweden, he sent word to Day, his kinsman, that Day should betake himself to the journey with him, with all the strength that he might muster, and if they should make the land of Norway their own, Day was to have there dominion no less than his forefathers had had. But when this word came to Day, it fell well to his mind, for he was greatly wistful of faring to Norway, and there to take over the dominion which his kinsman had had aforetime. He gave a swift answer to this matter, and behight his journey. Day was a man swift of word and swift of rede, exceeding eager and of great valor, but naught sage of wits. Sithence he gathered together a company for himself, and got well nigh 1200 men, and with this host he went to join King Olaf. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 14, Chapter 196 through 210. Section 44 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 15, Chapter 211 through 225. Chapter 211 of the Journey of King Olaf. King Olaf sent out word into the dwelled land to those men to come to him and follow him, who would have that for wealth getting, to gather plunder and have such forfeit wealth as the unfriends of the king might hold their hand over. Now King Olaf flitted forth his host, and fared whiles through the woodland, whiles through wilderness, and often over big waters. They drew or bore their boats after them betwixt the waters. A crowded company of markmen and some waylayers drifted to the king, and many places are sithence called Olaf's booths, where he had his quarters a night time. He letted not his journeys till he came into Iamland, whence he then went north unto the Kiel. His host sundered about the dwelled land, and went scattermeal, so long as they wotted of no unpeace ahead. But always when they parted their host, the band of the Northmen followed the king, but Day went another way with his band, and the Swedes a third one with theirs. Chapter 212 of the Waylayers. Two men are named, one hight Gauk Thorir, and the other Afrafasti. They were waylayers, and the most of robbers, and they had with them 30 men of their fashion. These brethren were bigger and stronger than other men, nor did they lack for boldness and stout heart. They heard of the host that was faring over the land there, and they said between them that it would be handy rede to fare to the king, and to follow him to his own land, and there to go into a folk battle with him, and thus to approve themselves. For erst had they never been in battles such as were of hosts arrayed, and they were wistful exceeding to see the battles of the king. This rede their fellows liked well, and so they made their journey to find the king. And when they came there, they went with their band before the king, and all these fellows stood all weaponed. They greeted him, and he asked what men they were. They named themselves, and said that they were men of that land. And therewithal they upbore their errand, and bade the king to fare with him. The king said that it seemed to him that of such men there would be good following. Therefore I am fain, says he, to take such men. But are ye Christian men? says he. Answers Gauk Thorir, saying that he was neither Christian nor heathen. We fellows have no other faith than this, that we trust to our might and main, and our victory good hap, and that worketh enough for us. The king answers, it is great scathe that men of such valiant bearing trow not in Christ their Shaper. Answered Thorir, is there any one in thy company, king, of the men of Christ, who hath waxed more in one day than we, brethren? The king bade them be christened, and take the right faith therewith, and follow me thereafter, and I shall make you men of mickle worship. But if ye will not this, then fare ye back about your business. Afrafasti answers, saying that he will take no christening, and therewithal they turn away. Then said Gauk Thorir, it is a great shame indeed that this king should make us castaways of his company, for I never was before, whereas I was not partaker against any other man, never shall I go back as things now stand. So they threw themselves in company with the other markmen, and followed the host. And now King Olaf maketh his way westward towards the Kiel. Chapter 213 of King Olaf's vision. Now when King Olaf fared from the east over the Kiel, and won on to the western part of the mountain, so that the land fell away thence westward towards the sea, then beheld he thence the land. Much folk went ahead of the king, and much after him. He rode there whereas was room about him, and he was hushed and spoke not to men. In such wise he rode on for a long while of the day, that he looked little about him. Then rode the bishop up to him, and spoke to him, and asked whereof he was thinking, seeing he was so hushed. For the king was ever glad, and of much speech with his men in the journey, and thus gladdened all who were anigh him. Then answered the king with mickle care, wondrous things have been born before me awhile. I saw now over Norway, when I looked west over the bent of the mountain, and I called to mind how that I had many a day been glad in that land. Then I had a sight so that I saw over all Thrandheim, and then over all Norway. And the longer that sight was before my eye, then saw I ever the wider right, until I saw over all the world, both land and sea. I knew clearly those steads where I had been before and had seen. But even as clearly saw I steads I had never seen before, some whereof I have heard tell of, and even as well those which I have never erst heard tell of, both dwelt and undwelt, as wide as is the world. The bishop said that this was a vision of holy fashion, and of right great mark. Chapter 214, a token about the Ærekr. When as the king sought down from the fell, there was there in their way a homestead called Sula, in the upper dwelling of the Verdale folk. Now when they drew down towards the homestead, there were acres lying beside the way, and the king bade his men fare quietly, and not to spoil for the bonder what was his own. And this men did well, while the king was anigh. But the companies that came after gave no heed to this, and men so overran the Ærekr that it was all laid down to earth. The bonder who dwelt there was called Thorgeir Fleck. He had 2 sons well grown toward manhood. Thorgeir gave to the king a right good welcome, and to his men withal, and offered him all the cheer that he had stuff to. The king took this in good part, and asked Thorgeir for tidings what was toward in the land, or whether any gathering would be made against him. Thorgeir said that a great host had been drawn together there in Thrandheim, and that landed men had come there both from the south of the land, and from the north from Hålogaland. But I wot not, says he, whether they be minded to set that host against thee, or otherwhere. Then he made plaint to the king of his scathe, and of the unquiet of the king's men, in that they had beaten down and trodden all his acres. The king said it was ill hap that harm had been done to him. Thereafter the king rode to where the Ærekr had been upstanding, and saw that it was all laid to the ground. He rode round about it, and said, I look forward to this, good man, that God will right thy loss, and that this field will be better in another week's time. And even as the king had said, that Ærekr was of the best. The king tarried there the night, and arrayed his journey the next morning. He says that goodman Thorgeir shall fare with him, but Thorgeir bade his 2 sons for the journey. The king says they should not fare with him, but the lads would go, and the king bade them abide behind. But whereas they would not be letted, the king's courtiers would bind them. The king said when he saw that, let them fare, they will come back again, and it went with the boys even as the king had said. Chapter 215. The markmen christened. Then they brought their host out to Staff. And when the king came upon the Staff mere, he made a halt, and there he heard of a truth that the Bonders fared with an host against him, and that he would have battle speedily. Then the king took the muster of his host, and the tale of the men was scored, and there were found to be in the host 900 heathen men. So when the king knew this, he bade them let themselves be christened, saying that he will not have heathen men in his battle. We will not, said he, trust in the multitudes. In God will we trust, for by his might and mercy shall we gain the victory. But I will not blend heathen folk up with my men. But when the heathen heard this, they took counsel together, and at last 400 took christening, but 500 gainsaid Christ's law, and that host turned back to their own country. Then stepped forward the brethren Gauk Thorir and Afrafasti with their band, and offered the king their aid once more. He asked if they had already taken christening, and Gauk Thorir said it was not so. The king bade them take christening and the true faith, or go their ways otherwise. So then they turned away, and had a talk between them, and took counsel together what rede they should take up. Then spake Afrafasti, so is it to be said of my mind, that I will not turn back. I will fare to the battle, and give my aid to one side or other, but to me it makes no odds on which side I be. Then said Gauk Thorir, if I shall fare to the battle, then will I give aid to the king, for he stands in the greatest need of help. But if I am to trow in some god or other, why should it be worse to me to trow in white Christ than in any other god? Now it is my counsel that we should let us be christened, if the king deemeth that a great matter, and let us afterwards go into the battle with him. This they all yea said, and go to the king to tell him that they are willing to take christening. So they were christened of the clerks, and confirmed thereafter, and the king took them into the laws of his bodyguard, and said they should be under his banner in the battle. Chapter 216. The speech of King Olaf. Now King Olaf had heard it for sure that but a little while it was to this that he would have battle with the Bonders, and when he had taken muster of his host, and scored the tale thereof, he found he had more than 30 hundreds of men, which was then deemed to be a mickle host on one field. Then the king spoke to the host, saying, we have a great host and a brave company. And now I will tell men what array I will have in our host. I shall let fare my banner forth in the midmost of the host, and therewith shall follow my bodyguard and guests, and therewithal that band which came to us from the uplands, and moreover that company which came to us here in Thrandheim. But on the right hand of my banner shall be Dayringson with all that host which he brought to our aid, and he shall have another banner. But on the left of mine array shall be the band which the Swede king gave us, and all the company that came to us in Sweden, and they shall have the third banner. My will is that men shall be arrayed in companies, and that kinsmen and acquaintance flock together, for thus each will heed the other best, and each ken the other. We shall mark all our host, and make a war token on our helms and shields, and draw thereon in white the Holy Cross. And if we come into battle, then shall we all have one and the same word cry, Forth, forth, Christ's men, crossmen, king's men. We shall have thinner ranks if we be the fewer folk, for I will not that they ring us round with their host. Now let men array them into companies, and sithence the companies shall be drawn up in battles, and let then every man wot his stead, and give heed to which side he stand of the banner whereunder he is arrayed. Now we shall keep up our battle array, and let men have all weapons day and night, until we know where the meeting shall be betwixt us and the Bonders. Sithence, when the king had thus spoken, they arrayed their host, and set it out even according as the king had ordered. Chapter 217. Speech meeting of King Olaf. After this the king had a meeting with the captains of companies, but then were come back the men whom the king had sent into the countrysides to crave help of the Bonders. They had these tidings to tell from the peopled parts where they fared, that far and wide all was waste of white men, and all that folk had fared into the gathering of the Bonders. But where they came upon men, but few would follow them, and the most answered that they sat at home for this cause, that they would follow neither side. They had no will to fight against the king, or against their own kinsmen. They had got but a scanty company. Then the king asked his men for rede what seemed likeliest to take up. Finn Arneson answered the king's speech, and said, "I will tell thee," says he, "what would be done if I should rule. We should fare the war shield over all the peopled parts, rob all wealth, and burn down the abodes, so throughly that never a cot should be left standing, and thus pay the Bonders for their betrayal of their lord. Methinks many a one would get loose from the flock, if he saw home to his house, and the reek and flame thereof, and wotted unclearly what tidings were to tell of his bairns, and women, and old folk, their fathers, mothers, and other kindred. And this I ween," says he, "that if some of them make up their mind to break away from the gathering, then their ranks will speedily thin. There too are Bonders given, that such rede as is newest, that is the dearest to them." But when Finn had done his speech, men gave it a good cheer, for to many it liked well to turn to wealth lifting, and all deemed the Bonders well worthy of scathe, and thought what Finn said was like enough to happen, that many of the Bonders would be loose from the gathering. Then Thermod, the cold browed skald, sang this stave: "Burn we all lands we find there that in would be of in isle, the host would ward with war sword against the king men's homesteads. The youth's grief should be quickened in thorn wood, might I wield it. All men of Upper Thrandheim cold coals should have their houses." But when King Olaf heard the eagerness of the folk, he craved hearing, and said, "Forsooth, the Bonders are full worthy of being dealt with, even as ye will. They know this withal, that I have done as much as burning them in their abodes, and have laid upon them other heavy punishments. I have done this, that I have burnt them within, when they had gone away from their faith, and taken up blood offerings, and would not yield to my words. But then had we God's right to Ærik, whereas now is this treason much less of worth, though they hold not their troth to me. Though forsooth it is, that it will not be deemed beseeming to those who will be men of mandom. Yet I am here somewhat more free to grant them some release, when they misdo against me, than then when they did hatefully against God. Therefore it is my will that men go forth peacefully, and do no deeds of war work. I will fare first to meet the Bonders, and if we make peace, it is well. But if they hold battle against us, then there will be two ways before us. If we fall in the fight, it will be well done not to fare thither with wealth robbed. But if we gain the victory, then will ye be the heirs of those who are now fighting against us. For some of them will fall in the fight, and some will flee, and both alike will have forfeited all their havings. Then it is good to go into big households and stately manors, but to no man is there any avail in what is burnt down. Likewise of liftings, the more part by far fares to spilling than what is turned to any use. So now let us go scatter meal down along the dwellings, and have with us all men meet for fight which we may find. With all men shall hew beasts, or take other victual, according as men need for their feeding, but let no other ill deeds be done. Yet I deem it well that the spies of the Bonders be slain. If ye take them, Day and his company shall fare down along the dale on the north side, but I shall follow the highway, and at night we shall meet, and let us all have one night lair. Chapter 218 of the Scalds of King Olaf. So it is said that when King Olaf arrayed his host in battle array, he told off men for a shield burg, which should hold itself before him in the battle, and thereto he chose out such men as were the starkest and keenest. Then the king called to him his Scalds, and bade them go into the shield burg. Said he, "Ye shall be here, and see the tidings which here shall be done. Then there will be no need of others to tell you the tale, for ye shall be the tellers thereof, and sing of it thereafter." Then were there Thormod Coldbrow Skald, and Gizur Goldbrow, the foster father of Temple Garth Ref, And the third was Thorfinn Mouth. Then said Thermod to Gizur, "Stand we not so thronged, bedfellow, but that Sigvat may get to his place when he comes. He will wish to stand in front of the king, and with naught else shall the king be well liking." The king heard that, and answered, "No need to jeer at Sigvat for not being here. Oft has he followed me well. Now will he pray for us, and we shall yet stand in right sore need thereof." Thermod says, "It may be, king, that now thou standest most of all in need of prayers, but thin would it be about the banner staff, if all thy courtmen were now on the Rome road." And indeed it was true that we would be talking then how that no one might get place because of Sigvat, howsoever one might wish to speak to thee. Then the skalds spake together between themselves, saying that it would fall well to frame some staves of upheartening concerning the tidings which would speedily be borne on their hands. Then sang Gizur: "For throng at the Thing of War board busk we, let folk that word hear. But never shall Thane's daughter here tell of me grown unglad, though the deft war groves tell us hope is of the wife of Hedon. Be we to the king all helpful east in the gale of Ali." Then sang Thorfinn Mouth a stave: "Toward the mickle rain it darkeneth of the hard storm of War shield. The host of the Verdalers with the keen king will battle. Ward we Auld Wielder bounteous, and merry feed the blood mew. In Thun's storm fell we Thranders, to that same do we egg on." Then sang Thormod: "Shaft thrower on it gathers to the mickle gale of Ali, and now the sword age waxeth. Naught blenching should men fumble. Busk we for onset, ganging to the moat of spears with Olaf. But sure the fight brisk warrior should shun the word of sluggard." These songs men learnt then and there. Chapter 219. King Olaf's Soul booting Gift. Then the king arrayed his journey and sought down along the dale, and he took Night Harbor, and there came together all his host. And they lay night long out under their shields. But forthwith, when it dawned of day, the king arrayed the host, and when they were ready thereto, they held still on their way down along the dale. Then came to the king very many Bonders, and the more part went into his host, and they all knew how to tell him one tale, that the landed men had drawn together an host unfightable, and meant to go and give battle to the king. Then the king took many marks of silver, and gave them into the hand of a Bonder, and said withal, "This money shalt thou guard, and share it hereafter. Allot some to churches, give some to clerks, some to almsfolk, and give it for the life and soul of the men who shall fall in battle, fighting against us." The Bonder answers, "Shall this money be given for the soul booting of thy men, king?" Answered the king, "This money shall be given for the souls of the men who are in battle with the Bonders, and who shall fall before the weapons of our men. But those who follow us in the fight, and who fall in it, shall all be saved together, they and I." Chapter 220 of Thormod Coldbrow Skald. The night that King Olaf lay among his hosts, as is aforesaid, he waked long and prayed to God for himself and his host, and slept but little. Against the dawn there fell heaviness upon him, and when he awoke, up ran the day. The king deemed it somewhat early to rouse the host. Then he asked where was Thormod the Skald. He was anigh there, and gave answer, and asked what the king would with him. The king said, "Tell us some song." Thormod sat up and sang out right high, so that it was heard throughout all the host. He sang Bjarkle the Ancient, whereof this is the beginning: "Day is come up again, din the cock's feathers. Time, sons of trouble, the toil to be winning. Wake and wake I, heads of the friend folk, all ye of the foremost fellows of Adals. High, the hard gripping hroth of the shooting kin worthy men who will not of fleeing. To wine not I wake you, nor whispers of women, but up do I wake you to Hilda's hard play." Then awoke the host, and when the lay was done, men thanked him for it, and set mickle store by it, and deemed it was well chosen, and called the lay House Carl's Wedding. The king thanked him for his glee, and sithence the king took a gold ring weighing half a mark and gave it to Thormod. Thormod thanked the king for his gift and said, "A good king have we, but it is a hard matter now to see through how long lived the king may be, and it is my boon, king, that thou let us part nevermore, alive or dead." The king answered, "All we shall fare together, while I rule over it, if ye choose not to part from me." Thormod said, "This I look for, king, whether the peace be better or worser, that I shall be standing near to you while I have the choice, whatever we may hear of Sigva, where he may be faring with golden hilt." Then sang Thormod: "Fight bold, all wielder, ever about thy knee I turn me, till other skalds thou get thee. When hopest thou for these then? Though we give the greedy raven corpse meat, off shall we get us, or else here shall be lying. Soothly is this unfailing, O reddener of the wave steeds." Chapter 221. King Olaf comes unto Stickelstead. King Olaf brought the army down along the valley, and Day still fared with his host another way. The king letted not his faring until he came down to Stickelstead. Then they saw the host of the Bonders, and that folk went much scattermeal, and with so mickle a multitude, that along every path were folk drifting in, and wide about it was, that big flocks fared together. They saw where a company of men came on down from Burdale, who had been out a spying, and fared nigh to where was the host of the king, and found naught, before there was so short a space between them both, that men might know each other. And there was Ram of Vig with 30 men. Then the king ordered the guests to fare against Ram, and take his life, and ready enough were men for that work. Then spoke the king to the Icelanders: "So is it told me that it is a custom in Iceland that bonders be bound in harvest time to give their housecarls a slaughter wether. Lo, there I will give you a ram for the slaughter." The Icelanders were easily egged on to this deed, and fared forthwith on Ram with other men, and he was slain, and all the company that followed him. The king took a stand and stayed his host when he came to Stickelstead, and the king bade men get off their horses and make ready there, and men did as bade the king. Then the host was cast into battle array, and the banners were set up. Day was not yet come with his host, so that wing of the battle was lacking. Then spake the king that the uplanders should go forth and take up the banner. "But I deem it rede," says the king, "that Harold my brother be not in the fight, for he is but a child of age." Harold answers: "I shall surely be in the fight, but if I am so unstrong that I may not wield the sword, then can I good rede thereto, to wit, that my hand be bound to the grip thereof. No man shall be of better will than I, to be unprofitable to those bonders, and I shall follow mine own fellowship." So men say that Harold sang this song therewith: "That wing shall I dare, warding wherein to stand my lot is. In wrath the shield we redden, 'tis a thing that woman loveth. The war blithe youngling warrior before spears nowise fareth to heal where strokes are striking. To the murder mote men hasten." Harold had his will, and was in the battle. Chapter 222 of Thorgils Halmason. A man is named Thorgils, son of Halma, and he was the bonder who then dwelt at Stickelstead, and was the father of Grim the Good. Thorgils offered the king his help, and to be in the battle with him. The king bade him have thanks for his offer. "But I will, bonder, that thou be not in the battle. Grant us rather that other help, to save our men after the fight, such as be wounded, and lay out the bodies of the others who fall in the fray. Likewise, should such hap be, bonder, that I fall in this battle, then do what service may be needful to my body, if it be not forbidden thee." And Thorgils avowed to the king to do his behest. Chapter 223. The talk of King Olaf. Now when King Olaf had arrayed his host, he spake to them, and said that men should harden their hearts, and go forth boldly, if a battle befall. Says he, "We have an host good and great, and although the bonders have an host somewhat more, yet will fate rule the victory. I have to make known unto you that I shall not flee from this battle. I shall either overcome the bonders, or shall fall here else. And this I pray, that that lot come up which God sees will be for me the gainfullest. We shall trust in this, that we have a more rightful cause to plead than the bonders. And this furthermore, that God will make free our own to us after this battle, or else will give us a reward mickle more for the loss that we here get, than we ourselves know how to pray for. But if it be my lot to have aught to say after the battle, then shall I reward each one of you according to his work's worth, and according to the way whereas each goeth forth in the battle. For then if we gain the victory, there will be enough to share between you both of lands and chattels, which are now in the hands of my foemen. Let us make the hardest of onslaughts at first, for swiftly then will be a shifting, though odds be mickle, and we have to hope for victory from speedy dealings, whereas that will fall heavy on us if we have to fight unto weariness, so that men thereof become unfightworthy. For we shall have less fresh folk than they, to go forth in turn, while some shield themselves and rest. But if we make the brunt so hard that they turn aback, who are foremost, then will each fall across the other, and their mishap will be the greater, the more they are together. And when the king left off speaking, men gave a great cheer to his speaking, and each egged on the other. Chapter 224 of Thord the son of Foley. Thord the son of Foley bore the standard of King Olaf. So says Sigvat the Skald in that death song which he wrought on King Olaf, and fashioned after the uprising story. Heard I that Thord with Olaf hardened the fight begun there with sword. Then throve the onset, good hearts there fared together. The bold heart Ogmund's brother toils sorely, high up bearing the fair gilt staff before him, the fight-worn king of Ringfolk. Chapter 225 of the array of King Olaf. King Olaf was so arrayed that he had a helm all gilded on his head, but a white shield, and thereon done in gold the holy cross. In one hand he had that spear which now standeth beside the altar in Christ's church. He was girt with that sword, which is called Hneter, the keenest of swords, the grip wrapped around with gold. He had on a ring byrnie. Hereof telleth Sigvat the Skald. Olaf the thick one felling of folk. The Lord fight daring went forth all in his byrnie to fetch a victory mighty. But the Swedes, who came from the east land with the bounteous Lord, rushed onward into the bright blood eddies. There then the battle waxed, much things I tell, all naked. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 15, Chapter 211 through 225. Section 45 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 16, Chapter 226 through 240. Chapter 226. King Olaf's Dream. But when King Olaf had done arraying his host, then were the Bonders come nowhere nigh as yet. Then said the king that the whole host should sit down and rest them. And King Olaf himself sat him down, and all his host, and they sat at their ease. He leaned back and laid his head on the knee of Finn Arneson. Then sleep ran over him, and that was for a while. Then they saw the heap of the Bonders, how their host sought on to meet them, and had set up its banners. And the greatest multitude of men was that. Then Finn roused the king, and told him the Bonders were making for them. And when the king awoke, he said, "Why didst thou wake me, Finn, nor leave me to have my dream out?" Finn answered, "Thou wouldst not be dreaming such as that it should not be more due for thee to wake, and be ready for the host that fareth upon us. Or dost thou not see now whereto the Bonder crowd hath gotten?" The king answers, "They are not so near yet as that it were not better that I had slept." Then said Finn, "What didst thou dream, king, whereof thou deemest it so mickle amiss that thou shouldst not wake up of thyself?" Then the king told his dream. He thought he saw a high ladder, and that he walked up the same, up aloft so long that he deemed he saw the heavens open, and even thither the ladder reached. And I was even then come to the topmost rung, when thou didst call me. Finn answers, "To me naught seemeth the dream so good as thou deemest it, for I am minded to think that this forebodeth thee for fay, if that which came before thee were aught else than mere dream fooling." Chapter 227. The christening of Arnljot Gelline. It befell again, when King Olaf was come to Stickelstead, that a certain man came to him, but this was naught wondrous, in so far that many men came to the king out of the countrysides there, but it was deemed for new tidings, whereas this man was unlike unto other men of them who had come to the king as then. He was a man so high that none of the others were more than up to the shoulder of him. He was a very goodly man to look upon, and of fair hair. He was well weaponed, and had a full fair helm, and a ring burning, and a red shield, and was girt with a fair wrought sword. He had in hand a gold inlaid great spear, the shaft whereof was so thick that a good handful it was. This man went before the king and greeted him, and asked if he would have help of him. The king asked what was his name and kindred, and whence of lands. He answers, "I have kindred in Iamtland and Helsingland. I am called Arnljot Gelline, and that most I can to tell thee, that I gave some furtherance to those men of thine, whom thou sentest to Iamtland to crave scat there, and I handed over to them a silver dish, which I sent thee for a token that I was willing to be thy friend." Then asked the king if Arnljot were a man christened or not, but he said this of his troth, that he trowed in his might and main, and that belief has served me full well hitherto, but now I am minded rather to trow in thee, O king. The king answered, "If thou wilt trow in me, then thou shalt believe in what I teach thee. Thou shalt believe this, that Jesus Christ has created heaven and earth and all men, and that to him shall fare after death all those who are good and who believe aright." Arnljot answered, "I have heard tell of the White Christ, but I am not well learned in his doings, nor where he ruleth. So I will now believe all that thou hast to tell me, and I will leave all my matter in thine hand." Then Arnljot was christened, and the king taught him as much of the faith as he deemed was most needful, and arrayed him to the vanward battle array, and before his own banner. There too were Gauk, Thorir, and Aphrophasti, and their fellows. Chapter 228 of War Gathering in Norway. Now is to be told the tale that was dropped afore, that landed men and bonders had drawn together an host, not to be dealt with in battle, so soon as they heard that the king had fared from the east from Garthrealm and was come to Sweden. And when they heard that he was come from the east to Iamtland, and that he was about to fare from the east over the Kiel to Verdale, they brought the host into Thrandheim, and there gathered together to them all the folk, thane and thrall, and so fared up to Verdale, and had there so great a gathering that no man who was there had ever seen so great an host gathered in Norway. But there it was, as always will be in so big an host, that the company was all diverse. There was a mickle of landed men, and a great crowd of mighty bonders, but there was also the whole heap of villeins and workmen. And they made the main host which had been gathered together in Thrandheim, but that host was most fierce in foeship against the king. Chapter 229 of Bishop Sigurd. King Canute the Rich had laid under him all the land of Norway, as is aforewrit, and therewithal had set Earl Hakon up for a ruler there. He gave the earl a court bishop named Sigurd, a Dane by kindred, who had been with King Canute for a long time. That bishop was a man masterful and pompous of speech. He gave King Canute all the word propping he might, and was the most unfriendly of King Olaf. That same bishop was with this host, and oft would speak to the Bonder folk, and egged on mickle the uprising against King Olaf. Chapter 230. The talk of Bishop Sigurd. Now Bishop Sigurd spoke at a certain house thing, whenas was a mickle throng, and thus he took up the word: Here is now come together a great multitude of folk, so that in this poor land might by no chance ever be seen a greater host of inlanders. Now this strength of men should stand you well in stead, for now is need enough thereto, if this Olaf is yet minded not to lay by his harrying of you. When he was yet but a youth, he became wont to rob men and to slay, and hereto fared he wide over lands, and at last turned hither toward this country, and began his business by becoming the greatest unfriend of those who were the best men and the mightiest, such as is King Canute, whom all are bound to serve to their best. And he set himself down in his scatland. The same wise he dealt too with Olaf the Swede king, and the earls Svein and Hakon he drave away from the lands of their birthright. And yet to his own kin he was grimmest of all, in that he drave away all the kings of the uplands. Yet that was well enough in some way, for they had already broken their faith and oaths to King Canute, and backed this Olaf up in what folly soever he took up. Now meetly sundered their friendship, he maimed them, and took to himself their dominion, and thus voided the land of all men of dignity. But thereafter ye must be wotting how he hath dealt with landed men. The most renowned of them are slain, and many have become land waifs before him. He hath also fared wide over this land with robber flocks, burnt the country sides, and slain and robbed the people. Or which of the men of might will be here who hath not sore wrongs to avenge on him? Now he fareth with an outland host, of which the most part are woodland men, and waylayers, or robbers of other sort. Deem ye that he will be soft with you, now that he fares with this rout of evil doers, seeing what deeds of ravage he did when even all who followed him letted him? I call that your rede, that ye mind you now of the words of King Canute, whereas he counseled you, if Olaf should make his way to the land again, how ye should hold your freedom, even as King Canute hath behight it you. He bade you withstand and drive off your hands such lawless rabble, and this is now to hand to go meet them, and to smite down this evil folk to the eagle and the wolf, and let each one lie whereas he is hewn, unless ye will it rather to drag their carcasses into Holt and Warren. But let no man be bold enough to bring them to churches, for all these be but Vikings and evil doers. And when he had made an end of this talk, men gave it a mickle cheer, and they all said yea to doing as he bade. Chapter 231 of the Landed Men. The landed men who were come there together had their meeting and talk and outspeaking, and then ordered the array of the battles, and who should be captain over the host. Then said Calf the son of Arni, that Ærik of Theota was best fitted to become the chief of this army. For he is come of the kin of Harold Hairfair, and the king has against him a right heavy grudge for the slaying of Grankel, and he will sit under the most of evil dealings, if Olaf should once more come to his might. Moreover, Ærik is a man much proven in battles, and a man all eager for renown. Ærik answers that those men were better fitted for this, who then were in the nimblest of their age. But I am now, says he, an old man, and a tottering, and nowise well meet for battle. Withal there is kingship betwixt King Olaf and me, and of howsoever little worth he counts that to me, yet it beseems me nowise to thrust me forth in this unpeace against him more than any other man in our flock. But thou, Thorir, art well fitted to be the head man in holding battle against King Olaf, and grievance enough hast thou against him. Thou hast to avenge on him loss of thy kinsmen, and this moreover, that he drave thee into outlawry from all thy goods, and thou hast behight King Canute and thy kinsmen withal, that thou wouldst avenge Asbjorn? Or deemest thou that a better chance of Olaf will be given thee than that which now is for avenging thee of all that mighty shame?" Thorir answered his speech: "I trust myself naught to raise up banner against King Olaf, or to become chief over this host. Here have the Thrandheim folk the most throng of men, and I know their pride, that they will not obey me or any other man of Halogaland. But there is no need to call to my mind the wrongs whereof I have to pay Olaf. I mind me of that loss of men, how that Olaf has cut off from life 4 men, all of them noble of honors and kin, Asbjorn my brother's son, Thorir, and Greotgard my sister's sons, and their father Olver, and I am in duty bound to avenge each one of them. Now this is to tell of me, that I have chosen out 11 men of my house carles, they who are briskest, and I am minded to think that we shall not haggle with other men as to dealing in blows with King Olaf, if we shall get us the chance thereof." Chapter 232. The speech of Calf, son of Arni. Then Calf Arneson took up the word: "This need we in the work which we have taken up, not to make it a fool's errand now that the host is gathered together. We shall need something else if we are to give battle to King Olaf, than that each one back out of undertaking the trouble. For we may be fast in this mind, that though King Olaf have no great host beside that which we have, yet there is the leader dauntless, and all his host will be trusty for fight and following. But if we now be wavering at all, who should be most chiefly the leaders of our host? And if we will not put the host in heart, nor egg it on, nor lead it to the onset, then forthwith in a many of them that be faltering, the heart will fail them, and then each one will be looking to himself. Now, albeit a mickle host is here come together, we shall none the less come into such a trial when we meet King Olaf with his host, that worsting shall be certain for us, unless we, the captains, be ourselves keen hearted, and the whole throng fall on with one accord. But if this come not about, then would it be better for us not to risk battle. And then will our choice be deemed easy to see, that we risk the mercy of Olaf, howsoever hard he was then thought, when there were less guilts against us than he will now deem there be. And yet I know that such men are arrayed in his host, that I shall have the chance of my life, if I will seek for it. Now if ye will, as I will, then shalt thou, Thorir, my brother-in-law, and thou, Ærik, go under the banner which we shall all upraise, and follow after. Be we all hard set and keen about this rede we have taken up, and lead we on the host of Bonders in such wise that they find no flutter of fear in us, and that will stir up the folk, if we go glad to the arraying of the host and the egging on of it." And when Calf had done giving forth his errand, they all with one consent turned them to his rede, saying they would have all things even as Calf should deem best for them. So they all willed that Calf should be captain of the host, and should order each one into what company he would. Chapter 233. Concerning landed men bearing banners. Calf set up his banner, and arrayed thereunder his house carles, and therewith Ærik of Theoda and his folk. Thorir Hound with his following was in the onward breast of the array before the banners, and there on either side of Thorir was a picked company of the Bonders, of all that was briskest and best weaponed. That array was made both long and thick, and in that line were Thrandheimers and Halogalanders. But on the right hand side to this array there was set another such, and on the left hand from the main battle was the battle of the men of Rogaland, Hordland, Sagen, and the Firths, and they had there the third banner. Chapter 234. Of Thorstein Shipwright. There was a man named Thorstein Shipwright. He was a chapman and a great smith, and a man mickle and strong, exceeding eager hearted in all things, and a mickle slayer. He had fallen into the king's enmity, and the king had taken from him a cheaping ship, a new and big one, which Thorstein had made. That was for Thorstein's brawlings, and for a thane's weregild which the king had against him. Thorstein was there in the host, and he went forth before the line of war, to where stood Thorir Hound, and spoke thus: Here will I be in this company, Thorir, with thee. Whereas I am minded that if we two, Olaf and I, meet to be the first to bear weapon on him, if I may be standing so nigh him, so that I may pay him for the taking of the ship, when he robbed me of that craft, which is the one only best that is brooked in cheaping fare. So Thorir and his folk took Thorstein, and he went into their fellowship. Chapter 235 of the arraying of the Bonders. Now when the Bonders had been set in battle array, the landed men gave out the word, and bade the folk give heed to their places, whereas each one was marshalled, or how nigh to the banner he was set, and which way from it. They bade the men be watchful and swift to fall into line when the horns should sing out and the war blast come up, and then to go forth in array, for they had still a much long way to flit the host onward, and it was to be looked for that the line should be broken on the march. Then they egged on the host. Calf said that all men who had grief and hatred whereof to pay King Olaf should go forth under those banners which should fare against the banner of King Olaf, and that they should be mindful then of the wrongdoing he had dealt them. And he says that they would never hit upon a better chance for avenging of their sorrow, and to free themselves from that bondage and thraldom under which he had laid them. He is now, says Calf, a blencher who fighteth not at his boldest, for nowise sackless are they whom ye fight against, neither will they spare you if they get the chance. To his speech there was made right mickle cheer, and therewithal there was a mighty great shout and egging on throughout the whole host. Chapter 236 the hosts of the king and of the Bonders. Then the Bonders flitted their host on to Stickelstead, whereas King Olaf was before them with his host. At the head of the host Calf and Ærik fared onward with the banner. But when they met, the onset befell not right speedily, for the Bonders tarried the onfall, whereas not all their host had come forth anywhere nigh evenly, so they abode that folk which lagged behind. Thorir Hound had fared last with his company, for he was to watch that the host should not slink back when the war whoop came up and the foeman's folk were seen. So Calf and his waited for Thorir. The Bonders had this watchword for egging on their host to battle: "Forth, forth, Bonder men!" King Olaf made no onfall, because he waited for day and the folk which followed him. But now the king and his saw where day's host was coming. So it is said that the Bonders had an host nothing less than 100 hundreds of men. But thus saith Sighvat: "Wild unto me the woe is that the king had little gathering from eastward, e'en the Lord King who grasped the grip gold twined. I heard that there the Bonders by the half were more than he was. So gat they gain that somewhat betrayed the battle's urger." Chapter 237 the king and the Bonders meet. Now when either host stood face to face, and men knew each other, the king said: "Why art thou there, Calf, whereas we parted friends south and mere? It beseems thee but ill to be fighting against us, or to shoot death shot into our host, whereas here be thy four brethren." Calf answers: "Much fareth otherwise now, king, than were best beseeming. In such wise didst thou part from us that need was to make peace with them who were left behind, and now must each be whereas he is set. But we two should yet make peace together, if I might rule." Then said Finn: "That is a mark of Calf, that if he speaketh well, he is minded to do ill." The king said: "Maybe, Calf, that thou willest peace now, but meseemeth that naught peacefully now ye Bonders are doing." Then answereth Thorgir of Kviststead: "Ye shall now have such peace as many a man hath had afore of you, and now shall ye pay therefor." Answered the king: "Thou needest not be so eager for our meeting, for nowise shall victory over us be fated for thee to day, whereas I have raised thee up to might from a little man." Chapter 238 the beginning of the battle of Stickelstead. Therewith came Thorir Hound with his company, and went forth before the banner, and cried out: "Forth, forth, Bondermen!" And the Bondermen let out the war whoop, and shot both arrows and spears. And then the king's men set up the war whoop, and when that was over, they egged each other on, as they had been taught to do before, and said, "Forth, forth, Christ's men, crossmen, king's men." And when the Bonders heard that, even they who stood out in the wing, they cried the same cry as they heard these call out. And when the others of the Bonder host heard this, they thought that these last were the king's men, and bore weapons upon them, so that they fought between themselves, and many men fell before they were ware how it was. Fair was the weather, and the sun shone in the clear heaven. But when the battle began, the heaven was besmitten by redness, and the sun withal, and before it cleared off, it grew murk as night. Now King Olaf had arrayed his folk, whereas was a certain bent, and they plunged adown upon the battle of the Bonders, and gave them so hard an onfall that the line of the Bonders bent before them, so that there stood the breast of the king's array, whereas they had had their stand erewhile, who were hindmost in the host of the Bonders. And at this, while much of the Bonder host was ready to flee, but the landed men and their housecarls stood fast, and a right hard brunt then befell. So says Sigvat: "Wide must the field with feet din, to men was banned the peace tide. The byrnie clad betook them into hot brunt of battle, when they that ply the bow draft. Bright helmed rushed down all early, and mickle was the steel storm at Stickelstead befallen." The landed men egged on their host, and thrust on hard to onset. Thereof Sigvat telleth: "Now fared forth the banners in the mid host of the Thrandmen. There nimble men were meeting that work, the Bonders rued them." Then set on the Bonder host from all sides. They hewed who stood the foremost, but they who there were next thrust with spears. But all those who were further back shot spears, or arrows, or hurled stones, or hand axes, or shaft flints. And soon there befell a battle man scathing, and much folk fell on either side. In the first brunt fell Arnljot Gelini, Gauk Thorir, and Afrafasti, and all their company, but each had slain his man first, or two, or some more. Then grew thin the array before the king's banner. So the king bade Thord bear forth the banner, but he himself followed the banner, and that company withal which he had chosen to be anigh him in the battle. And those men were the aldermost of daring, and the best arrayed in his company. Thereof telleth Sigvat: "I heard that my lord for the most part went nighest of his own banner. The staff before the king rushed enough the stour was toward." When King Olaf went forth out of the Shielberg, and into the vanward of his battle, and the Bonders might look into the face of him, then they were filled with dread, and their hands dropped. This Sigvat telleth: "For throwers of flame of spear pond 'twas given to look, meseemeth, into the keen set eyen of Olaf brisk in battle. The Herser's lord full awful was deemed. The Thrandish war folk they durst not look with eyen into his eyes worm gleaming." Then was a right hard battle, and the king went himself fast forth into the brunt of handy strokes. So says Sigvat: "The men's host, shield in hand there, reddened the swords all gory in warriors' blood, where fell they on the dear king of the people. And the king in iron play eager let the red brown sword be seeking the meadows of the hare path of the dwellers of up Thrandheim." Chapter 239. The fall of Thorgeir of Kvistad. Then fought King Olaf all dauntlessly. He hewed on Thorgeir of Kvistad, a landed man, who is aforenamed, athwart the face, and sheared asunder the nose guard of the helm of him, and clave the head below the eyes, so that it nearly flew off. And when he fell, the king said, "Yea, is that true which I said thee, Thorgeir, that thou wouldst have no victory in our dealings?" In this brunt Thord smote down the banner staff so hard that the staff stood upright of itself. For then had Thord got his bane wound, and there he fell under the banner. Therewith fell also Thorfinn Mouth and Gizur Goldbrow, but on him had 2 men set, and one he slew, and the other he hurt, or ever he fell himself. So saith Temple Garth Ref. The ash tree of the battle, the bold one, in the steel rain with 2 brisk thanes had warred in. Uproared the flame of the high one, the plunger in Bow's river, hued fray of the dew of Draupnir, a bane stroke, and another wrought wound 4, steel he reddened. Then it was, as is said before, that the heaven was clear, that the sun vanished from sight, and it grew murk, as says Sighvat, for not a little wonder men deem it, when unclouded was the sun, yet had no warming for the Njordings of the shroud horse. On the daytide fell great portent, when its fair hues the day gat not. From east away then heard I how it went, the Lord King's battle. At this nick of time came up Day, the son of Ring, with the host he had led, and fell to arraying his battle, and set up his banner. But because that mickle was the murk, their onset was naught speedy, whereas they knew not surely what might be before them. Howsoever they turned thither where before them were the men of Rogaland and Hordland. Now all these haps fell at one and the same time, though some happened a little before or a little later. Chapter 240. The fall of King Olaf. Calf and Olaf are named 2 kinsmen of Calf, the son of Arni, who stood on one side of him, Mickleman and valiant. Calf was the son of Arnfinn, the son of Arnmod, and brother's son of Arni, the son of Arnmod. On the other side of Calf Arneson went forth Thorir Hound. King Olaf hewed on Thorir Hound right across the shoulders. The sword did not bite, but it seemed as if dust flew out of the reindeer skin. Hereof tells Sighvat. The bounteous king, most clearly himself, found how the wise work of the witchcrafty Finnfolk saved the big fashioned Thorir. When the scatterer of the fire of the masked Knop smote the shoulders of Hound, and the sword gold broidered blunted would bite in no wise. Then Thorir smote at the king, and sundry blows they gave and took, but the sword of the king bit not, whereas the reindeer skin was in the way, yet was Thorir hurt in the hand, as again Sighvat sings. The wealth pine, taunting Thorir, owns not the soothful valor of Hound. From home that wot I, who e'er saw deeds were doughtier. The throt of the storm of thwart Garth of the fight shed he who thrust him forth on there, dared to hew back at one who was a king man. The king said to Bjorn the marshal, "Smite thou the Hound, whom iron will bite not." Bjorn turned the axe in his hand, and smote with the hammer thereof, and the blow took Thorir on the shoulder, and was a full mighty blow, and Thorir staggered thereat. And in that same nick of time the king turned against Calf and his kinsmen, and gave a bane wound to Olaf, a kinsman of Calf. Then Thorir Hound thrust a spear at Bjorn the marshal, and smote him in the midst, and gave him a bane wound. Then spake Thorir, "Thus bait we the bears." Thorstein Shipwright smote at King Olaf with an axe, and the blow struck the left leg anigh the knee and above it. Finn Arneson smote Thorstein down forthwith, but at this wound the king leaned him up against a stone, and threw away his sword, and bade God help him. Then Thorir Hound thrust a spear at him. The thrust came on him below the byrnie, and ran up into the belly. Then Calf hewed at him, and that blow took him on the left side of the neck. But men are sundered on the matter where Calf gave the king the wound. These 3 wounds the king got towards the loss of his life, but after his fall, then most all the company fell which had gone forth with the king. Bjarni Goldbrow, Skald, sang this on Calf the son of Arni. Fight nimble, thou by battle didst ward the land 'gainst Olaf. Thou daredst the king most valiant, that say I have heard of. To Stickelstead deed mighty thou wentst, forth rushed the banner. Forsooth thou gavest onset till the valiant king was fallen. And of Bjorn the marshal Sighvat sang this: Eke heard I that erst Bjorn learned marshals, truly what wise 'twas due to hold liege fealty. He too was in the onset. He fell in the host of battle at the head of the king, fame wealthy. That death is all bepraised 'mongst the faithful men, King Warding. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 16, Chapter 226 through 240. Section 46 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 17, Chapter 241 through 252. Chapter 241, the beginning of Day's Brunt. Then Day, the son of Ring, upheld the battle, and made the first onset so hard that the Bonders shrank before him, and some turned to flight. Then there fell a multitude of the host of the Bonders, and these landed men besides Erlend of Garth, Aslak of Finn Isle, and therewith was hewn down the standard which they had fared with before. Then was the battle of the fiercest, and this they called Day's Brunt. Then turned against Day these, Calf Arneson, to wit, Ærik of Theoda, and Thorir Hound, with the array which followed them. Then Day was overborne by sheer might, and he turned to flight, and all the host that was left. There was a certain dale there up along which the main rout went, and there fell at this time a many of the host. Drifted then the folk away to two sides. Many were sorely hurt, and many so weary that they were good for naught at all. The Bonders drove the chase but a short way, for the captains soon turned back, and thither where lay the fallen, for many had there to look for their friends and kinsmen. Chapter 242, Tokens of King Olaf on Thorir Hound. Thorir Hound went thereto where was the body of King Olaf, and gave like help to it, laying the body down and straightening it, and spreading a cloth thereover. And when he wiped the blood off the face, he said thereof afterwards that the face of the king was so fair that the cheeks were even as ruddy as he were asleep, but a mickle brighter than it was afore, while he was yet alive. Then came the blood of the king onto the hand of Thorir, and ran up unto the grip where he had afore gotten his hurt, and there was no need of any binding up of that hurt thenceforth, so speedy was the healing thereof. Thorir bore witness to this hap himself, when the holiness of King Olaf became known to all folk, and Thorir Hound was the first among the mighty men who had been of the host of his foes to uphold the holiness of the king. Chapter 243 of the brothers of Calf the son of Arni. Calf the son of Arni sought for his brothers who were fallen there. He came upon Thorberg and Finn, and it is the say of men that Finn hurled a sax at him, and would slay him, and spake hard words at him, and called him a peace dastard and a lord betrayer. Calf gave no heed thereto, but let bear Finn away from the slain, and Thorberg in like wise. Then their wounds were searched, and they had no hurt, deadly looking. They had fallen overborne by weapons and weariness. Then Calf busied him to bring his brothers down aboard ship, and went with them himself. But so soon as he turned away, then fared away also all the host of the Bonders, which had their homes anigh there, outtaken such men as were busy there about their kinsmen or friends who were wounded, or about the bodies of them who had fallen. Wounded men were carried to the homestead, so that every house was full of them, and over some tents were pitched outside. Now, as wonderful as it had been, how many people had been gathered together in the host of the Bonders, yet men thought this no less far away from likelihood how swiftly the gathering cleared off when it came to that. But this had much to do with it, that the greatest part of the multitude had been gathered together from neighboring countrysides, and they were all very homesick. Chapter 244 of the Verdalers. Those bonders who had dwelling in Verdale went to meet the captains Hærik and Thorir, and made plaint to them of their troubles, and said thus: "The fleers who have got away hence will fare up along Verdale, and will gear our homesteads in unprofitable wise, and for us is no going home so long as they be here in the dale. Now do ye so well as to fare after them with a company, and let no child of them get away, for that is the fate they were minded for us if they had got the best of our meeting, and the very same will they yet do to us, if hereafter we shall meet in such wise that the odds be against us on their side. Like enough they will tarry about the dale if they deem they have naught to fear, and they will now straightway be faring with riot about our dwelling." The bonders spoke hereof with many words, and urged with mickle eagerness that the captains should fare and slay the folk that had got away. And when the captains talked hereover between them, they deemed the bonders had said many things true in their talk. So they took that rede that Thorir Hound with 600 of men, his own company to wit, turned him to faring with them of Verdale. And they went, when as night fell in, and Thorir letted not his journey till he came a night time up to Sula, where he heard the tidings that Day, the son of Ring, and many other flocks of Olaf's men had come thither in the evening, and tarried there but for night meal, and had sithens fared up on the fell. Then said Thorir that he would not drift after them over the fells, and therewith he turned down into the vale again, but few men they got slain. Thereupon the bonders fared to their homes, but Thorir and his host went the next day down to their ships. But the king's men, they who were wayworthy, saved themselves, hiding in woods, and some got help from folk about. Chapter 245 of Harald Sigurdsson. Harald Sigurdsson was sorely wounded, but Ragnvald, son of Brusi, brought him to a certain bonder the night after the battle, and the bonder took Harald in and healed him in hiding, and then gave him his son to guide him away. They went with a hidden head through mountains and wildernesses, and came out into Eamland, and they fared both together east into Garthrealm to King Jarisleif, even as is told in the story of Harald Sigurdsson. Chapter 246 of Thormod Kolbrauskald. Thormod Kolbrauskald was in the battle under the banner of the king. And when the king was fallen, and the onset was at its fiercest, then fell the king's company each by the other, but most of them were wounded who stood up. Thormod was sore hurt, and he did then as other men who all drew aback from there where they deemed was most risk of life, but some ran. Then arose the fight which is called Day's Brunt, wherein there joined all the host of the king that was still fight worthy. But Thormod came not into that battle, for that he was unmeet for fighting, both through wounds and weariness, but he stood there beside his fellows, though he might do nothing else. Then was he smitten by an arrow in the left side. Then he broke the arrow shaft from off him, and went away from the battle home to the houses, and came to a certain barn, which was a mickle house. Thormod had a naked sword in his hand, and as he went in, there came a man out against him, and said, "Here within they go on wondrous ill, with whining and howling, and a great shame it is that valiant men should not fold their wounds. Maybe the king's men have gone forth on right well, but all unmanly they bear their wounds." Thormod answered, "What is thy name?" He named himself Kimby. Answered Thormod, "Wert thou in the battle?" "I was," says he, "with the bonders, the better side to wit." "Art thou hurt at all?" says Thormod. "Little," says Kimby. "Or wert thou in the battle?" Thormod answers, "I was, and with them who had the better." Kimby saw that Thormod had a golden ring on his arm, and he said, "Thou must be of the king's men, so hand me the gold ring, and I shall hide thee, for the bonders will slay thee if thou come in their way." Thormod says, "Take the ring, if thou mayest reach it. Now have I lost more." Kimby reached forth his hand and would take the ring. Thormod swept his sword and sheared the hand from off him. And so is it said that Kimby bore his wound nowise better than the others whom he had been wighting before, and therewith Kimby went away. But Thormod sat him down in the barn, and sat there a while, and hearkened to the talk of men. This was most spoken there, that each man saith that which he deemed he had seen in the battle, and the talk was of onsets of men, and some praised most the valor of King Olaf, and some named no less other men. Then sang Thormod: Bold was the heart of Olaf, through blood the king forth waded. At Stickelstead the wrought steel bit, and the host craved battle. All pines of the Gale of Jalfad, save the very king, there saw I to spare themselves. Yet most men in the fast spear drift did prove them. Chapter 247. The death of Thormod Kolbrau Skald. Thormod walked away thereafter to a certain outhouse, and went thereinto, and within there were already many men sore wounded. A certain woman was tending there, and binding up the wounds of men. On the floor there was a fire, and she was warming water for the cleansing of the wounds. But Thormod sat down out by the door. There one man went out, as another came in of them who were busy about the wounded. Then one turned to Thormod, and looked on him, and said, Why art thou so pale? Art thou wounded? Or why biddest thou not leechdom for thee? Then Thormod sang this stave: Nay, nowise am I ruddy, but the slim white hawk perch, Skogul, she hath a ruddy husband. Of me, sore hurt, few mind them. Thou, wont unto the murder of Fenjusmiel, that maketh that with the deep spoor smart eye of Day's brunt and Dane weapons. Sithence Thormod stood up, and walked up to the fire, and stood there for a while. Then spake the leech to him, Thou man, go out and fetch me the billets which lie outside the door. He went out, and bore in an armful of billets, and threw them down on the floor. Then the leech looked into the face of him, and said, Wondrously pale is this man. Why art thou so? Then sang Thormod: The oak of the hawk lands wondereth why we be pale. O woman, the arrow drift I found me, 'tis few grow fair by wounding. It was the darksome metal, driven by main, flew through me. The perilous sharp iron bit nigh the heart, so ween I. Then said the leech, Let me see thy wounds, that I may bind them up. Then Thormod sat down, and cast the clothes from him. And when the leech saw his wounds, she searched about the wound he had in his side, and she found that iron stood therein, though she knew not for sure whither the iron had turned. She had made there in a stone kettle a mess of leeks and other herbs, and sodden that together, and she gave it to the wounded to eat, and tried in that manner whether they had hollow wounds, whereas she kenned it from the leek smelling out through the wound which was in the hollow body. She bore this to Thormod, and bade him eat. He answered, Take it away, I'm not sick for grout. Then she took gripping tongs, and would draw out the iron, but it was fast, and stirred no whither, and it stood out but little, because the wound was swollen. Then said Thormod, Shear thou up to the iron, so that it may be well caught by the tongs, and then give them to me, and let me pull at it. She did as he bade. Then Thormod took a gold ring off his arm, and gave it to the leech, and bade her do with it what she would. The giver is good, says he. King Olaf gave me the ring this morning. Then Thormod took the tongs, and pulled out the arrow, and on the barbs of it lay sinews from the heart, some red, some white. And when he saw that, he said, Well hath the king fed us, fat am I yet at the heart roots. Then he sank aback, and was dead. And there is an end to the tale of Thormod. Chapter 248 of the Haps of the Battle. King Olaf fell on Wednesday, the 4th of the calends of August. It was near noon when they met, and before midday the battle began. But before Nons the king fell, and the darkness lasted from midday to Nons. Sigvat the Skald tells thus of the end of the fight. Hard lack of the foe of the English, since the men of war the king made life sick. The unsoft war shield there for the king was riven. Folk ruler, forth he wended into the point moat, whereat the host clave shields. The wild host changed Olaf's life, but day fled. And further he sang this: The people wrought the king's death. Fight skeary stems not wadded of such a strength, so many of bonder men and her sirs, that there the stems of wound flame such king should fell in onset as deemed was Olaf. Many was the host that lay in blood there. The Bonders did not plunder the fallen host, and straightway after the fight it was rather so that dread smote on many of them who had been against the king. Yet they held their ill will, and doomed between them that all those men who had fallen with the king should get no such like help or burial as beseemed good men, and they called them all robbers and outlaws. But those men who were rich and had kinsmen there among the fallen host gave no heed to this, but brought their kinsmen to churches and laid their bodies out. Chapter 249. Tokens on a Blind Man. Thorgils, son of Halma, and Grim his son fared to the fallen host in the evening, when murk was. They took up the body of King Olaf, and bore it away to a place where there was a house cot, little and waste, out away from the stead. They had light with them and water. So then they did the clothes off the body, and washed it, and sithen swaddled it in linen weed, and laid it down there within the house, and covered it up with wood, so that no one might see it, though men should come into the house. Then they went away and home to the stead. Many staff carles had followed either army, and poor people who begged their meat. And the evening after the battle, and many of that folk had tarried there. And when night fell, they sought harbor for themselves throughout all the houses, great and small. There was a certain blind man, of whom a tale is told. He was a poor man, and his lad went about with him, and led him. They walked out of doors about the stead, seeking harbor, and came to that same void house, the door whereof was so low that one had nearly to creep in through it. And when the blind man came inside the house, he groped about on the floor to find whether he might lay him down. He had a hat on his head, and the hat fell forward over his face. When he bent down, he found that before his hand there was a pool on the floor, and therewith he lifted the wet hand, and set the hat right again, and therewith the wet fingers came up against his eyes. And forthwith fell so great itching on his eyelids that he stroked in the wet fingers across his very eyes. Then he betook himself out of the house again, saying there was no lying therein, for it was all wet. And when he came out of the house, he saw forthwith first his two hands, one from the other, and then all such things as were near enough for him to see in spite of night murk. He went home forthwith to the stead, and into the guest chamber, and there told all folk that he had got his sight, and that now he was a seeing man. But that wotted many men that he had been long blind, for he had been there before, going about from house to house. He said that he had got his sight first when he came out of a certain house, little and wretched, and all was wet there within, says he, and I groped thereinto with my hands, and I rubbed my eyes with my wet hands. He told also where the house stood. But the men within there, when they heard these tidings, wondered greatly at this hap, and spoke between themselves what there could be within that house. But goodman Thorgils and his son Grim deemed they knew whence this hap would have come, and were in great dread lest the unfriends of the king should go and ransack the house. Then they stole away, and went to the house, and took the body, and flitted it away, and into the meadow, and hid it there, and then fared back to the stead, and slept through that night. Chapter 250. Of Thorir Hound. Thorir Hound came on the Thursday down from Verdale out to Sticklestead, and a much host followed him, and much was there still before him of the Bonder host. Now the fallen host was still being broken up, and men bore off the bodies of their friends or kinsmen, and gave help to such wounded men as men would heal, but by that time many men had died, since the battle was done. Thorir Hound went thereto, whereas the king had fallen, and searched for the body, and when he found it not, he speered thereof whether any man could tell him where the body might be. But no one knew how to tell that. Then he asked goodman Thorgils if he knew aught as to where was the body of the king. Thorgils answers, I was not in the battle. I know few tidings to tell thereof. Many tales fare thereof now. Yea, it is now said that King Olaf has been met last night up by staff, and a company of men with him. But if he is fallen, then will thy men have hidden his body up in holts or warrens. Now although Thorir deemed he knew for truth that the king was fallen, yet many joined in the murmur that the king must have gotten out of the battle, and that they would have but a little while to wait till he should get together an host and come on their hands. Then fared Thorir to his ships and sithence down the firth. Then fell all the Bonder host to drift away, and they brought away all the wounded men that could be moved. Chapter 251. Of the corpse fair of King Olaf. Thorgils, Hall, Mason, and Grim, the father and son, had in their keeping the body of King Olaf, and were much mind sick herein, to wit, how they might so heed it. that the unfriends of the king should not get to mishandle the body, for they heard the bonders say as much as that the thing to be done, if the body of the king should be found, would be to burn it, or to take it out to sea, and to sink it in the deep. That father and son had seen in the night, as it were, a candle light burning over the spot where the body of King Olaf lay, amidst of the fallen host, and also thereafter, wheresoever they had hidden the body, they saw ever at night a light looking thither, whereas the king was resting. They dreaded lest the unfriends of the king should seek for the body, even where it was, if they saw these tokens. So therefore Thorgils and his son were wistful to bring the body away to some such place, that it should be safe there. They made a chest and wrought it in the best way they could, and laid therein the body of the king. Sithence they made another like chest, and put into it straw and stones, so that it should be the weight of a man, and locked that chest heedfully. Now when the whole host of the bonders was gone away from Sticklestead, Thorgils and Grim arrayed their journey. Thorgils got a certain rowing ferry. They were 7 or 8 together, and all of them kinsmen or friends of Thorgils. They brought the body of the king on board ship stealthily, and put the chest under deck. That chest they also had with them, wherein were the stones, and set that on board ship, so that all men might see it. And after that they fare out along the firth with a fair wind, and came in the evening, as murk set in, down to Nidois, and lay to by the king's pier. Then Thorgils sent men up into the town, and let tell to Bishop Sigurd that they fared there with the body of King Olaf. And when the bishop heard these tidings, he sent forthwith his men down to the bridges, where they took a rowing cutter and boarded the ship of Thorgils, and bade him hand over to them the body of the king. Then Thorgils and his men took the chest which stood upon the deck, and bore it into the cutter, whereupon these men rowed out into the firth, and there sunk down the chest. By this time it was the murk of night. Thorgils and his men then rowed up the river until the town was cleared, and laid to shore where it was called CLI-CLXV, which was above the town, and then they bore the body up and into a certain waste outhouse which stood there, up away from other houses, and there they waked over the body the night through. But Thorgils went down into the town, and met there men to talk to, such as had been most friends of King Olaf, and asked them if they would take over the body of the king, but no man durst to do it. Then Thorgils and Grim brought the body up along the river, and buried it in a certain sand hill which there is, and Sithence dight the place, so that no new work might be seen thereon. All this they had done before the dawn of day, and then went back to their ship, and put out of the river at once, and went on their way until they came home to Sticklestead. Chapter 252. The beginnings of Svein, son of Alfiva. Svein, the son of King Canute, and Alfiva, the daughter of Earl Alfrun, had been set up in Jomsburg to rule over Wendland. But then it had come to him a message from his father Canute, that he should go to Denmark, and furthermore that he should fare to Norway sithence, and there take over that realm to rule over which was in Norway, and therewith have the king's name over Norway. Thereupon Svein went to Denmark, and had away with him thence a great host, and with him went Earl Harold and many other men of might. Of this Thorarinn Praise Tongue maketh mention in that lay which is called Sea Calm's Lay. No doubt there is how Danes did make a faithful faring with a famed lord. There was the earl, the first to upheave, and each man was, of them that followed, each fellow better than was the other. Sithence fared Svein to Norway, and with him Alfiva his mother, and there he was taken for king at every law thing. He was come from the east into the Wick at the very time when the fight of Sticklestead was fought, and King Olaf fell. Svein made no halt in his journey until he came in the autumn north to Thrandheim, and there, as in other places, he was taken for king. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 17, Chapter 241 through 252.